these walls. You are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home. I know it now. Don't let me go. We're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. This is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of penetrate like blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
Keep feeding the flame, chasing the flame. This world will never be enough for me. Run through my veins, I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, but we got you can handle. Never out, no speed, no standstill, no doubt. I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now. TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
My first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
Into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
we have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Hey everyone! As you've already heard, the TFT Open is returning to Vegas. And this year, we're teaming up with Riftbound to bring you Convergence Fest, December 11th through the 13th. This year's Open is our biggest yet, with a record 1,024 competitors. The format should feel familiar, but there are a few changes this year. On day 1, all 1,024 players play 4 games in their opening lobby, and the top 2 from each lobby earns a seat to day 2, cutting the field down from 1,024 players to 256 before the night's over. From there, day 2 plays out accordingly. 2 rounds trim 256 players down to 128, and then down to 64. The final 64 players enter the checkmate stage, where the first player to reach 20 points and win a game claims their lobby and moves on to the finals. On day 3, when the final checkmate game comes to a close, one Tactician walks away the Vegas Open champion, beating out more than 1,000 competitors for the Tactician's belt and $100,000. For past Opens, one of the major pain points we've seen was securing a competitor pass to actually enter the tournament. This year, in addition to competitor pass sales, you can earn your way to the main stage. We're happy to introduce the Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers, your direct path to the TFT Vegas Open. Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers will be open to all players ranked Platinum and above. Each tournament begins with 64 players, and you'll need to finish top 4 in your lobby to advance through the 4 rounds of elimination until only 8 players remain. If your run ins early, don't worry, you can jump into another tournament right away. The top 4 players in the final lobby will earn a competitor pass to the TFT Vegas Open, while the remaining 4 players will earn an attendee pass. On top of that, the highest point earners in each tournament will take home a GA Plus bundle. You'll need to register at riot.com/TacGauntlet and sign up for the tournament that you want. On tournament day, log into the tournament realm, ready up on the website, and you'll be placed into your games automatically. No manual custom lobbies, and scores are pulled the moment each game ends. And if you want to try this out before the Vegas qualifiers open in September, we're live right now with the Space Gods Tacticians Gauntlet. Head to the site and sign up to play this weekend. Entry is open to all players and costs $10 per entry. Rewards are based around in-game currency, and of course, the glory of outplacing your opponents. Competitor Pass sales begin September 15th, with early access available based on your rank. Every pass includes main and side event entry, exclusive event rewards, and official drops. And if you want a chance to earn your spot, sign up to compete in the new Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers. Thanks everyone, we can't wait to see you in Las Vegas for Convergence Fest.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. 'Cause 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 somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Coming through, got more than just a little something to prove. Boo-hoo, they're doomed. They don't see me sneaky. I reach the peak and they sleeping full. And you've been doomed. It's a coup, and you could never ever be on the level that I'm on. Icon, I'm a sly one, slide on. Take a bite out of you like a python. I get whatever that I want. 'Cause we ain't stopped since the drop. Steady, don't be strong 'cause you're not ready.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you
Welcome to the Enchanted Wilds. Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees, or harvest death with the old gods, no path through the forest is the same. But don't worry, TFT hasn't forgotten its roots. They've just grown substantially with a diverse biome of comps, an updated fan favorite mechanic, and, oh yeah, Carousel's back. Let's get lost in the Enchanted Wilds. My name is Whitrock, but you can call me Witty, and I'm the set design lead for Enchanted Wilds. And to start things out today, I want to talk about one of our big verticals for the set. That's something of a passion of mine. As a Summoner's Rift enthusiast, I find myself pathing towards the Rift Beasts of League, one of our big verticals of the set. Early game, I play around my strongest Rift Beast, using the traits Alpha Mark to upgrade them and receive a buff. No smite required. And it's not just blue and red buff, we've got purple buff to give the ever-adaptive Gromp poison damage, and orange buff for the Raptor to allow them to stack up armor reduction. But I'm not done at just 3 Rift Beast. This is a relatively straightforward vertical, right? So I'll look to field at least 5 to activate a Stampede, overrunning my shop with upgraded beasties. To cap out my board, I'll look for a late game buff, on the wings of the one, the only, Elder Dragon. Wait, why is she just circling around the board? That's better. Elder Dragon takes up 2 slots, because she's a dragon, but she'll count as 2 towards her Rift Beast trait, so you can just add 1 more beastie to take advantage of the Alpha Mark to activate that Elder buff you know and love from the Rift. Enchanted Wilds is our wildest set yet. It's got the least amount of two-leggy,
Talky, fleshy.
what do you call them?
People, Witty.
They're called people.
Oh, man. You've been out here way too long. But who needs people anyway? Wisps are way better.
Our allies of nature are our set mechanic, and they may feel familiar to those who are slinging charms in the days of magic and mayhem. Not sure what charms or wisps do? Here's a quick refresher. Wisps appear in your shop as temporary single-use sources of power in combat, for resources like XP or gold, or even risky deals with conniving forest denizens. You can purchase one wisp per round, and they'll appear in every other shop. Wisps will always appear in the rightmost slot, with most just lasting one round. As the game progresses, wisps tend to get more powerful, and more powerful wisps also cost more. Our evolution from charms to wisps brings small tweaks to the mechanic, like their power and availability, balance, and larger changes, such as the wonderful variety of wisps. Wisps are also lovable magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one you buy will dash, hop, swim, or fly across your screen with our original art. And with all the new visual flair of wisps, we've also got a clarity buff for the mechanic, which will have color types and a strength indicator for what types of output they have. That'll be important during a fast rolldown, where looking for the color of a combat wisp may just allow you to grab Hand of Baron, a Rift Beast exclusive wisp, which gives all your beasties Baron buff. For those of you who really love wisps, we've got a trait for leaning even deeper into the mechanic, Blossom. Every single wisp comes with an upgraded version you'll be able to purchase once you activate the Blossom trait. Take Homing Fireflies, which has your casters spawn a Firefly to deal damage with every 20 mana they spend. Get the upgraded version, and they'll need to spend less mana for the same effect. Or, take part in a minor blood ritual. Sure, you lose 6 player health, but maybe that lesser champion duplicator is worth it. Or with Blossom active, maybe the 3 player health is even more appealing. Some Blossom upgrades will simply make the wisp refund gold upon purchase, like Flip Frenzy, which flips a coin granting 1 gold until you lose. Other upgrades can add more reward to the risk, like Major Gambit, which gives you 10 gold if you win the next combat, and when upgraded, will also give you an item component. As you deepen your connection with wisps, through higher breakpoints of Blossom, you'll be able to buy wisps and get a refund, have them appear more often, purchase 2 per round, and even access their prismatic potential. I like to run 3 Blossom for more powerful wisps for most of the game, because I'd rather tend to other matters, like the trees. Ivern is a 5 cost whose only trait, Greenfather, allows you to create a biome by gathering seeds as he casts. Cast enough, and you can cultivate an entire board, whether that be a forest, bog, canyon, or even a waterfall. Each hex will empower units on them in different ways, and if you complete the biome, the last hex seeded will always be the God Willow.
Wait, so you're the guide to these Enchanted Wilds now?
There's more than one ranger in these parts.
There's 3. Y'all can take a break for a bit. I've got a trait or 2 to break down. Hey Tacticians, Kevin here to talk about one of our big verticals with a positioning puzzle, Elderwood. While simple, Elderwood is the perfect base to mix up with the many splashable traits and flexible threat-like units, like Ivern, Taric, Maokai, and more. Each breakpoint of Elderwood will reward you with a new plant, starting with a tree that acts as a living shield, stunning enemies on death with its sap. A sticky situation for sure. Later breakpoints also provide a plant that empowers Elderwood allies as long as you can protect it, and the trait's final 7-piece unleashes a protector alongside your bountiful botanical beauties. Now let's mix things up. You can add Azir to activate Executioner with Ezreal to get those abilities critting with precision. Then it's just one more Old God and the power of death will be on your side. Or you can do away with all of that in pursuit of a fiery combo of Cannon and Shen, which provide burn and wound, that'll stack with other burns too. Or look to splash Sprykin, so your Elderwood 5 cost can ride atop the BFF, because true friendship is standing on top of a big Sasquatch. Or go wide as you can, and try 3 Elderwood, 2 Invoker, 2 Executioner, 2 Vanguard, 2 Defender, 2 Inferno, 2 Adapter, and 1 Caustic. Wow, that was a lot. Many of our traits have lower breakpoints this set, so be sure to experiment with comps and wisps alike. If you're the type of player that'll turn a spark of creativity into a fiery comp, keep your eyes out for the return of Set 2 Lux, a legendary capstone to just about every origin in the set. As the avatar, Lux can appear in your shop with most of our origins. She'll count twice for that trait you've purchased her as, and that trait can't appear on Lux for other players, unless you sell yours. Lux can have many looks, all the while firing a big laser. But you know who else can do at least one of those things? You, with our new cosmetics. Take it away, Alex.
Hey everyone, Alex, product manager on the cosmetics team here, and today I'm gonna go over some of our released patch cosmetics for Enchanted Wilds. Let's get started with Chibi Soul Fighter Jinx, who's made her super mega debut as a TFT original look. She's crashing in with her own way to celebrate victory in the form of her own beautiful boom. And I think she's got the perfect place to have that victory too, Jinx's Tournament of Chaos. Turns out, all it takes is being able to field 7 allies at level 7, and your once underground resistant hideout takes flight. Hey, I recognize that Coliseum in the background. If charismatic lunatics blasting through the sky aren't your style, we've got a reclusive Lunar Unbound soaking in the springs. Spirit Blossom Springs of Phelios Unbound is also the easiest way to unite brother and sister, in the way of a heartfelt finisher. Or you can unleash your inner demon in day-trading, pencil-pushing form. Chibi Office Aatrox is complete with vesting stock options and a blatant disregard for company property. He's capping things off with a full-screen boom available in the rotating shop. I wonder what those buttons do. Last but not least, we've got Coven LeBlanc Unbound, who could also be any of these other tacticians. Who knows? Maybe she's even me. Maybe not. All right, let's check back in with the dev team as they mix and match traits and champs.
Man, I just love soaking up the rays in the wilds.
Yeah, you just like relaxing and rerolling Sunbeam.
I mean, they can make any comp into a reroll comp, powering up with each 3-star on your team. What's not to like?
Collecting 3 stars is for those without the discipline to not constantly press D. Me, on the other hand, I'm a Moonbeam aficionado.
What, you think just because you can press F, that makes you better than me?
Yeah. Plus, I just like watching Aphelios and 5-cost Saloon take over the board.
I guess seeing the full moon crash down after ramping up all those moon shards is pretty cool.
And I guess your 3 stars do make for a great frontline for a loon.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
We should start an astronomy club?
No, I was thinking we can combine these 2 boards.
But wouldn't that make an eclipse?
Fielding both Sunbeam and Moonbeam will allow you to unlock and pursue a hidden trait, Eclipse, which will execute the lowest health enemy unit every couple of seconds after the sun and moon overlap in combat.
Eclipse may be our hidden trait, but one of our least hidden 5-costs definitely wants to be seen and talked about.
When fielding Draven, you'll get to choose a bounty, a mini-quest that's focused on Draven, his dreams, his goals, or their failure.
Some bounties will be easy, like getting takedowns to get some XP, while others can be a bit trickier, like winning combat as the only surviving unit to receive a super powerful reward.
That's a tough one, especially when Draven's attacks target random enemies in range. It can be hard to peel for yourself when you aren't targeting that Rengar or Kha'Zix that's found a new home on your face.
Rest in peace, Draven. You would have loved the TFT Open.
He's not dead. You can try a new bounty the next round. Also, he's a video game character, Kent.
I know, but I just think he would have loved to be invited. You know how much he loves arenas.
Is this a cry for help? Because I know somebody who can get you an invite. Speaking of...
Hey Tacticians, Marisa here, and I want to make sure you heard about Convergence Fest. If you missed our earlier announcements, this year we're going back to where the TFT Open all began, Las Vegas. As is the mantra in Vegas, we're doubling down. There'll be 1,024 to be precise, competitors vying for that coveted Tactician's belt. But that's not the only thing that's doubling down. This year, your ticket will get you double the games. Riftbound is joining us in Vegas, so everyone will be able to bounce from watching the TFT Vegas Open, to battling with your Riftbound deck, to checking out Artist Alley, to watching Riftbound's regional championship, to chatting with your favorite devs or co-streamers, to... you get the point. There's a lot to do. Whether you're competitively minded or just here for the community vibes, we've got something for you at Convergence Fest. We hope to see you in Las Vegas from December 11th to December 13th for the biggest community celebration we've ever had. Secure your spot by pre-registering for attendee tickets on convergencefest.riotgames.com and stay tuned for more info on how to compete. With that, it's time to close out the step drop and get ready to venture into the Enchanted Wild.
Taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon. Blinding sun, oh let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill.
For set 17, we have journeyed through space and time. Today, 8 of the most elite competitors will vie for the God's favor one last time. Who will you favor in this final Clash of Titans? Who will take home the Tactician's crown and become the set champion? Let's find out together as we begin the grand finals of the Space Gods Tactician's crown. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so stoked to be here to crown our next champion alongside Panda and Gangly, and of course, Makes, Clements, and Hupe-san. But you can feel it, right? The energy. It's electric.
It's the grand finals, and the meta has been so varied all weekend long. So many cool tech as well. I'm just so pumped to see what we're going to be seeing in terms of innovation today on this final day.
There's always this sort of lull that happens at the start of the day. You start kind of low, but you know what's coming, and all of a sudden it leads to this huge climax at the end of the day. I'm ready for it.
Pick'ems powered by AWS are back open one last time, so you can get your predictions in on how the final 8 will fall into place. Make sure you do that. Go to competetft.com, pick'em.competetft.com, and make sure you get those predictions in before the first game of the day. But this lobby, this grand finals, these 8 players are so good. I do not know how this one's going to end.
And it's not always the case, but we have parity. All regions are represented as well. I think that's some of the best news we could have for a grand finals like this one.
It was looking a little dicey for the Americas, I will say, going into that last game. We had 3 players in the Americas go bot 4, but K3 Soju held it down. And here he is at the top 8. We might actually have the biggest streamer in TFT become the champion of the set.
That would be amazing. But I think any of the 8 competitors that we have here would be incredible champions. Before we get into the action today, though, we do have an exclusive interview with one of the OG devs of TFT and the set design lead for Enchanted Wilds. It's Whitrock. Woody, welcome to our broadcast. You know, after sitting on the secret of the set for so long, what's kind of one of the things you are most excited for players to get their hands on in this set?
Oh, I was muted. Well, good morning. Let's talk about a few different exciting things that are going on in Enchanted Wilds. One of my favorites is Rift Beast. It's a fun one to explore. You get to choose whichever Rift Beast is going to be your alpha. There's a lot of variety in what you can play with there. But there's some other cool stuff that I don't think players have gotten a big chance to see. There's the adapter trait, different champions that spells change with AP or AD, or stuff like the return of Summoner, the ability to play with different versions of Lux. A lot of things that I think will be fun to explore.
I'm so excited and glad that you mentioned Rift Beast, because I, for one, cannot wait to be able to buy Krugs from my shop and also put together all of some of my favorite things from League. But I just talking about that really quickly, one of the things that TFT has been so good at is thinking outside the box and creating champions that are kind of TFT firsts, like Kobuko. So how fun was it thinking about the attacks and the abilities that these Rift Beasts would have?
Oh, this was really fun for the design team. Some of them were kind of more obvious and straightforward, right? You mentioned Krugs. That was a pretty clear one, wanting to do kind of splitting Krugs and seeing the kind of mini ones come out. But some of the other ones we had to get pretty creative with. Stuff like 4-cost Brambleback as a melee AD carry. It has sort of a kind of big bruisery pattern, jumping around, hitting really hard with slow attacks. But yeah, it was fun overall, and I think it'll be interesting to see how players kind of mess with the different kits and see what they can make of things.
Speaking of some of the other champions that are in this set, let's talk about those legendary 5 costs. I heard like Kennen is going to be in there. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the legendaries that we can expect in this set, and maybe which one is your favorite?
Yes, Kennen finally getting to be a 5-cost. He's got a fun dashing pattern, getting to kind of weave in and out with it with his ultimate and build up damage depending on how many units are burning. Inferno has a very burn-focused theme going on, but there are some other ones that we haven't had 5-costs before. I will spoil. There's been some discussion of whether or not Ivern is a 5-cost, and he is. So late game Ivern, he's more of a supportive champion that is about growing empowered hexes on your board, and he's very flexible. A lot of boards can play Ivern, but you have to figure out if it's sort of the right biome for your team for that game. You're also going to get to see a 5-cost Elder Dragon as another one. So I'm really excited for the 5-cost this set.
That sounds amazing. And I feel like Ivern really touches and scratches that itch of, how do I try to make the most strategic choices possible? And you also had Elderwood, which looks very highly skill expressive. So how are you kind of hoping players will find the strategic highs in Enchanted Wilds?
Yeah, Elderwood's a fun one. That's one of our bigger traits in the set, and it's not something we've quite done before. Folks might look at it initially as more of a summon trait, but it's actually about a bunch of little summons more than one major sort of carry or tank, which means it's more of a positioning trait, actually, making sure you're using them as either target dummies to absorb spells or trying to keep important plants alive. But there's some other ones that have some interesting strategic depth. If you go at least partway up in Inferno, you're not just getting burn damage, you're actually getting highlighted shops that are going to get higher tiers of units, potentially. So you can be lower level and hit 5 costs early, or just generally get higher cost units earlier than you normally would. There's other things to mess around with. You can re-roll with Solar. You can try to have late game positioning with Lunar. A lot of different traits to mess around with.
What about Coven? I know everybody loves their Lost Streak traits, so can you give us a little bit more detail on what that's going to look like for this set?
Yeah, Coven's a little bit of returning to basics a little bit, but there's one kind of big difference. We've been really focused on these sharp, like, you must be lost streaking or else you're gonna fail, opens up opportunities sometimes for someone else to like kind of grief you and try to make sure that you don't maintain that streak. For Coven, you do not necessarily need to always be losing for it to be good. You probably want to lose to get those really big cash outs, but you also want to get more kills along the way. And so we wanted to add basically some pressure to not just completely, kind of full open, make sure I'm losing every round. Your combats matter. You want to preserve health to get those top cash outs.
That sounds perfect for a player like me who can't always keep that lost streak together. But let's talk about the set mechanic, Wisps. What are some of the learnings that you took from Magic and Mayhem in order to improve this feature for this set?
Yeah, so when we decided we were going to do Wisps, which is very similar to Set 12's Charms, basically the number one thing we wanted to do was make sure it was a much better experience. Folks liked Charms initially, but we thought it was a mechanic that doing a second version of could really be leveled up. The biggest thing we ended up doing is realizing that the mechanic was very based on variety. We thought we had a pretty good number of charms in 12, but in 18 there's like close to double the number. It's a huge volume. There's a few trait-specific charms. There's lots that are situational as well. There's lots of like managing of what we're going to show you at a given time. And there were two other big things we wanted to do. One was make it more interesting in the early game. A lot of Set 12's charms were 0 gold or something that was pretty brain off. I'm just going to click this, but it's not going to matter very much in the early game. And here we have some much sharper things, whether it's simple stuff like, do you want to pay 5 gold for a random 4 cost on 2/1? Or do you want to take things that are like little sort of mini quests, right? Like, how many rounds can I win in the next 3 rounds? And in late game, we want it to be not as much just about, I need to get the best, most expensive combat charm that I can. There's other things that might be longer term investments or just sort of risky things that are going to have bigger payoffs. So you're not just like, I got to buy combat, I got to buy combat.
Wow, I love that. So a lot to look forward to in just the number of Wisps, but I'm curious, how many are there that are tailored to your traits? And can you actually manipulate the charms that you see based on the board that you have?
So you don't have a ton of control over what Wisps you're going to see, but the vast majority of them do have some kind of situational criteria for whether or not you'll see them. Sometimes it's basic stuff like what you're mentioning. There are a few Wisps per origin trait that are specific to that origin, and you'll only see those if you are playing that origin. But there's other things, right? We're not going to show you add +2 to your win streak if you're on a loss streak, or something that's going to heal you unless you're already getting kind of low health. But we still want individual Wisps as you see them in your shop to be a decision. We don't want you to just click them no matter what. Sometimes you'll have a tough choice. Do I want to break my econ, or do I want to re-roll for something better on that round? So all of those parts of the system should still be apparent.
Oh, that's so cool. I can't wait to play around with all of the different wisps that are in the set. And there's also something else that I'm hoping you can shed a bit of insight on, and that is what Tim and Kent teased in the dev drop, Eclipse. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so I'll maintain the secret a little bit, but
Okay.
there is an Eclipse trait. There's something special that you can do with Solar and Lunar that's going to be able to activate that. But it is we've never done a trait that there are no units that are of that trait. And what Eclipse doesn't have anything directly to do with the units. So you'll have to play around and see what exactly that's going to be doing. But I can promise it's powerful and something different than we've done before.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess the couple secrets still need to be revealed once we get a chance to have our hands on the game. Witty, thank you so much for staying up late in order to do this conversation with us. Before we let you go, are there any final words that you would like to say to the players out there that are eager to play Enchanted Wilds?
Oh, as always, it's such an inspiration and important to our work to see the kind of reactions and how excited folks are for different sets. So far, I'm pretty excited about the way folks are reacting to Enchanted Wilds, getting excited for the theme, individual champions, the set mechanic. And so just really a shout out to folks who have stuck around either from the beginning of TFT, who are just getting into it now. Really appreciate all of you and have fun watching the finals, and hopefully you join us for Set 18.
Thank you so much again for your time and for explaining a little bit more about Enchanted Wilds, and we hope that you also enjoy the grand finals for Space Gods. I cannot wait to be able to play this. This theme does look amazing. The art is beautiful, and it's going to be super, super fun.
The timing of the dev drop is always, or dev panel is always so difficult for me because I'm like, okay, lock in. We still have grand finals. We're still on Space Gods.
Right.
Don't think about Enchanted Wilds.
I'm happy to have another set mechanic back that they've iterated on again. I really enjoyed when they took the set 4 mechanic of the Chosen and then they brought it back for set 10 Headliners, and in my opinion, really improved it. I loved what they did, so I'm excited to see what they do with the Charm mechanic now that it's back as the Wisps.
Well, get ready for the Enchanted Wilds in a little bit. Make sure you stay tuned to socials to find out more about when you will be able to play it. But now back to our journey at hand, the grand finals for the Space Gods Tactician's Crown. You can see all 8 of our competitors scrolling across your screen, vying for one common goal, that crown, to be the set champion. And let's start talking about some of the champs here. Along one of the top competitors coming in from APAC. I'm so excited to see what he's going to do today.
And he's been the epitome of this couch to crown character. Someone who, let's just break it down. Let's frame up who he is as a person. 7 months ago, he had never competed in a tournament on a major scale. 3 months ago, he wasn't even top 16 in Vietnam. Today, he is not only representing APAC, but he might be the first ever person from Vietnam to be able to take home the Tactician's Crown. What stands out the most to me, though, is the confidence he has for such the short career that he's had. When he hit rank 1 in Vietnam, he said, "I am already visualizing myself at the Tactician's Crown." And look where it's gotten him. I love being able to see these rookie sets take players so far.
And it's after he had such a touching quote just a couple of days ago where he said, you know, my mother and sister have fully accepted my path to becoming a professional esports player now. That happened just about 3 days ago. And so think about what he's taken with that. The blessing, and now at the TAC Crown could potentially win.
Not just at the TAC Crown, poised to become a champion, a 33% win rate across the first 2 days. You could not have hoped for a better performance coming into this final lobby. In a checkmate format in particular, one of the players who maybe is sending a clear message to everyone else.
One of the other players in the lobby that I think we need to talk about has got to be Hwanmie. You go back in time, set 5, the first player to get it all started for CN before they went on this run of dominance. And I will say, there was a period of time where I think it felt like Hwanmie had this almost lull in his career, right? 4 straight TAC Crowns from 4 all the way to 8, and then after that, took a step back. But something reignited in Hwanmie as we saw him win the Paris Open. And now, it's guns blazing. He has 33% win rate across the entire set and now positioned himself as one of the favorites for the entire event.
Whoa, check out this stage. The CM players are playing on LAN, and this stage is awesome. The countdown, all of the players are going to walk out now onto the stage to get ready to go. And I love that, CN is actually represented several times in our top 8. It's been a while since we've seen that.
And for Hwame as well, just reopening the GOAT conversation with his performance last set with the win at Paris and with his performance coming into this final lobby as well. That's one of the most exciting things about TFT, looking at it at the historic lens and seeing how it's all evolved up until now in Space Gods.
Especially as the landscape has changed. Something that is so unique to Hwame is he kind of rejected the stats-based era of the game and said, listen, it worked for me in the beginning if I went off intuition. So listen, you can have your stats, and I'll look at them here and there, but really what makes him unique as a player is that he engages the part of him that says, I know how to intuit this game better than anyone else in the field.
We also have to talk about our EMEA legends. It's been a while since EMEA has won a Tactician's crown, going all the way back to the original winner, Double 61, in Galaxies. That was 6 years ago. But hope isn't lost. We do have both Bensak and Jedusor that are hoping to continue that in this crown.
Two Frenchmen trying to carry that mantle forward in Space Gods. For Bensak, truly a redemption arc. He got relegated from TPC last set after having a really nice rise in set 14 and 15, making the attack around both of those sets. And now he's went from tier 2, getting momentum, crushing it on ladder, into week 1, dominating, week 2, making final lobby, qualifying here, and now his first ever final lobby on the big stage. For Jedu, I mean, this is a player who was maybe the best player in EMEA for a few sets 2 years ago, was relegated in the first ever TPC season, I think the first big relegation shock, but has had a crazy rise back to an elite level this set.
I think you could say the best player in EMEA this set as well, right?
Yep.
This is not the first time that we've seen him at this elite level rising to the occasion, but what stands out to me the most about Jedu is how even internationally he has posed himself as a significant threat. You think of set 13 at the Tactician's Crown where he was the runner-up to Dishop. You think of the Macau Open where he found a 4th place finish there. He's so close. He can taste the crown. He's never been able to hold it for himself. And I think, as Necra said, 6-year drought for EMEA. Someone needs to inherit the throne from Double 61. I personally think Jedusor is the perfect heir.
I think he could totally take up that helm. He played some really strange things to great success during this tournament. We're actually going to have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX on one of those compositions a little bit later. But what about the heart of the Americas? The people's champion, K3 Soju, is in a final lobby of a Tactician's crown after the last time that he was here was all the way back in set 7 Dragonlands. He has been fighting his way to get back to this global stage, and he is going to be the only representative of the Americas left in this final 8.
When we had him on in the interview yesterday, you had asked him, Necra, you said, how do you feel about tomorrow? And he said, listen, I'm probably not going to win. And I'm going to throw this out there. It's all a facade, because deep down behind this streamer mask that Soju has, where he's nonchalant and whatever happens, happens, there's a fierce, primal competitor in there. And let me tell you how I know, because if there wasn't, he would not still be competing at an elite level for 7 years. He is the old guard of TFT.
And also one of the only players in the Americas to never face relegation in the TFT Pro circuit. That's how good he is. So whether or not that's something that he can really speak to the confidence of, I feel like he doesn't need to have words when his play explains it all.
The big question for me in a checkmate format with Soju is how does he adapt his scavenger, top 4, AVP-oriented playstyle into a I have to win a game when I get to check? That's the big, I think, question on my mind with Soju's play.
It all goes back to what we said on day 1. It's not about how many wins you can find. It's about finding that one win at the right time. The 2 checkmates that Soju did win, he only had 1 win on the entire day. But that's all you need. all you need to win checkmate is the one win to get you there.
That was the Dartmouth special, right? 17 games with Demacia and 1 Baron Nash for first place.
Well, we're about to get ready for our first game. As a reminder of how today will work, it is checkmate format. Our competitors need to gain 20 points, which they will get based on their placement in each of the games that they play. Once they hit 20 points, they need to get a first place in order to take home the crown. So we expect this to go to about 5 to 6 games. It could end in 4, the title special, but we will keep you up to date with all of the win and qualifications these players could get.
And with checkmate format, one of the big introductions compared to normal TFT is griefing players who are on check. The entire lobby will essentially see a target on your back if you're the first player to check. You have to really think about, can I play a reroll line? Probably not. They're going to hold your units. Can I play around a contested forecast like Space Group or LeBlanc? Probably not. You'll have a hard time hitting. So it will require a lot of creativity, a lot of innovation from our competitors. We saw it from Title all the way back in Runeterra Reforged. He was holding tomes for a lot of rounds, just trying to, throw curveball at his opponents to try and find a small angle towards that victory.
We got Thresh and Yasuo to start out our first game, and so let's see which of our players decide to go for a little bit of that randomness.
Going to be kicking it off with Lee Sao, and what a story he has had through his entire career. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Second place at the TOC Finals, second place at the JOC Finals, second place at multiple TPC Cups, and despite his 4v4 resume being extensive, he has yet to been able to hoist that crown for himself.
Also a player that really stood out across days 1 and 2 on just Darkstar. Had a lot of spots to play it from Emblem starts, had a really good AVP on it, and I think it's one of his comfort comps coming into this day 3. Also a comp that, in the right conditions, can definitely win games, something that we can look out for when it comes to that check for someone like Lee Sao.
Going to be one of the most experienced on checkmate, just in general, between all of the events he's played in CN, on top of being in multiple final lobbies. He's the only player left in the field who played in the Set 16 final lobby, so returning once again to have another shot there.
I want to see if this is going to actually be a Meeple game, because you do have the Meeple package to start things out, and if you can string together a couple more copies of Veigar, you might think about it when there's Yasuo in the game. A lot of competitors may be looking to try to go for some type of reroll when those hexes can really help to give more power to some of these champions.
Steel of Bora also on a Veigar 2. We'll see if either of these players can test that line. Surprisingly, one of the higher win rate comps despite it being a 1-cost reroll, simply because of how the way the comp works. You have this early tempo spike either on stage 3 or start of stage 4, but then you can really cap around, Bard 2, a lot of big legendaries as well, especially with things like Constructed Companion we saw yesterday from Tidal as a way to spike in stage 3 off of Veigar 3.
Gold augments coming through. Snap pick from Soju is the Heart of Steel, which we've been seeing all weekend long be a very, very popular augment.
What about Loot Singularity? Oh, too tanky as an option, or worth the wait. I feel like there are not too many bad rolls that you can get out of the worth the wait augment, and that is actually what we end up seeing. Looks like
Lee Sao. Yep.
Will be the Aatrox for Lee Sao here. Fits well with the Poppy for now, can play around kind of a tempo start. A little bit scary to slam any AP items here. Aatrox doesn't really lend himself too easily to any AP lines. Usually you're playing around either the Jinx reroll if you're playing for a more consistent line with Aatrox, or just the Nova boards in general. Maybe even a fast 9 with Aatrox 3. Aatrox does fit on the board, and you can get more value from Aatrox in the late game.
I can see it though, because you could also try to go for a 4 Bastion front line. There's still the natural synergy if you're able to get the Rammus in there. You can kind of flex around and still print something. So I don't think Meeple is out of the question, but I am interested to see where Lee Sao ends up taking this. Now, Hwamye took an Anima Augment.
He did, yeah. There is the Anima Commander alongside 3 Patient Study players. So we've got lots of people trying to lose right now.
I love when on the death panel Woody was saying, there's not anyone going to be griefing your lost streak trait streak. And I'm thinking, that was not going to be the case today.
Yeah, I wonder maybe why that change was made.
I think he's finding a little bit of high roll, to be honest. Finding Steel of Bora on the other side of the board on the first fight is relatively good. If his matchmaking can go well enough, there's a world where he dodges the people who are trying to lose immediately. And if Steel Abora is the player who's able to full sell completely open, the other Lost Streakers might just opt to play Patient Study as a mixed streak. It's not ideal, but if you think of it this way, you get 3 XP if you lose, you get 2 XP if you win, but you get a gold if you win as well. So it is effectively the same. The only thing you will not be getting is the streak gold on top of it.
I feel like with so many Lost Streakers in the lobby, I feel like there might be some really big winners on the win streak side. Tianlong is playing a very strong board, does have a Leona 2 already with some items. Soju also streaking with the Primordium package, putting 2 tank items onto the Rek'Sai.
And for Bensac, we have one of the flashiest, funnest comps of the tournament. We saw from Jedusor in that game 1 on day 1. It is a Jax hero augment. We're on the fountain, so I think a decent enough option for Jax, but especially the 5 free rerolls is pretty big.
Oh, Soju did still get his hair done yesterday.
He sure did. It looks great.
It
Love
does.
It looks like he got a perm.
I love it.
I mean, let's be honest. This is the most important day of Soju's TFT career. You got to look good at that final
true.
moment.
If you look good, you feel good.
That's right.
Also want to call out, when we did see Bensac's board, his items looked amazing. Had the Titans and an open cloak to make the Bloodthirster as well. But Soju, we were saying that he's got a very high tempo start. This is just classic Soju, right? Bread and butter, the way he's been playing, not just this set, but I would say going back all the way to set 6 or 7, when he really became famous in the North American scene for being the tempo player who does not need to go first every game. He's going to take the points that are available to him and trade his economy for early game health.
We have to mention it, there is some reasons for warping your game plans in this game. One, the 5 free reroll I talked about earlier for Bensac is the case for all players. It's the encounter we have here, so Soju might be inclined to play around the Jinx reroll, have a nice, consistent, average placement game 1 that he is, the best at really. That's his playstyle, especially with the Jinx pair right now.
Mystery loot on the table from Thresh, and Yasuo is going to give over a small amount of help. But everybody seems to want to pick Thresh.
Yeah,
what could it be?
Only Steel Abora opt to take the Starlight Hex. I mean, one thing to consider, Starlight is going to be giving you mana regen, so it kind of limits the number of comps that are going to be getting immediate value off of it.
Okay,
wow.
Like a 3 cost for how long?
And the itemization is really nice as well. Maybe not for LeBlanc in particular, but for any kind of AP caster with the Nashers and the JG available here is pretty insane. Would have loved to have a list too. I think that would be a great holder for it right now. And almost a guaranteed win streak just off Alawi.
Also, look at his Thresh mystery box. It was 4 rerolls. He's now sitting at 9 rerolls. And the beauty here is he actually has an opportunity if he doesn't have to force a win, right? But if he happens upon a win, he now has the ability to reroll for free more than anyone else in the lobby, meaning that he might be able to continue that streak through stage 3. So I doesn't look like he's going to be able to win up against Jedusor on the other side, who is our lone 100 streaker. So he will be able to guarantee himself the 4 streak. We'll have to see whether or not he takes the full 5. Maybe he'll even bench the Alawi too.
And I think also you can just keep your items flexible. You can still play into LeBlanc with the Rage Blade. You want to start building Alawi items, considering she's 2-starred already. That's going to be the source of your power, really, coming in stage 3.
Steel Abora has 5 copies of Veigar now. Don't need to roll for them here, but still trying to take a lost streak to get more XP out of the Patient Study.
Yeah, it looks like he is angling toward the Veigar printer. The concern I do have is a lot of times that we've seen the Veigar printer, it largely is successful off of playing from tempo. Because you have to sack some of stage 4 to wait until you actually get all of your Veigars online, if you have too little HP going into stage 4, you might just die before you get there.
We do guarantee the 5 loss at the very least for Hwamie. Despite the 3 Patient Study players, no one able to stop that journey forward.
Would be hard to, when Hwamie only has 3 units on his board. I think you would have to sell a lot of things, and especially for someone like Li Zhao, you can't afford to. That is an Aatrox 3, the worth the wait paying off, and looks interesting. You're holding more Nova units, so I think there is going to be some type of transition, or at least inclusion of the Nova package at some point.
And you know that Steel Abora is playing into the Meeple line already, so it's worth it to just use these Meeple units as transition, get into the Nova line, which is more standard with the Aatrox anyway. We did get to see Jetastore playing around the Aatrox 3 yesterday. It looked a little bit different than what we're seeing right now, but it is the more traditional line when you're playing around the Aatrox.
We're missing an artifact, maybe a Silvermere Dawn.
Yeah.
A Nova Strike.
Just a small 120 AD.
That could come later.
That's true.
No?
It's never too late.
We still have another augment that might show us an artifact for some of our friends here, so they'll know that very soon. Oh.
Holly 2 is found. It is all AP items, though. And so it's going to be a lot harder to stabilize around something like the Kindred unless you're greeting all of your components and slam a Spirit Visage, plus holding the rods open. Jetastore,
Master
though.
Yi.
Yeah, Jetastore's been able to keep the 100 streak and then high roll into a 4-cost with the Primordian opener.
Reminds me a little bit of Bensak's last game yesterday. The AD win streak start off of this kind of line with the Primordians. This time with an early Yi. You can likely play into the Kindred here with an Asher or with a Kraken Slam as well.
You mean the high roll French special?
Nope, just the good player.
Yeah, they're actually trading places. Bensak is the one on the Jax hero augment, and Jetastore is the one high rolling the Yi on stage 3. Trading tech, it seems. Don't know if the Yi's going to be able to break through the Aatrox, though. He's quite tanky. There's not that much damage on Lee Seo's board. You don't have the mana gen for the Aatrox, or sorry, for the Veigar. It looks like eventually the Yi will whittle him down.
Really exciting round coming up on 3-2, not just for the augments, but we'll see what players commit to rerolling, what players commit to a big spike on 3-2. Overall, lobby complexion is going to be very interesting. Huamie will be coming out from the bottom, stabilizing on stage 4, hoping to become the Grim Reaper at that point in time. All the rerollers will be really adding pressure to the lobby in stage 3. The kind of normal tempo 4-cost players might be in trouble. They're going to get taxed quite heavily by reroll players in stage 3, and then coming to stage 4, if you're 1 or 2 lives and you miss, you might be in trouble if you face Huamie.
Even more so in the lobby where everyone started with 5 free rerolls, because if you consider the stabilization point of a roller to be pretty stable, what happens when they don't even have to spend any gold to stabilize their board?
So much more left over to be able to try to push levels after they've hit the things that they've needed to, or just ensure that they're going to get it. Steel of Bora did go for Construct a Champion and picked the Poppy.
Yep, I mean, it works well with the Veigar. You essentially have now the chance to fully play into the Meeple line with both the Poppy and the Veigar. You have enough backline right now. You really just wanted more frontline, and Poppy's going to help with that. And Poppy 3 can also help assisting Rammus in the late game in terms of adding kind of support utility.
Probably fixes the problem that we thought Steel of Bora might run into, which is that he was playing from quite a bit behind there with that lost streak and still going to take another hit because Jetastore is just that strong, but feels like it's only a matter of time for Steel of Bora to turn it around.
Jetastore is finding quite literally everything he needs right now. We'll see if there's anyone that will be able to stop that win streak. I mean, I think Steel of Bora might have been one of the players that had the best shot of doing it. Wasn't quite able to get there in that last fight. But there's a handful of other players who have been on a streak. Along has been looking like, I believe he was setting up for the Lissandra board. I wasn't sure if he was playing tempo. But Steel of Bora, Huanmie, Along, these are the 3 players, not Huanmie, and Along seem to be the players who are threatening Jetastore the most.
Along might consider playing into the Space Group line. We saw him playing it a lot across the first 2 days. It's one of his kind of standout comps with the Kindred, and he is playing towards a possible Nami itemization as well with the JG build.
And 2 Nashers, so it does seem more like it might be just a transition into the Nami a little bit later.
And if no one's playing Nami, which seems to be the case because there are so many kind of niche spots around Veigar reroll and Jax reroll and Jinx reroll with the extra rerolls players got at the start of the game, I think an uncontested Space Group line from any spot, any condition will be a fairly good game plan in this game 1.
Random boon time.
Storm Hex is the Hex that's offered this time around, so we are seeing a handful of players opt into that. Not only to get just immediate combat power, there are some comps that do very well when you have the board-wide damage. Things like Aurelion Soul that can reach backline, things like Jhin that can reach backline. All of a sudden, you have a board-wide stun at the cost of just one of your God offerings.
Morgana's a great pickup, already has 1 copy of Riven. We're seeing the Ornn in the shop here as well. It's the Aurora that's bought first, actually, so maybe some indication on Along's mindset right now coming into the end of this stage 3. For Soju, the rerolls have been used. It is a Jinx that was upgraded. This could still just be a tempo game plan from Soju. He hasn't kind of overrolled too heavily for this board, but it could also just be a Jinx reroll. Soju just trying to get some boards on some points on the board, playing for a top 4 in this game 1.
I mean, you've got, 7 copies of the Rek'Sai, so maybe the Primordian can just keep printing it for you and you don't have to roll for it, and that can be something that can help stabilize you up to that level 8. We have 3 other players in this lobby that do have 3-star 1 costs, so it might just also be something to help keep up with those particular competitors. I am excited to see what Jedusor is going to do, because he's the only player that actually picked the random boon and got the trade quest from Aurelion Soul.
That's a super important win for Soju here. With the Jinx, you really need to win all of your stage 3 fights to feel confident about your top 4 placement. And it was close, but it was a win for Soju, especially when you have now the Rek'Sai 3 to carry that win streak forward in these next few fights.
5 meeple here for Li Cao. He's just leveled to 7, so hasn't spent too much gold on it, but let's see if he can kind of keep this. Yeah, he's not holding on to any extra copies of the Aatrox anymore either, just using it for econ.
Slamming the Rabadons for tempo because he had just 2 raws given to him while playing around this Aatrox 3. I'm just really curious to see what he ends up doing on his level 8 board. Like I said before, I think it was just so much more clear and easy to play around AD with the Aatrox 3, especially with other players clearly signaling and playing towards the AP lines.
Looks like he's going to be able to finish up the 4 streak. Jedusor did lose his loss streak in the last round, but looks like he picked it back up. So Jedusor will be in a very rich position. 60 gold, level 7, already pumping some gold into level 8 right now.
Hwamie is probably going to cash out soon, so let's see.
It's the 400.
Wow,
Oh, wow.
Ice Blast armor already with a setup for the mech. Asol has a Stone Plate, has the Moguls, has a Rabadon slammed already. A little bit awkward the rest of his items, but we'll see what this PB round can give him. If he can close off the Void Staff, the JG potentially. Or is moving more towards the Vanguard line.
He has some flexibility. Yeah, he might react to what the items are that drop. If he gets something for the Rage Blade, if he gets a Rage Blade, for instance, he could go into LeBlanc. I don't know if he's going to contest Steel Agora or actually whoever the uncontested Space Group player was. Other thing to consider is that Mech Asol does do very well when you have this Yasuo set up as well.
Along is the one that has the Nami items built.
Okay. Yep, we do skip a Nami there, so we're not going to be playing to there. We skip the LeBlanc as well, so this is going to be guaranteed Mech Asol coming through. 35 gold gives us a little bit, we have a decent amount of gold to hit. We're going to start rolling down pretty fast. We got 10 seconds left on the clock.
Missing a lot of the key units, unfortunately. Not a single copy of mech up until now. The new pair feels great, but if you're not playing to Vanguard, very little worth. We're seeing the last second slot in from Hwamie. He's still on 2 lives. He still has some breathing room, but he will have to lock in his board on 4-2. Maybe reinforcement into the Mighty Mech could be a way to solve it just a little bit if he feels desperate.
It goes to show the value in doing some of that turn in stage 3 neutrals. There's so many players in TFT that they think, okay, I need to do all of my turn on the turn I need it because it's optimal and it gives me the most gold. You have to consider that time is a very real resource in this game. If Hwamie did not have an extra 15 seconds that he had spent in that PvE, maybe he doesn't have Tahm Kench 2. Maybe he doesn't have his Storm Hex down. There's a lot of small pieces that can happen in 15 seconds that might have decided the fight.
For sure. And wow, we got a Prismatic Augment to finish out our trio. There is so much combat power that can come through from this. We're also going to see what everybody else has chosen, but Hwamie's actually just taken Shopping Spree instead. Wants to ensure that he's going to be able to get these units down, recognizes Econ might be the most power.
And he needs to hit the Mighty Mech 2 on this turn after picking up Shopping Spree. If he doesn't, he could be in trouble. We could see a few losses come through. The Fiora is skipped. That's a pretty big piece of information there.
There's one, okay.
Finally finds a copy of the mech, has the Asol 2, or has the Asol, or the mech pair rather. Already had one on the board.
You can drop out of the Urgot, has 1 extra space.
Morgana can come in.
Or Karma.
Oh, he's going to put the Urgot in for 6 mecha.
Kind of strange considering that the Tahm Kench is the main tank right now. Maybe just doesn't have enough time to really try and optimize the board.
Well, he also has the 3 duplicators, so while he's extremely poor and far from it right now, he does have a pretty good Urgot 3 out. Granted, he's going to need items for that Urgot 3 for it to really do anything, but that might be the consideration. This is... Wait, did Still already print Vagar 3?
He might have just not printed at all.
Might have just naturally.
Got in it naturally on his level 8 roll down and playing for the higher cap board with 5 Meeple for now. Just trying to preserve his HP, right? We talked about it earlier. A lot of pressure from the reroll players. Now Hwami's adding pressure from the bottom. Some players are taking their foot off the gas. So we're seeing players like Jedusor and Bensak were on 50 gold still, potentially trying to go 9.
Observers confirmed it was printless. He just naturaled the Vagar 3.
And this looks like Lee Sao might have reforged the Rabadons, right? That was Lee Sao's board that had the Rabadons, and then he gets dropped another rod from neutrals as well. So definitely not the AD start that he wanted, or the AD board, but getting the QSS is an effective item. The Morello also gives you attack speed and is relatively significant on the Kindred. It's not a dead item per se, but you really do want to make sure you're getting more AD on this board.
And it's the exact problem I was talking about earlier. I was really worried or concerned about where he would be going with his board considering the combination, but he opted to just reforge and hope for the best. It's okay, but definitely not anywhere close to Bis Kindred, especially when you're trying to push 9. He's trying to play around this Aatrox as a way to allow him to make the level 9 and play around the Kindred and the fast 9 board.
Could you actually try to put some of those items on Vex?
Yep,
is that another out?
That's the game plan. The problem is, does he make it to 9 comfortably? Right now, 7 win streak, 88 HP. It's looking pretty good for him to execute that game plan.
Yeah, still quite rich as well as we get our final God offering. Be another random boon, or you've got some combat power.
And generally, there will be a big influx of gold from Thresh as a god across all stages and the boon in particular. So that will definitely help Lee Sao on his game plan. Soju did lose this last fight, but he has accomplished his goal in a pretty formidable fashion. 74 HP near the end of stage 4. He's hit all his 3 stars. He's done his job. He's just hoping to top 4 this game.
Along has hit the board. You were calling it out, Panda. When you're playing this line uncontested and you are just free to hit everything, it is a lot easier to play. The problem is we are 1 life right now. And this can be a win-out comp, and in fact, I would say like our setup right now feels pretty reasonable. We have 1 Econ Augment, but then we have 2 that are either items or combat, and we have a very strong front line. The 3-item Rammus should hold it down for a little bit, but I wonder if the damage coming through on the Rammus is going to be a little bit faster than we would hope for. Rammus without Meeple in can be a little bit more fragile than sometimes even just the Ornn 2.
Yeah, it really is tragic not to have the orange just yet. The Leona's going to hold on for a long time, but the splash damage from the Navi should be doing enough to take down that LeBlanc to leave only Leona left alive. The only concern for me with all along right now is that Hwamie exists. He is an anima cash-out player. He is very strong. We were talking about the difficulties of being pressured by reroll in stage 3 and now having to deal with the matchmaking of, if I face Hwamie, do I win or do I go out in 8th? You're opting into a high risk that maybe you regret doing so.
Checking in on Bensak's board, has a couple of things upgraded, but still missing out on the Lulu, and maybe wants to be able to get the Pantheon as a 3-star as well. As Hwamie now on our screen could knock out Along here, but let's see the matchmaking.
Yeah, he got the Thresh boon that doesn't allow him to buy champions. Does he have the mech upgraded?
It's still mech 1, I believe.
Okay.
But you got a lot of gold for it, and maybe it's fine.
He had the gold to hold the Acels. We're hearing a lot of pings last few fights. This is why he's maybe potentially thinking about a 3-star Acel, but he has to survive this fight against Jedusor, who is on his way to 9, hasn't used his gold in level 8 too much, so it should be a winnable fight. It is quite close, though.
This is, I mean, this looks like Hwamie is, he's going to...
he might be dead.
He's dead.
You know, he's going to go down to 1 HP here.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, just the 2-unit loss gives him 2 HP to work with. Oh man, I mean, what a rush.
Okay, but does the shop, it unlocks like 5-1 now, right? Because
yeah, it's back now.
Okay.
He's good. He's good.
Rolling. He's rolling for the mech and maybe the Acel as well. He's on 5 copies.
Still has the 3 duplicators, just 2 off the Urgot. Pings are coming down.
Hear the pings.
Oh.
6 A-Souls, 5 mech copies. Not much gold to work with, though.
Only one Urgot left. You can use duplicators for the rest of them. Looks like he's going to miss everything, though.
This is kind of the OG mech cash-out strategy that we saw earlier
There's
in the
one
set.
more Aurelion Soul.
Okay,
Oh, he's
just
killing
going to take the Urgot 3 instead.
We can get the JG now onto the A-Soul as well. Move the red buff over to the Karma. The animation looks fantastic here for Hwan Mie. Now the 6 mech makes a lot more sense with the Mighty Mech as the main tank here. And Ice Blast Armor, I think the best anima item for the Mighty Mech overall. Definitely one of the best tank items, so he should be stable. We said that yesterday as well with Bahu, but of course there could be players who really elevate their game in Stage 5. Jedusor was one of them. He's now at 10 gold.
Two of our players at 1 life right now. Along and Hwan Mie going to be the person who starts off the day in 8th place, who really do not want to be starting the day with the wrong foot. Hwan Mie finds all those upgrades, but the Urgot 3 is already dead. The Aurelion Soul's under fire, and he's going to die as well. But
Wait,
the Mighty Mech and the Karma, wait, one more cast comes through. It's going to be just the Mech versus the Nami.
The swinging sword.
The Deathblade, or the Dragon's Claw doing so much here for the Hwan Mie. Another cast from the Nami is just enough. And Hwan Mie, despite the huge cash, despite the Urgot 3, is going to start the day in an 8th place.
And the contrast there, Hwan Mie 33% across the set in win rate. Along in this tournament across days 1 and 2, very similar. Hwan Mie immediately opts into a lot of variance in the very first game of the final lobby, and it does not work out.
Oh, that's tragic. It's kind of the downside of picking the Thresh Boons, because you could get locked out like that where you can't actually get those upgrades. But with all the gold, even hitting the Urgot 3, it's so sad. Nami's so strong in that situation, but all along breathing a sigh of relief. But the job isn't done yet. You still have to face off against Jedusor, who has had quite the run so far.
No, I mean, I think if you're Along, you're like, wait, I had to fight Hwan Mie, now I have to fight the Fiora 2 with Evelyn's Instinct on the other side? Stop giving me the toughest battles.
It's too much to handle for Along. Another elimination here in Stage 5. Jedusor just spiked. He was, put off the gas all of Stage 4, holding his gold, trying to reach this exact board. Maybe the strongest player in the lobby right now, especially when Hwan Mie has been taken down.
Looking at the health totals, I think if you're Soju, you are just hoping that things go in your favor and someone's able to finish off Steelo Bora and Tianlong before you fall. It does seem like he's on a free fall. The Baron's Lair, I'm not sure how much I really like this. I think of the Jinx comp more as a bursty comp. It's something that you want the fight to end sooner rather than later. So I don't know how much value he really wants to get out of Baron's Lair.
Especially with so many items, that next tank item is not going to be as relevant on just the Maokai 2. Probably just didn't have too many better options. And yet again, Jedusor is the one knocking. I don't think the board from Soju here is going to be able to stand. The fight is just way too low cap compared to Jedusor's level 9 board. Soju will be alive, but as you're mentioning, he's hoping for the downfall of both Tianlong and Steelo Bora.
I mean, the longer the fight goes on, there is more damage that's
Jinx
coming
is
out from
tanky.
the Jinx, but you're right.
If that Jinx board beats Jedusor's, I will have a problem.
Tianlong is going to take a hit there and will go out in 6th place. And so now Steelo Bora and K3 Soju seem like the two most likely contestants. Though Steelo was actually able to stabilize. When this board gets to 9, it does start to come alive quite a bit. You're able to get things like the Karma in, which give you both Voyager and Darkstar. And so now your Veigar, which does have some splash damage to it, is able to take out the backline that otherwise would not be dying to just some random splash damage.
That could also be scary. One off of the Lulu, has the Radiant Edge of Night on the Jax. We saw the power of Jax that can even win games from Jedusor himself in the very first game of the tournament all the way back in day 1. So 3 very scary players currently in the top 3 of the standings, and Soju and Steelo just trying to fight for that 4th place position.
Lisao has so much damage here. The Rammus is the most important part of this board from Steelo Bora. Depending on how long he survives, the Veigar's going to get wrapped on from the Fiora. And this could be everything Soju needs because Steelo Bora will go out. Does Soju take a good enough loss to stay in? Oh, it actually looks like Soju was able to win.
That's surprising. I wonder who against.
Looks like Bensak.
Bensak?
Or a Ghost. Could have been a Ghost.
I think until the Lulu 3 is hit, it might be a pretty even fight up against the Jax, especially if the Jinx locks on early, the Edge of Night is procced, and the Jax is bursted down.
There's the Lulu.
Ooh. No items for it. You can move these Melio items over to the Lulu. Seems like that is going to be the play.
Definitely.
And this is a textbook Jinx game from Soju. This is exactly what the guides tell you to do. This is exactly how to execute this game plan. You top 4, you add a lot of tempo early on, and you've done your job with his 4th place position.
He actually didn't. He put the Thieves gloves under the Lulu instead.
I mean, it's a good TG. You probably checked it. Archangels, Morello, at least for this fight, he still has removers.
We up against Jetasaur. See if this spike is enough to take out Jedu's board, who has been dominating for so much of this lobby. The Jax is going to fall, though, but there's so much damage left for Bentak's board. He will take that win. Soju goes down to 1 HP.
And I do believe Bensak got the golden remover from one of the Thresh boons, which is why he's able to continue pivoting off the TG, when it's where TGs get so much more value, because you can say, oh, what does it fit best? Is it an AP carry? Is it a tank? And you can kind of change your board up every single round.
Another thing to have to consider when you're doing all of your fight positioning and thinking about who you're going to face, but if you're able to get those small little micro details, then that can help out a lot. Very close together, though. Elite Sao is still leading the lobby there with a 4-win streak and that Fiora. 2 Fiora 2s in this lobby as Elite Sao and Jetasaur are both with those carries, but level 10 for Jetasaur as he starts to roll to add in something.
Vex was skipped. Graves was skipped, so it's just going to be the Morgana, potentially the Jhin, just as more utility. There's a Vex pair there, also skipped, so clearly Vex is not going to be the next addition in for Jedu. Yeah, just trying to find utility, trying to find ways to support the Kindred and the Fiora as the 2 stars of this show. I love the Meeple emblem, just chilling there, like, yep, I'm doing something.
Soju will not be long for this world. I cannot imagine he'll be able to take out Jetasaur's board. There's just so much value, and like you were saying, Panda, Soju did his job. This was exactly what he was aiming for. He came in trying to get his top 4, get his valid points, a nice stable game, and then get out. Although it actually is a little bit closer. No, okay, yeah. Jetasaur's board will take him out. Soju finds himself in 4th. You take the points that are there.
Well, that is the nature of this format. The more, slow and steady may win the race. And if you're able to just accumulate multiple top 4s back to back, then all of a sudden you might be in that situation where, okay, we're all in game 6. I just need a 1st place, and that's it. And I can win even if I don't have the most points accumulated.
If you were to look at Soju's notebook in terms of his game plan for this final lobby, it probably looks like 4 games of Jinx reroll or Corki Ribbon, 5th game, Gamba on Anima, and hope I win. And that is a very valid game plan for a checkmate format lobby. That plays to his strengths as well. He knows exactly how to play for that stage 3, stage 4 tempo.
Bentak is going to get a ghost fight here. So this is best case scenario. The problem he's going to face is the HP disparity between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. We're still seeing Lisao and Jetasaur just run over the entire lobby. So I think Bentak probably knows the writing is on the walls. Even if he was able to win this fight, there's just so much room left to go for Lisao and Jetasaur.
With that positioning comes to the Jax winning the Fiora 1v1. When the Jax does win, he can wrap immediately onto the Kindred and take over the rest of the fight. So we'll see if the actual fight between these 2 players changes and if Jetasaur swaps his units.
Well, Bensak is also going to go level 8, so can add in another
The
champion
Ross would
here.
be really nice.
Yeah.
So many traits active. The Ross would give you a ton of attack speed and defensive stats.
This board looks absolutely crazy from Lisao. Has the Fiora itemized, has the Blitz itemized. I think the 2 and the Shen is also on his way. Has a Soul Awakening for these longer fights when the Aatrox is buying so much time in the front line.
How is it going to fare against the Evelyn's Instinct Fiora 2 for Jetasaur? We will find out in a potential final showdown, but it is Jetasaur versus Bensak. Bensak on the verge of elimination in this game, but a 3rd place here is still very good.
Jax popped the Fiora's Edge of Night early, but now the Fiora is running rampant. Can the Jax take the Fiora down? Can the Jax move all the way over to the Kindred? It's too much to chew through for Bensak. Still a strong top 3rd.
You see in the player cams, I'm assuming, I don't speak French, I'm assuming that those motions are him saying, I'll take a 3rd, I'll take a 3rd.
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
What can I do
Très bien.
against these 2 boards? I mean, incredibly high cap boards to start things off for Jedu and Lisao.
Now the question is, how do these 2 cap boards outcap one another? They're both at 0 gold. We saw that Jedu was the player who had gone to level 9 first to maybe knock off some of that HP from Lee Sao, but when they last fought, Lee Sao was actually able to take the fight over Jedu, and now Lee Sao has matched him at level 10.
I think the concern is that Jedu only really has 2 carries in the Kindred and the Fiora. The Fiora can get herself in trouble depending on how she ults and where she ends up on the board. She gets targeted early, whereas Lee Sao just has a lot more star power with the Kindred, the Fiora, the Blitz, and the Shen now as well with the Edge of Night, putting in a lot of work.
2 more items to go on to those units, and then of course a pair of legendaries on the board in case you want to slot in something that's a little more powerful. But the Fiora here for Lee Sao is going to be doing just a little bit more work, but it's still the Evelyn left for the Fiora on the other side, but it doesn't matter. Lee Sao is going to win this fight out with the rest of the strength on the board.
One reminder for viewers, if Fiora is left in a 1v1, she wins it no matter what. So if she was able to kill off the Blitz or the Shen there, that would have been a fight win for Jedu. The same goes for Lee Sao's Fiora if that's the case with the fight RNG.
Jedusaur is going to be able to upgrade this Shen too. And I wonder if that's going to change anything if you can put the items on to it.
Gonna opt to put the Morgana items onto the Shen now. Upgrade the Shen. You will get a lot more damage, some more utility. If you can get a really well-placed Shen ult, that could slow down some of this other side, the Kindred, the Shen, the Fiora. I mean, we are seeing a bit of a mirror match, so let's watch both the Fiora ult and the Shen ult to see what's getting the most optimal cast. Front line is starting to fall here on Jedusaur's side. There is so much
really
left for Lee Sao. Everything crumbles. It's not even close. Lee Sao is going to take our first game and earn himself 8 points.
Pretty crazy play from Lee Sao. The Aatrox 3 early, slamming a Rabadon, reforging it later on, trying to adapt at every stage of the game. He knew the game plan was trying to make it to 9, in this case 10. The hard part was getting there, and he, I think, played it perfectly all across the game. Was so healthy in stage 4 as well.
Great awareness from the Aatrox worth the wait to be able to build around it. I think there's a lot of people that you get the Aatrox worth the wait and you build generic tank items because that's what he is, a tank. But I love the Gargoyles and the Titans. We talked about it yesterday during one of our breakdowns that you get so much value when you're playing around the Nova Strike Aatrox from having additional armor and AD.
Well, I'm so glad that we're going to be able to talk about that just a little bit more, but we do have a recap from our analysts that they can tell us a little bit more about some of the details we might have missed in that first game.
Thank you guys so much. We have, of course, a recap prepared, but it's not necessarily on the game you just saw, although it might look very similar. That Nova Strike Aatrox is something that you mentioned, Gangly. We spotted yesterday, and we were like, we want to talk more about this. So we're going to take a look at Jedu's game of it yesterday, and it will also apply to what we saw from Lee Sao in this game that just happened. So Jedu starts out the game, picks up Salvage Bin. He does buy a bunch of the Aatrox throughout that game, but he sells them again as well. So he doesn't really hold onto them until he picks that Constructed Champion.
Yeah, exactly. And also he needed a plan B, right? He took a steamroll, didn't work out, so losing the early stages of the game. And we see it here, really rolling deep into finding the Aatrox. He knew that was the out, finds a Kindred also in the roll down, and now this is a man with a plan.
He is. He gets into that Aatrox line with that Salvage Bin, perfect items, and later on he finds sweet treats right here, and as the blessed child that he is, he gets Silver Mirror Dawn offered, which is the ideal item because of what Gangly mentioned, that 80 armor on Silver Mirror Dawn is just perfect, and you can see how much damage he is going to apply with that Nova Strike that hits 6 seconds into the game. Here's that tooltip with the major damage breakdown.
Yeah, 1,000 damage to all of the board. So that's effective 8,000 damage at least that you're giving to everyone. So he's one-shotting backlines. He's really pumping it off. And anyone that didn't hit the 2-star carries is very, very low. So actually he's just, even if he's not winning rounds, he's preserving HP and he's punishing the low streakers.
It's wonderful. The only thing I wish Jedu had done to maybe save himself to a first or a second place is what we saw from Lee Sao just now, which is adding in that Vex. He did it at the last moment, and Vex is the perfect unit to round it out because of her passive. So the passive from Vex does steal 1280 AP for every unit that is hit by your team as at the first time it's hit, and because the Aatrox Stride applies to the entire team, well, that is an immediate debuff to the entire enemy team, and it's just so good.
It's so cool that a tech that started on CN was taken by Jidusor and now once again by Lee Sao. So the text has been open, and now the tech master, Tom Jidusor, makes it again.
That's it. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. I'm glad we got a few more details on how that Nova Strike Aatrox can really get it to work. And I think like a great example and beautiful setup there for Lee Sao to show us the second example.
I tend to call these players that are kind of punishing the low roll players in stage 4 the Grim Reaper. I think in this case it's the Grim Cleaver, and that'll be the case if we ever see a Nova Strike Aatrox again. I think it would be quite fitting in terms of the lore and just the artistic style from the Aatrox.
I certainly was not expecting to see that much of the Nova Strike Aatrox. It's not a tech that's particularly common, not because people don't think it's good, but it requires a very specific setup. So the fact that we were able to see it today and yesterday, not only does it show that this is something that's strong that can be played, it shows a recognition from the players. I thought the clip that they showed, what stood out the most to me was how deep Jedusor rolled to find that Aatrox 3, because he knew this is a narrow niche line that if I can find it, it will get me a good placement.
Second place for Jedusor, a first place for Lee Sao, and the points will fall the way that you saw them for the standings because we just had the one game. We're still looking for our competitors to reach 20 total points, and then they need to win in order to claim the Tactician's crown. So we are still a couple games away from that, but it is interesting when you think about the way that this first game finished. Our two most dominant first place rates went 8th and 7th. And that actually think opens up the door a lot, because if we're thinking about them being maybe the most likely to be able to get a first place, at least with the historics that they have for this set, well, they're far away from that 20 points.
Especially if they're not in check later on, they can delay the checkmate, they can force a game 6, a game 7, maybe a game 8, who knows. Looking at Hwami in particular, I think we've seen this kind of playstyle from Ironbach in the past. When he reaches final lobby, he's a very kind of high-risk, fast-line player as well. He's had times where it fails game 1, he goes again, it fails game 2, and he can't get out of that slump. So in game 2 in particular, I have my eyes on Hwamie, how he reacts to this first 8th place, and this is what true champions are made of, bouncing back from a slow start.
It's not even unfamiliar territory for Hwamie. In this set, where he had a 33% win rate over 57 games on the entirety of the set, do you know where he finished in the regional finals? It was an 8th. Because he's opting into this high-risk playstyle. I think you said it perfectly. It's not just about getting points. You have to play in a way that gets you to check so that when you reach it, you can actually get that final win in that moment. I would not be surprised at all to see Hwamie flip the game, because at this point, you might as well. You're not looking at game 4 ending anymore. You're looking at game 5, game 6. It's a long game for the players like Along and Hwamie.
I do think that he also got a little unlucky. Didn't find the Mighty Mech, had a lot of gold to actually roll at level 8 with, respectively. And then the Thresh boon. He actually got threshed.
And the fact you have extra rerolls from the encounter itself. Almost every time we see an Anima player playing into Mech Acel, before they even start rolling, they've already high rolled one copy of Mighty Mech, one copy of Acel. They have it on 3-7 where they're killing a few units. We didn't see a copy of Mech for maybe 50 gold. We thought he was maybe forced to pivot into Vanguards because he had a Nunu pair, for example. So it could not have gone worse for the roll down. He still got it back together, I think, in a clean enough fashion. The duplicators were not really used to the best case. The Urgot didn't do too much in those last few fights, and he had tough matchmaking. He faced some very strong players right when they were peaking as well.
Yeah, I just think that even he got eliminated there in 8th to Along, who fell shortly after that, but I feel like any of the other competitors that he would have played against, he was on borrowed time being at that low of HP through the rest of the game. Someone else was going to knock him out if it wasn't Along.
Completely agree, because we saw Jedusor beat Along, and then we saw Lee Sao beat Jedusor. So you can't really say, unlucky matchmaking. If only I got the 3 weakest players in the lobby.
He might have beat Soju. Jedu was still on Fiora 1 on 5-1. He hit the Fiora 2 on 5-2, and that's where he became the strongest player in the lobby. Lee Sao, I think there was also a window of time on 5-1 where he had not spiked yet because he was saving his gold to make it to 9 and then to 10, as we saw with how high cap boards everything got. So I think there was a window of breathing room for him to maybe start high rolling those ASO copies, for example, as well, to have a little bit more time to hit his upgrade, stabilize, and play for a 3-star 4-cost win condition.
On the flip side, we still have 5 players, I believe, in the lobby who are capable of getting the 3-game check. If players, even as low as Steel Boro, who got 4 points from that 5th place finish, if you go 1-1, that brings you to 20 points after game 3. So we still have many people who could be willing to flip the game because, listen, if I could find one early first place finish when I'm in a good standing in the game, we might be able to pack it up early.
Gangly wants a short day confirmed.
No. My prediction is Soju in 8 with no win. That's my prediction.
Wow, with no wins. Okay.
Yeah.
To explain that a little bit, the maximum number of games that we can go to today is 8. And the day will end with the player with the most points if there isn't somebody in check that actually gets a first in that game. What Gangly is talking about is very statistically unlikely.
I don't think it's ever happened, right?
I don't think we've ever hit 8 games.
We reached 7, but that was the max.
We're going to see the Corky Riven Master getting thirds all day into a first place finish.
I think getting 3rd in 7 games puts you at a pretty high point total, Gangly, but we'll see that'll be the case for the game 8.
Yep.
Look, Ori said, I'll take 2nd place. I'll take the 50K. That would be fine, too.
Yeah, it would need to be third, and then Hwan Mie, after going 8th for the first 6 games, goes first. Game continues, and then that's how it finishes up.
Okay.
Clearly a very likely scenario that Gangly is pondering on here.
Yes, Gangly is his tinfoil hat theory on that these players are going to extend this to 8 games for maximum entertainment value. But let's get into game number 2. See the gods that we have, and it looks like Evelyn is going to be offering some shady dealings in packs.
A little bit more risk than usual added onto the convergence. Ari adding more econ as well, making it easier for those Fast 9 players to reach their high cap boards like the ones we saw last game. I will say game 1, a very good start for Emiya. Jedusor and Bensek both in that top 3, both playing very confident TFT, and I think also showing one of the niche lines, the Jack's Hero Augment, a really nice showing for Bensek. We'll see if we'll have more chances to have that picked up from some players in this final lobby.
I want to see players who are at the bottom completely risk the game because, as we've been saying, you have to. There's no point in just playing for points when you're sitting at the bottom. Maybe game 2, you can afford it if you just want to, get your mental back in check, play a stable 4th or 5th place game, and feel like you're not going off the rails. But very quickly, you will run out of time, and you need to be able to reach these players who are off to the races immediately. Players like Lee Sao and Jedu, who found that early top 2. If either one of them finds another top 2, there will be a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby.
Our encounter for this game 2 will be Golden Gala. Of course, some incredibly impactful game warping augments can be offered on 2-1. I'm thinking of 2 Tanky, I'm thinking of Treasure Hunt for some of the reroll lines, Calculated Loss for both the Anima players and the anti-Anima players.
Nothing too notable that I'm seeing on the right-hand side of the screen. There was the Orin there on one of the benches, so it could be the 2 Tanky like you're mentioning, Panda. But for now, pretty stable. Actually, I really like Bensak's opener. Has a handful of outs where you can hold the Briar, and you also have the Alawi on your bench. See if he decides to do that. No, it just wants to hold the Vanguard package, and also the potential for the Lysandra as well.
Ooh. Also could take some XP here. We saw 3 players take Patient Study in our first game, so that's definitely a possibility. Oh, and a lot of also scaling augments, I did not realize that a lot of our players would really like to play around things like Solo Plate, the Anima Visage augment, the Steadfast Heart.
Heart of Steel, yeah. Heroic Grab Bag offered here potential reroll. Anima Commander, I think Bensek is just waiting for everyone to pick up their augments. If he sees that all 7 players in the lobby are very kind of win streak and tempo focused, and no one has kind of Calc Loss or Clear Mind we're seeing from Jedusor, he might opt into the Anima Commander, but in the end, it will be the solo play that you're mentioning, Necra.
I want to know what Hwanmie was picking because Bensak was just sitting on his board waiting. And look at that. It was the standoff, the two of them. One person's got the Anima Commander, the other's got the calculated loss. They're each waiting for the other person to move off of it. And Bensak is the first to flinch. Hwanmie is going to run it back with a risky style, this time trying to win off the calculated loss.
A strong tempo start here for Along. It's just the Talon 1 for now. We'll see if the Teemo can clean up here, but Nova +1 as well as the Timebreaker +1. You can play into some kind of Nova Riven board on 8. We'll see how that evolves going into maybe a fast 9 board like we saw from Lee Sao last game.
The players who are level 4 right now are the ones that we should be looking to see who are maybe trying to contest the full win. And ironically, 3 players leveled up to 4. 2 of them lost their first round, Along and Jetasaur. K3 Soju is the only player to level early that's on that win, so we're seeing it followed up by Lee Sao as well. The Gwen can do so much damage early, and sitting on the Bastion emblem to make her scale up later into the fight, live a little bit longer. This feels like if Soju can high roll another copy of Gwen, Gwen 2 would be almost a guaranteed 5 streak through stage 2.
I wonder if, okay, so also taking note that Stila of Bora is going to be sitting on a lot of gold and also hoping to break the Anima or the lost streak of Hwanmie. But I wonder if Soju is going to consider going into Space Groove, knowing that there's a 2 tanky player in the lobby.
Most likely. We saw it yesterday. I believe it was from Soju himself in that 3-way contest lobby where Soju rolled early to not only increase his AVP by trying to do well with Space Groove, but also dragging down 2 other players with him, and it did work out quite well for him. For Stilo, I think he's trying to become the Anima player. Most likely will be rolling on 2-5 for Anima, depending on what he sees from both Jetasaur and Hwanmie. Hwanmie on Call Claw, Jetasaur is playing Clear Mind and is relatively open, has 2 Anima right now, has a 3rd in the shop, and he can opt to add it in. Last second, trying to give away as little information as possible, of course.
Ooh.
3 seconds from now, we'll be hearing the pings. And the information's already here. It is going to be a win for Jetasaur, which is pretty bad news. It breaks his 2-loss streak, has to reset. Not the worst news. You can still, of course, salvage a decent enough Anima game from this spot.
I'm actually unsure how high of an Anima you can get. With it just coming in and you're going to be on a 0 loss streak on 2-5, can you actually get to a 400 safely at this late with no losses?
Safely is a big word here. It's carrying a lot of the weight.
Yeah.
Well, you certainly probably don't want to take anything from Evelyn because you're going to lose so much HP.
You take Evelyn safely, scratch that one out.
How many Evelyns were taken at all? Actually, it looks like everyone is opting to take... Actually, I bet you Soju... Yeah, I knew it. Soju is always taking Evelyn. And it makes sense.
Bensak too.
What Soju is doing with this, so this was the 4-cost spend health, I believe, right? That was the Evelyn
4 cost
offer.
for 3 health.
This is Soju opening up a potential high roll.
Just high roll the Nami?
If he finds Nami, if he finds Nunu, if he finds... Riven or Tom Kench. There are so many different outs that he could find on his board that would be great high rolls.
Even just any melee carry with a Bastion emblem can be interesting as well. And for Soju, it makes a lot of sense. You have a resource, which is gold. You have a resource, which is HP. If you have a lot of HP and you're expecting to still have a lot of HP in stage 2 and 3, you're more happy to trade some of it away for some potential high roll, some value that can set up the rest of your game. We saw the power of an early 4-cost for Soju yesterday with LeBlanc. Similar case here, depending on what he hits.
Getting the observers to give us that information, and we'll update you shortly on what they were able to get for their comps. But for now, we can keep our eyes on Jetasaur. It should be a loss.
Yep. Actually a pretty good loss. He should be able to kill. Yeah, gets 1 more kill. So 3 units killed and starts his loss streak. So, I mean, if Jetasaur is able to get losses like that every round, I think he'll be in a great spot. The problem is I don't think that Hwanmie or Steel Bora are going to give him those losses.
And what Gang's trying to say that it seems like Hwanmie and Steel Bora both have no units on their board right now.
Correct.
They are in the openest of forts. The gates are open. The moat is open. Anyone can come in.
What if they tie each other?
That's right. Both of their streaks would be reset to 0, and that would slow down their Anima quite a bit. I mean, they don't have Anima. They would slow down their gold income quite a bit. I would love to hop on to Soju or Lee Sao, as those are the 2 players that are contesting the 5 win streak. And again, Soju was one of the players that took the Evelyn offering. Bensak was the other one, and while he did lose in the last round, it looks like whatever the 4 cost is that he had gotten, he opted to just sell it for Econ.
Bensak looks fairly open to playing a LeBlanc game from this spot, has the open bow, has the early Morgana, has the Leona as well.
Oh, it was the Morgana. Sorry, yeah, I completely missed that then, yeah. So the Morgana comes through.
Just the big solo frontline unit that's holding down the line.
There's a lot of damage on the other side for Lee Sao, who again is trying to contest this 5 streak, so a super important fight here. If Bensak's able to hold the line, that would deny Lee Sao a lot of econ.
There was a tie. Hwamye and Steel of Bora actually did face each other.
Expected outcome, neither player had anima in, so it's not like they have this massive setback to the game plan, but all in all, it will be a lot of gold loss for both of those players. Jedusor did lose this next fight as well, and he still has those 2 items on the Aurora, so he could be getting some really nice anima losses. We'll see if that continues going on. 65 stacks for now.
Lee Sao being able to streak while playing 2 tanky is a very scary position for the rest of the lobby. He was sitting on the pair of Teemos, which he can use to potentially hold the Samira items. He actually did have the Rage Blade Slam, though. Now that I think about it, are you actually considering playing the Samira with Rage Blade, or is there some 2 tanky Teemo tech that we might be seeing today?
We saw from Lee Sao with the Rabadon Slam on Veigar, despite the Aatrox 3, he just likes playing for HP preservation, he likes playing for tempo. We'll see what he can do with that Rage Blade later on. I think he just might be tempo slamming, maybe finds a Reforger later on. The biggest concern for me is that it is obvious what his game plan's going to be, and someone like Stilo of Bora with the advanced loan, it looks like he is also moving into the Space Groove line. Potentially, we're going to see the same from Soju. So it's the same exact scenario that we saw yesterday. 1 player onto tanky, 2 other players playing vertical, trying to slow that player down.
Soju was the most contested player in the Americas this entire set for this exact reason. He plays from ahead, plays into a contested line, and oftentimes he's not able to hit the full cap of the board, but he has so much health that because it's 3-way contested, one of the other players will not be able to hit as well. They'll lose out. He'll be able to find the 4 cost after them, stabilize into a 3rd, 4th, or 5th. And so this, again, feels like just very textbook Soju.
I'm only giggling because I'm like, some people will be really mad about that happening in
Yeah,
your
like why
game.
are you 3-way contesting me, man? Like you got 1 billion
Like,
gold, million HP, just play something else.
It's the highest EV thing you can do. The high
That
EV
is
thing
true.
in competitive games and free-for-all games like TFT, it's not just the best thing for you, but also the thing that can drag down other players, because then your expected value just goes up and up and up. We'll see for Bensak, it will be spreading roots. He does want to play into a little bit of variance. It will be Jedusor rather. And he does find Challenger and Timebreaker. He can move into a potential. He can't really move into any kind of line because he has AP items. I imagine it will be a double emblem Reforge.
Oh,
Anima.
Finds the Vanguard at the very least.
The 6 Anima angle.
It's time.
We finally get to see it. Although, I mean, technically, if you do get the Anima cash out, that gives you the Fiora 2. Most of the 500 cash outs will give you that. I don't think he's hitting 500, but there is an angle.
I mean, he's actually pretty healthy, so maybe.
And good news for Lee Sao, good news for Soju. Looks like Steel of Bora has sold his orange, has sold his Space Groove units. He's now potentially moving into a mech line. Makes a little bit of sense, considering that he has the Stone Plate, he has the Rod Open as well. He has fairly good items for it. He's level 7, 45 gold, thanks to the advanced loan.
And with it being just a gold augment, the lower tier augment he got, it's just going to be best friends, going to be silver instead of gold. So he's got to be feeling good knowing that no one else is going to be running away with prismatics all across the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, he wins that first 50-50. The game, maybe he loses like 1 full placement of expected value if that were prismatics into gold. So really good news for him.
Also note, Soju looks like lost the last 2 rounds. Well, oh no, just the 1, okay. Oh yes, because he lost some HP off the Evelyn boon as well. Did lose a round, still unable to find the Gwen 2, so wasn't able to find that high roll, but still full steam ahead, just trying to build a strong board. We've seen a lot of the Americas players in general play around the Talon 2 so much this tournament. It's such a great unit, even on stage 3, because of the access it has to the enemy's backline. And so for a player who is maybe not full streaking, but just trying to kill units every single turn, it is the ideal setups. And it also gives Rogue to the Gwen, which is your primary damage carry for Soju.
Does a surprising amount of damage. I'm always shocked, even without an item. I'm like, what is this Why is it so hard to kill? But Along now with the anima in, also with some spreading roots emblems. I actually think he must have reforged one of them.
The Timebreaker into
The Voyager.
The Voyager. Not the best pairing with Nova, of course. I think it's a little bit hard to fit both Voyager and Nova onto your board in any of the usual 4-cost comps we tend to see.
Ooh, 2-star 3-cost is offered, which could open up Lee Sao to maybe just find a 2-star Orin or a 2-star Samira.
He must pick it. I think there's you have to.
I mean, you're on a streak. Even if it's not the one you hit, you get so much value just off of the tempo.
A lot of gold.
Is he the last one thinking about it, though? Because 5 free rerolls is also very good.
I think there were actually 2 people that did take Evelyn. Lead Sao is one of them.
Yep, he did. Makes sense.
Maybe Soju again.
There's just so few things you could hit if you're Lee Sao right now that would actually be bad for your board.
Diana. might be one of those things. How do we break it to Diana that she is not the unit we wish she was?
Oh, man. That's all right. He is rolling here, though. Wants to maintain the win streak. Also wants to try and find the Samiras. And gets a second board, second Orin on his board.
No copies of Samiras. I think he's happy to just continue playing around the Teemo for now with a Rageblade build. This should be strong enough, he feels, to win this fight. He is playing an Anima player, although kind of a strong version of it with 3 items on the Belveth. But this should be an expected win here, especially with the dummies. Really impactful. I do believe the dummies get the 2 tanky buff as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do. You can see the shield sitting there on the other dummy right now.
This is just tech after tech after tech from our final lobby players in this tournament.
The 2 Teemos really holding down the fort there. Why is he holding on to the Akalis, actually? Is there...
Just for fun.
It might just be a transition. Maybe he thinks he can build some sort of board here. Okay, no, they're gone. No need to think about it too much there.
I mean, you're playing Nova already on the board. It could be just a way to get crits, especially when you have the Striker's Flail already built.
Oh, Necro, you were right. It was Soju that was the other player that took Evelyn.
And he got a Diana
And he
also.
got a Diana. But this Diana looks a whole lot better than the other one, that's for sure.
Yeah,
he was sitting on that Gwen 1 the entire game, right? And you have to imagine if he found Gwen 2, then he's also on a 9 streak right now. So I think he's happy to just take the Diana, get some more tempo. This should be able to kill a lot of things on the other side. Bensek finds the Nami to go along with the Morgana. So it's going to be able to get a lot of front line and back line on this board.
Soju's not really committed to Space Groove at all, despite us mentioning that that was the game plan he was going for. He is holding units on the bench for now, but Soju's a player that I think can make some incredibly creative, just front-to-back, strong TFT board on level 8 with very flexible combinations. So we'll see what he ends up committing to on his roll down. I assume on 4-2, considering the gold he has right now.
Going to see a roll down here from Jetasaur. Seems to be going into Space Groove as well.
Skips the Vex.
Nami's found. Orin 2 does give you a lot of front line.
He sold all of his backline immediately once he found that Nami.
Has most of the pieces that he needs. Ideally, you want to be playing around 5 Space Groove. It's the one that scales really well later into the fight. People call it essentially a baby's Baron's Lair, if you think of it that way. But a very, very strong combat trait that is significantly stronger than the 3 Space Groove.
And if Lee Sao starts scouting, he's going to get very worried considering the units that players are buying here. Steel of Bora already on the Blong 2, level 8, 30 gold. Can think about going 9, maybe needs to get a little bit more frontline going for now, but has the Laui 2, that should be enough actually.
Yeah, this board looks very powerful. Huge roll down from Hwanmie though. Also on that same LeBlanc line.
Whoa, he has 6 Nunus though. He's going to make life very difficult for any AP Flex player in this lobby.
That's true.
There are so many of them, so I think that's going to be a high majority of the players.
This game 2 is becoming just grief fight tactics. Everyone is griefing each other, making life difficult.
All along, it's still sitting on the Anima cash out. You could see, even by the backline item, that the Aurora has, that he's just taking the 100 cash outs, taking his losses, getting a little bit of drip econ when it's offered to him.
And we're seeing from the triple loss streak open fort stage 2 that no one was really able to go into a long animal loss streak. It's just a little bit of resources here and there, as you're mentioning, Gangly.
Instead, look at the HP because of that, right? Now they've all lost. No one has lost 10 in a row. No one's rich. They're all poor, and they have no health. 30 HP for 5th place to fifth place, and 61 HP for K3 Soju in 4th.
And the top 3 players are all playing around Nami and Space Groove. It's a very interesting lobby for sure.
Only LeBlanc and only Nami for the eyes to see.
Soju takes reinforcement and is able to find the Nami 2 instantly.
I think there's already 8 Namis out of the pool, and Lee Sao and Bensak are yet to hit their 2-star upgrades. That is a pretty crazy turn of events. We're on 4-2 as well.
Ooh.
Shen.
So finding the Shen, he knows that he can't be able to buy the Nunus on the roll down. There's already so many of them out. Hwanmei holding 6. And with the Bastion emblem that Soju has, he can actually flex into this 4 Bastion front line with the Nami 2 in the back line.
No, this is looking so difficult for Along. Just the game plan, as we mentioned earlier, the combination of the Voyager and the Nova. Kindred 1, no duo carry set up here. He's low on HP. Some players are getting really scary. I'm concerned for Along, especially considering he went 7th place in game 1 as well.
Looks like Jetasaur was also able to find the Nami 2. So despite the fact that we were saying this was the line that maybe no one would be able to hit their board, it feels like maybe everybody is just hitting.
Bad news for Along and Hwanmei, I think. Hwanmei is still sitting on 1 copy of the LeBlanc, so that's a player that does need to get some reinforcements in here. And then Bensak too, what is he going to do? He's decided to go to ASOL.
He had the build for it with the solo plates, so I think he was a little bit concerned that Along was holding those mech units in stage 3. He pivoted off of that, so the path was open and clear. I think Bensak saw that the rest of the AP lines were way too congested. He doesn't want to, just play into a Gamba three-way contest on Nami or on LeBlanc. So off into the ASOL. No anima cash outs, no real strong synergies with artifacts or radiance, so probably just opting for a top 4 placement.
Jianlong, someone we have not spoken about too much on this game, playing around the bodyguard training, where you really do want to be able to get to level 9 to get full value there. But it's worth noting he's another player that's griefing the Orns, as Lee Sao has been unable to find...
And the Samiras.
Yeah. So many of those units are taken out of the pool, and Lee Sao, despite the incredible HP lead, if some of these players fall a little bit early, he might actually just fall behind in lobby tempo, as players are able to go to level 9 a little bit earlier.
7 free rerolls if you feel like you need to finish off some of these comps.
Can also get a free item for 5 health when you're at 84 from Lee Sao, for example. I think that's quite good value, especially considering he's trying to duo carry both the Samira and the Nami.
Yeah, he does need a couple more items for the Nami, but everything else has been built out.
It appears Lee Sao might be the only person, right? I think even Soju might have opted to just take the rerolls this time around.
Really would love an 80 item. Another Gunblade, so a lot of extra healing here.
Okay, now you can kind of redo some things. A Gunblade for the Nami also, I guess.
I mean, honestly, your Nami items look very strong.
Yep.
If you can get this Nami 2 at some point in the game, it'll put in a lot of work. The biggest problem is that we're sitting on 3 Samiras because it's just everyone is taken out of the pool. I mean, they are there, but I don't actually think with this many players playing Samira, it's even possible to hit Samira 3 until some of them die.
Steal a Boro we talked about at the very early LeBlanc 2. He used that to propel forward to level 9. He's sitting on a Blitz pair. He's not extremely rich at this point in time. He has to find that next big spike to stay alive in this lobby.
And with players like K3 Soju trying to go level 9 to find his own Blitz.
Uh-oh, Kindred on LeBlanc. Does she stay alive? Looks like she might just... Yeah, she's going to win the fight here. It's a close one at the end. But Along now down to his very last life. Shades of game 1, 4 HP for Along, 7 HP for Tianlong.
I mean, it looks very bad for all 3 competitors who are sitting in the bottom 3 for the main reason that Hwanmei is on a 4 streak and is one of the low HP players alongside you. If you are in that bottom 4, you need to be the strongest person, not just among the 4 of you, but the strongest person in the lobby in order to have a strong finish in this game.
And this would be a repeat bottom 4 for Tianlong and Along. And that would be a tough start to the day.
It's a crazy result for Tianlong in particular playing Xayah, because he played it 3 times across day 1 and 2. He won all 3 of those games with Xayah. Complete dominance on this line. This could be the complete opposite here if it's in 8th place. It will be exactly these 2 players facing off. We will be having at least 1 elimination as early as stage 4 here. Kindred versus Xayah, ramping AD carries on either sides. Which of the front lines crumbles earliest? It looks like it will be Tianlong, but it's fairly close.
Oh, man.
The Kindred's doing enough here. Tianlong, a tragic result here on his favorite comp.
I mean, it's off the back of Hwanmei holding 6 Nunus. You're playing Xayah without a single Nunu on your board, which is so important. Imagine this Kindred on the side of Along not being able to ramp up throughout that fight, the Rage Blade getting no value. It's a completely different fight. Treasure Armory.
The Tom Catch item here.
Yep.
Trying to maybe think of who's going to be the future duo carry. Is there going to be another duo carry, considering that you're on 8, you're on 1 life, you're on little gold as well, just 5 gold to work with. This is maybe one of the problems here. It's really just the Kindred putting in the work for this board. You have the Sunfire board already, so no need for any anti-heal items.
We also lost to Steelo Bora the last time we fought, which could be damning in of itself. I don't know if there are enough weak players in this lobby to really get you there. Even Soju, who had just lost 2 fights, is now level 9, has rolled it down to 0, is trying to stabilize his board there. I'm not exactly sure who Along could possibly beat.
Lee Sao is going to be on 8 copies of Ornn, so he's very close to that next big spike. He might play around Gwen with the 2 tanky. He's on 9 copies of Gwen right now, only on 4 copies of Samira. That'll be a very interesting adaptation to the contests he's seen across this game too.
Is that going to be strong enough, though, in the grand scheme of things?
He has so much HP, maybe he's just hoping to slowly bleed out if he isn't able to play on the Samira at all, which seems to be the case, right? He's 3 gold, only 4 copies, he's so far away. He's just hoping to hit the Ornn 3 and win some of the fights here in stage 5. The overall cap is quite low in this lobby. Due to the contest, no one has really run away with the game. No one is reaching the level that we saw in game 1 from Lee Sao and from Jedusor.
I think the biggest winner might be Soju if he's able to stop the loss streak. He does have a single copy of the Blitzcrank and the Shen, but it's that front line that's really missing after taking that reinforcement. Hwanmei on 9 and rolling. 1 life left alongside Along.
It was a great find for Hwanmei. Finding the pike there gives him both Psionic and Voyager. Voyager is such a huge spike. I believe that gives him 3 Voyager, which is the checkpoint that is the strongest gap, the largest gap, and also a Psionic item for his Karma.
Long stacking all of his damage on the right side, trying to burst through some of the units even if he loses, trying to maybe get less damage on the loss compared to the other players who are on 1 life. On the flip side, Hwanmei's LeBlanc is stacking double Rage Blade build here, so hoping for a longer fight up against the Nami. The Nami has not done enough. Hwanmei's board looks strong enough. Soju is taken down from, I believe it was 17 or 16 HP.
16,
it was a huge hit.
And Along will fall as well, so Soju will not go out in 7th. It will be a 6th, but a surprising early exit for Soju, who looked like he was in a prime position, finding that Nami 2 so early, but unfortunately, when he went 9, wasn't able to get anything upgraded. No Tom Kench 2, no Shen 2, no Blitzcrank 2, and the front line just could not hold.
Hwanmei and Steelo Bora rising up as these fast 9 AP players. They've made it to 9. They've hit a lot of their key upgrades, maybe missing just the Blitz 2 for Steelo. I think they're in a good position to top 4, maybe start climbing these HP totals to that 1st or 2nd place position.
Soju going out also opens up the door for Lee Sao to now find the Ornn 3 and the Samira 3, which generally speaking, when you find your 3-cost reroll units this late, it's just not good enough. 2 tanky can sometimes just be enough of a cap that if he gets them online, he might be able to still find that top 2. Right now, though, upset Bensak is looking surprisingly strong for this non-anima Acel board. It's just not something we ever see.
Uncontested TFT. This is the magic of it. In a low cap lobby, Bensak is, the one harvesting all these other players and just taking over off of having hit much earlier and having just a very strong setup, right? Solo play, declaw against all of these AP comps.
We're looking at our two players who are sitting on just 1 life. 1 hit for either of them will do it. Still a board finding the Sona 2. Let's see how itemization comes through. Generally, you want to make sure that you have 8 mana generation on your Sona to get her cast as often as possible. It doesn't have it to spare, so he's just going to have to go for a couple of really big casts instead. And up against Bensack, who, like we said, a lot of the power he's getting is from the cap being generally low, but I would say Steel Abora's board looks pretty powerful. Let's see if the lack of a gold combat augment is the difference maker, as the front line will fall. But there's still a lot of damage here. The Azul should be able to clean it up there. Steel Abora will die, and on the left-hand side, Hwanmie versus Lee Sao, who did find the Ornn 3, no Samira 3, and so Lee Sao will take a big hit, should still be alive though.
Alive and barely, as Hwanmie is also going to be on that 1 life still. Maybe now you're able to get some of these other units, like the Blitzcrank was on Soju's board. We did see the Namis as well. It's just so hard because, you know, Bensack, Jedusori, they've already kind of hit everything that they want. So how do you actually make this board strong enough?
What an interesting game regarding the minutia of being contested in TFT and how to adapt to it as well. The top 4, the same exact top 4 as last game, plus Hwanmie, who has salvaged from an 8th place to now at the very least a top 4. Bensack and Jedusor looking very good for EMEA starting off this day 3. And Lee Sao as well, despite being contested, despite it seeming like he's already in check with how much players were trying to drag him down in this game too. He has at the very least managed the top 4. We'll see if he can do more than that. Bensack has been kind of the threshold player, the benchmark player in this stage 5. If you can beat Bensack, you can top 4. If you can't, you're going out. And it looks like Lee Sao is going to pass the test. The Acel is ramping actually.
Gonna catch him. Run! Run away! No! Lee Sao taking 4th place there does mean that 3 of our top 4 from this game are going to be eligible to reach check in that next game. Bensack finding this very key top 3 guarantees him the 6 points that would put him at least on 12. And then Jedusor, of course, finding the top 3 after going 2nd means that in game 4, if one of these players will reach check, the entire dynamic of the lobby will shift. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got another game before we get to that, but there will be 3 main characters going into game 3 of the day.
You can see how just low cap this lobby is. Bensack is still on level 8. Jedusor is still on Blitz 1, just winning fights and top 3 with a Nami 2 and a Ornn 2 as well. And we're looking at Hwanmie here. Off of just LeBlanc and then Morgana, he's able to make it to 9. He's able to win some fights. He's on a 4-win streak now. Now he's starting to get to the 5-cost upgrades. Is that going to be enough to win the game? To really come back in this game too from an 8th place to a 1st place?
I think it could be. I mean, Bensack is also going to go level 9, but a lot of those unit slots are being taken up by the fact that he's got these upgrades onto these mech units. But let's find out, because they are going to be facing each other, as we do see Jedusor taking on a Ghost. But Bensack checking in on that just a little bit as we see the LeBlanc start to ramp up from Hwanmie. It is going to target down into that mighty mech, and it gets deleted as the Aurelian Soul from Bensack is hoping to try to make up some of the difference. It gets surrounded, and even though there's a nice big cast for a stun, Karma gets taken out, and Jedusor actually going to win against that Ghost as well. It's getting very close now.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from Hwanmie. Flip the game. Listen, the first one went poorly. It can't get any worse than that. You might as well get yourself back into the game, and it's going all according to plan. Jedusor and Bensack, though, you have to be feeling pretty good. I think Jedusor has been playing this game very well for how contested it has been. May not have enough, but this is the fight that's going to determine 2nd and 3rd place, as he will be going up against Bensack. Question is it the Ghost fight? I think you're really hoping that you get the Ghost and Bensack has to play the real Hwanmie. No, will be real.
Okay, it's Jedusor versus Bensack, so only one Frenchman can survive this game and try to take that 2nd place, as Hwanmie is going to be the one to face the Ghost. Now it's about the Nami trying to get some access to that Karma or that Aurelian Soul, and some of that splash damage is going to be good as the front line holds strong for Jedusor. And the Karma down, just the Aurelian Soul, and so it will be Jedusor that takes the win over Bensack.
An exact repeat almost of the game 1. Instead of Lee Sao, it's Hwanmie on top, but Jedusor in 2nd place, Bensack in 3rd place, accumulating those points in this final lobby. I think understandably so, Bensek had nothing really special going on for him in terms of his board. He did his job in terms of being that player, benchmarking everyone else at the start of stage 5, saying, hey, you haven't hit your upgrades, you're too weak, I'm taking you down. But once the big dogs come around, once the fast line players truly stabilize, they hit their 5 costs, now they're taking over.
I want to watch for the Blitzcrank positioning here. The Morgana is the unit that's tanking so much on the side of Hwanmie, and while the last couple of fights have not been close, the Blitzcrank 2 could be the difference maker. You can see it is actually on the Morgana right off the bat. The cast is going to come through and displace that. Does it give Nami the ability to start hitting the LeBlanc? It actually does. That's a huge cast. The LeBlanc is actually dead on the other side. And the Blitz 2 displaces the Morgana, and that's enough for Jetasaur to win the game.
And the Ornn walks into that backline there as well, so a bit tragic positioning there from Hwanmie. Still a great climb up from 8th place to 2nd, and a massive message sent to the rest of the lobby from Jetasaur. He is hungry to surpass that runner-up position he got back in set 11. He wants to do more. He wants to become a champion.
It was Dishsoap that won that set 13 into the Arcane when Jetasaur came so close. And it was in that same set, the Macau Open, that Jetasaur found his 4th place finish there. He's been so close to reaching the final test, right, of being able to hoist the crown for himself, and has always fallen just a little bit short. This is the opportunity he has. He is the front runner as of right now.
And there's no dish soap in this lobby,
That's true.
so he doesn't have to worry about that. Jetasaur already putting on a dominant performance alongside Bensak, 2 top 3s back-to-back. Can they keep up the momentum? We'll find out after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Tacticians Crown. And a big welcome to all of our friends from League of Legends as well. MSI has just ended. Congratulations to HLE as well. And if you want more exciting action, we have more to offer. This is the biggest tournament Teamfight Tactics has to offer. My name is Mix, and I'm joined by Rupeson and Clement. 2 games have already happened, and we're already having some of our players reach closer to the esteemed 20-point checkmark.
We have 3 players that could achieve check just in this game alone. And surprise, there's going to be 2 EMEA players, Jedusor and Benzak, right on the cusp. And of course, following them is going to be Lisao. These are the 3 players that actually held tempo throughout the start of both of these games. And that seems to be the key. There's a lot of loss streakers here. We saw both of the APAC players and Hwanmie going for big loss streaks, so maybe holding steady is going to be the key.
Yeah, and they're still taking risks. You mentioned Hwanmie, first game, also doing anima, trying to get a big cash out, managed to cash out, but then immediately goes against the strongest in the lobby. So high risk, high reward, and he's keep playing it. Normally, if you have a bad game, you get an 8th, maybe you try to ramp a little downer onto the side, but he totally pop-ups, and now we have a chance to see more gameplay out like this.
All right, I kind of want to talk about it because the way Checkmate works is 20 points and you need a win. Now, we're still not at the 20-point mark, but we are at the possibility of reaching it in that next game. Should Jedu take any of the upper 5 placements in the game, he's going to be able to reach it. Lisao and Benzak also with the option to get there with a 1st or a 2nd place. Everyone else still playing for catch-up, so those are going to be the big players to watch.
And I have to say, this is actually a really rare situation where we have 3 frontrunners in a single lobby. One of the more, I think, diversive and more, bigger difference between the top and the bottom of the standing so far.
Yeah, also we've seen not many emblems so far, and that's exactly what they want to play around. We've seen players like Soyun playing, keep maintaining the tempo with scavenger possibilities, but obviously I want to see more of the flashy. I want to see an Aurelion Sol maybe on the next one, and the Space God, they have to be on your side if you want to pop off.
They have to be. I personally would love to see some Evelyn. I'm always ready for a little bit of a steamroll moment. I think that would be very fun, but I think our players are maybe hoping more for something like a Yasuo to take it a little bit more traditional. It's definitely one of the favorites that we had so far.
The biggest problem the meta has thrown to our players is how do you get out of that level 8 AP line congestion. Last game, there was 4 players angling for Shepard early on, and we've seen very different answers from each of them. For Hwanmie, you have to play even more extreme. I'm only playing Shepard from anima, from massive loss streaks. For Benzak, he's saying, you know what, I'm not going into the contest, I'm going to play the B tier lines. I'll play the Lulus, I'll play the Aurelion Souls, off of the animas, no cash outs necessary, but I will hold a steady top 4 position. So that's a really interesting question for a lot of them to solve. And for someone like, K3 Soju, I'm just not even going to go in the ring. I might just go for Quirky Riven or go for my Jinxes.
I mean, he has shown that Quirky Riven can win games despite our doubt, despite us saying we don't think that is a really good comp to get those win outs. He has done it. So Soju shutting up the haters in more than one way.
Yeah, I mean, you need help, right? You need the death plate early, you need the possibilities. We see players here hydrating, here Jedusor, everyone locked in. Hwanmie laughing about low rolls and high rolls, still being true to the game, trying to keep pop-off. I mean, winning on the Macau was so great for him, on Paris Open, sorry. And now the chance for him to pop off once again, Clement, and take its CN region back to the Garden of Greatness.
We've talked about Hwanmie. He has a muse on his shoulder that often whispers the most genius solutions to his board. But sometimes it can also be poisoned lies, like we saw in Game 1, where he had Commerce Core and he was offered a Thresh. And his muse was like, oh, what's the worst that could happen, buddy? He clicks it in, no shops for the next 2 rounds, and he kind of implodes on the spot. I honestly felt like Hwanmie has played a very good game so far, but just that Game 1 kind of showed you the high-risk, high-reward factor of his gameplay.
And we are going to be going into the game here. It is going to be Soraka and Varus for game number 3. As we move in, we'll also see that it's upgraded champion, so our players are going to be starting with a 2-star here. Across the board, I'm seeing some Cho'Gath. That's certainly something players will consider.
Yeah, our veteran players already know this, and many on the chat, but for the new ones, the players that are coming in and our new viewers, Aurelion, we have Varus and we have also Soraka. So for Soraka, healing, good possibilities. For Varus, normally we're trying to go for the duplicators, trying to go for a reroll line. He can give you that, and he can give you other possibilities that we normally consider a miss. So a lot of the players should go into the reroll line as a main angle.
Yeah, especially comboed with that Victor encounter, you can get 2 small duplicators, lesser duplicators for your 1 cost earlier on stage 2. That would be a very fast runway into a Dark Star line, so you can see Stilo of Bora here already picking up the Lissandra, and then Tianlong, of course, maybe angling for that Vanguard AP flex line with a very strong Leona. We'll pay close attention to what Arbiter he gets.
We'll also pay attention to Soju, of course, as he's currently building out those early boards. Something you always see on his board that I don't necessarily see on every other board is the holding of the meeple units. It's something he is very akin to, as he does like to default into those lines of playing around the meeple, playing around the Corki Ribbon.
K3 Soju, if you've watched him enough, his best starting position is going to be 3 meeple with the Fizz and a 2-star Talon going onto the board. Talon is incredibly powerful, dodges, aggro, can get to the back line, and also a great holder for the Deathblade. But onto the golds we go.
Also, before regionals, he loves to play Veigar. He's not playing it right now that much until he has the perfect spot, but it's exactly as you say, mates. He loves the meeple angle, not only the normal AD flex into Corki, but also the AP angles if you had the ideal spot.
That's right, and we are checking in with our Stargazer. It's going to be the Mountain, so that will be something to keep in mind here. Is certainly one that players run for, and there's one player in this lobby that has played a lot of Lulu reroll throughout yesterday and the day before that. 3 games tracked on that composition, and that is going to be Bensek. So I am very curious if he sees the signs, but for now looks like it's going to be just a nice little slam of the emblems, and will be going for Space Groove as well as Shepard, so that's off the table now. No Lulu this time.
Yeah, spreading roots into Shepard. Normally, you have to face Space Groove because he's stronger, but the itemization, the rest of the unit are trying to tell him that maybe he wants to play also into the Shepard line. Normally, Space Groove is already a premium comp. The emblem will go directly onto the ribbon, and the units are not helping. That's the difficult possibility. No good tempo on the start.
You can actually play a 5 Space Groove off Mountain, the 5 Stargazer with this additional emblem and still make it work. We've actually seen it in this TAC round already, where you have the Stargazers on the units like the Nami and the Blitzcrank. So, but as I say that, Bensek obviously clears his board for the additional interest rates here. I really want to check what K3 Soju has gotten. He has playing 3s, Legion of 3s. Oh, and that's, a perfect hit for him as well. Another Bastion to go very nicely into a potential Corki line.
I always want to see Soju in something else, but the stars are just aligning for him to go down this route. So I assume you guys are right. I think that's probably what we're going to be seeing here. But I feel like we need to talk about the 2 players that are currently leading on points, and they're currently trying to maybe get some streaks going. Lee Sao is going to be the player on the other side here, and we get a glimpse of his board. Empowered Leona from the upgraded champion, I believe, is where he had that one from, as well as the artifact should pose a pretty big unit for that talent to take down, but maybe that Sunfire is enough.
And for Soju, yeah, maintaining tempo is the name of the game, and if he managed to maintain the win streak, that's so important for him. If he doesn't, it becomes immediately into just a top 4 line. So he really wants to try his out, holding a lot of the units' possibility here on the bench, and trying to get a good angle here to maintain tempo and keep being strong.
And for Lee Sao, that was a bit of an unfortunate matchmaking. You could see him shake his head right there. He had an extra unit from the Apothecaric Forge, but wasn't able to change the fight, as we saw K3 Soju's Talon go directly for his backline. And this seems to be Lee Sao's game plan. He is a counter meta player when it comes to the CN region. CN really likes their high cap boards. They have 9 points given to first places in semifinals, and Lee Sao just says he's usually aiming for 2nd or 3rd off of tempo game plans. Probably not going to be viable for him this time around. He's going to have to find an off-ramp somewhere.
Well, there's still plenty of options to find. Of course, 2 more augments on top of our offerings from the gods will be in the pool for players to maybe find those winks of fate for themselves. But let's check in with the lower end of the HP right now. We find Bensek and Jedusor, the 2 EMEA players who have been doing really well in those first 2 games. I usually like seeing them play from ahead of the lobby. I like to see them on those win streaks. I think that's usually where they show up the brightest. So seeing both of them currently on a little bit of a flip-floppy lost streak segment is a tiny bit worrying, but not too much.
I just wanted to point out, Steelo of Bora had a small frowny face because he did not find the 2 tinny duplicators. That was what he was aiming for with the Cho'Gath and Lissandra. It is going to be Lover's Duo, but we haven't seen any 3 or 2 cost just yet.
Yeah, it's the difficulty about Barrows. You're trying to go for the duplicator, first the small ones, and then the middle ones to really pop off. And if you don't get it, your game plan has to change a little. You have to play onto your high rolls and your outs, and it just didn't happen. Tianlo here fully open, just trying to grief if anyone wants to go to the Anima line, and be sure to block that loose streak. But for now, just maintaining, well, possibilities with the augment that he has, thinking about the late game.
And that is exactly what Along and Tianlong need to do, because both of these players are currently only on 4 points. They're nowhere near this checkmark point set. And so they are playing spoiler. They're trying to bully the rest of the lobby and look for players who are trying to build those streaks just to ruin them. And one of the players that is trying to get Anima going is going to be Bensek right now, and he will not find the loss here because of what Tianlong is doing. He's going to be snapping his streak, and that is really unfortunate for Bensek.
I almost feel like this is a bit too greedy from Bensek when you have a very clear angle to groove. Wouldn't you prefer to just full win streak at this point? He's probably judging that, okay, there's a lot of tempo Timmies in my lobby here, so I might as well pick up whatever I can. But it's not going to be a very large cash out no matter what.
We've seen a few 100 cash out, maybe 200 to get those small items that give you just a little more strength, a little more stats, just to give you a more presence. And of course, in the Space Root line, any stats is a good chance. Already have the healing and have some more possibilities there to pop off. Soju, the only one trying to go for the win streak, so important for him to get more value of the augment and start tempoing out also stage 3.
Yep, this Bastion emblem is a terrific item for the Riven coming into the later phases, and this is a opening that we have seen K3 Soju play time and time again. He has played the most quirky Riven out of any of our players over the entire set.
And if he can preserve HP in the early and mid game specifically, there is a really, really good shot for him to just coast into a good placement here. It's usually where we see him open with losses is where I start to get worried, because that comp just cannot cap as high as some of the other comps that we've seen time and time again. But I think Soju is in a really good spot right now to maybe get just the preferred humble TFT outcome that we always talk about him for so much.
And that we love for him. I mean, that's the playstyle that got him here. We talked with him in the interview yesterday. He said, yeah, I'm not planning on winning the whole game. If I do, I have to high roll in the end. I'm an AVP player. I want the points, and this is exactly what you have to do. Tempo it out from the early start, get pressure into LoE, get everyone low in HP. That we talk about, obviously, you being healthy, but you're pressuring everyone. Everyone's very low, and then you just manage to get a 4th place for free.
I'm just saying, if Steelo of Bora and Tianlong have the same game plan every time, why not do that, right? Why not level aggressively? Why not try to go for a B-tier comp that can punish early? And, you know, thanks to our observers, this is exactly the person we should be looking at right now, because he is the only one going for the 1-cost reroll. Steelo of Bora already sitting on 5 copies of the Lissandra, 4 copies of the Cho'Gath. We want to see if he has enough gold to start his roll down. He should roll a little here.
Yeah, at least onto 30. If he really wants to pop off into this angle, he should. Thinking about it.
Do the Cho'Gaths present themselves? A lot of times you can get away with not leveling for the Lissandra, but the Cho is mandatory here. Once you get Cho'Gath to 3 stars, it actually gives you a huge boost in the permanent HP you gain, and he has only 1 copy off. Very successful roll down for Steelo of Bora. Even though he misses the tinny duplicators, he is still on track.
So important for this Cho'Gath. It's a unit that needs the scaling, needs to either participate in the killing or do the killing itself, and it will get so big, we'll see him ramping up, same as League of Legends. He will keep getting stronger, bigger and bigger until, I mean, he's just a menace right there. Doing good damage and, of course, maintaining healthy the backline.
pretty good find for Along on the other side. That Ornn with 3 items, and of course the Steadfast augment here is going to be a pretty big enemy for that Cho for now. It will take a really long time for him to get through, if he can get through it at all. There is, of course, healing from the Spirit Visage, and the Shojin does help with the cast, but if there's nobody else supporting on this board, unfortunately that is going to be a loss for Stilo Obora here. But I think that was probably the worst player in this lobby to run into for this Cho'Gath, so I'm not too worried going forward, but we do have Prismatics on our hands here, and that could take things for a big spin.
One overflow for the AP angle if he must, but no, decides to min-max here. Jedusor just trying to pop off. Full combat augments here for Along, getting the Baron Slayer, full stats. And of course, Wanmi thinking about money here. Hedge fund, fully indexing on Total Gamer, and once again playing for the cap out.
We've seen Wanmi do this so many times. There are a lot of good 3-2 win-out augments in terms of the economy. Tiniest Titans, we have the investment funds here. And we also saw a win-out game from Wanmi yesterday where he was almost full open. Anima went level 9 straight to level 10. The way he likes to play his AP lines is he doesn't tempo them. If you tempo them in this meta, you get contested and you die. So you actually want to full loss streak like Wanmi has been doing. He had a 1.83 AVP yesterday, a stunning performance.
Certainly is. Something that's not stunning, but maybe starring, is our Stargazer on the other side for Jedusor, as he's been printing emblems from the mountain already, and you can already see on the items that he slammed that he is not looking for something like the Lulu reroll, and instead is going to be going for that Xayah as carry in the later stages of the game. And for now, his game plan is just going to be to preserve as much HP as possible, and that is exactly what he needs to do, right? Keep in mind, 15 points, 5 points away from check. He doesn't need a flashy finish. He will need it afterwards, but in this game, he can allow himself to just play slow and steady.
Yeah, maintain tempo, good items as you mentioned, and trying to find really the Xayah. The good about Xayah is not contested. Normally only one player in the lobby is playing Xayah. If you wait a little, maybe try to get 4 costs out of the pool, and then you roll is even better. So for Jedusor, a great game plan.
It seems like both of our Mountain Stargazer players have settled in. We have Along heading towards the Lulu, and we have Jedusor obviously building into the Xayah items already. The other things that I would like to point towards are the Radiant flips that we have across our lobby here. For K3 Soju, he obviously took a Golden Gambit and did not win it. I think that is just from the Ornn itself, so he probably just got items. A little bit of a low roll for him. And on the other hand, we also have Stilo of Bora trying to find a perfect item for his Cho'Gath. Some mana regeneration item would be absolutely massive for him.
Yeah, and Soju maintaining win streak. Has the Kraken. Is not a premium item, at least for the later stage of the games, unless you go Xayah. We hopefully don't see him contesting Jedusor. It's very difficult to navigate and pivot out of it. Another possibility is here. Once again, no duplicators for Varus. This is another miss for the reroll players that they were looking for that angle to pop off.
Something we do need to keep in mind is Hwanya, as my eyes dart to the right side of the screen, is currently sitting on 100 gold, of course, on the back of that hedge fund. So keep in mind, at some point, he will be rolling down for something big and flashy, and we should be keeping tabs on that as our players pick their choices from the gods. But I agree with you. I think that miss out on the duplicators, on the tiny duplicators, as well as generally a little bit of a low roll god selection from Varus and Soraka here both.
I will say for the Soraka, that's a pretty big boon to someone like Stilo of Bora that is just feeding his T-Rex right there. The Cho'Gath is going to get even bigger with the additional size. He does have a Radiant item on it. We'll check in later with what that one is. And Jedusor now leveling to 7 pretty aggressively to maintain his streak. He does have K3 Soju in his pool and just found a Xayah, I believe. This would be a great time to break his streak. Oh no, it's still Caitlyn.
Okay. Decides not to roll. He does it aggressive in level, as you mentioned, but decides not to roll here. He knows that maybe against Soju is a bad matchup. Against the rest, should be strong enough, but Lisa only getting stronger here. Great front line. Has the Teemo there in the backline with 3 items, so also a big threat here. Should be good for Jedusor. 5 win streak for him, and now will ramp up more in economy. If he manages to get a good one, another one, on stage 4, he can fully stabilize with the Lulu.
A very rich lobby, very, very rich at the top end. And of course, with the loss streak has now beating out into the 8-loss, 9-loss at the bottom there. Those players are also going to find a lot of coinage, but we need to check in with Tianlong as he only has 23 HP left to give. What are we doing at the bottom end there for our players? How can they save themselves to salvation to maybe put a board together?
We haven't switched over just yet. I'm just kind of laughing at Liesel's reaction as he finally gets to see his Arbiter 3-6 into the game. Started the game off of a 2-star Leona, but never really found the Arbiter units. Unfortunate for his potential at getting that Leona 3. And for Sila of Bora, what a great find. This is a perfect Radiant item coming in from the Cho'Gath. Immediately starts off with a bite already. He's also one of the players that did take the Soraka, so that's extra HP on the unit.
Yeah, you want any tank items with a mana in, with a tier. So you get the regeneration, and then you start popping off, you get more bites, you try to pressure the rest of the lobby, and this is exactly what you want to see for the Cho'Gath here. Still of Bora hasn't found a little more damage on the backline, only the Lissandra one. So for now, just thinking about tempoing out the lobby. Let's see if the Cho'Gath is strong enough here to take the win against Soju, who keeps strong with 100 HP.
Oh, that's...
He's coming.
That Kraken can never ramp up fast enough in time to stop this Cho. So Soju's streak will be snapped here, still 93 HP. But now let's take stock of Tianlong's board. He does have one Aurelion Soul already, level 8. This is where the roll down will happen.
Oh, this is such a Hail Mary level 8 flex board situation here. He doesn't actually hold on to the early Shepherd units, so it's very hard to go into that line. He's going to have to go into a straight AP flex, and he needs to hit one of those, like, you know, Bards and Aurelion Souls.
Well, one Bard is on the board. That's not necessarily enough to contend at the current state of this lobby, so he will need some more upgrades. We're also sitting on a Karma pair. What else can he find here to maybe turn this ship around?
There's the pair of Azol, trying to close the pair here. Azol, great, just to having that source of power. Trying to find a little more on a secondary carry, but he already has the support there on the Karma. And it will depend on the ambush. Will he either maintain the LeBlanc just for the Shepard and maybe try to give it a secondary carry with the Guinsus, or just go flexible, avoid the LeBlanc, and just try to play Karma, utility, and damage Azol. 5 Azol also. Just making sure no one else goes into the line and has the openness to maybe go for a 3-star Azol in the future.
Wants to preserve his win conditions here. In the meantime, we are going to go into K3 Soju's board. I feel like this is where his board does start to drop off a little bit as your forecasts do come online here. We should expect a big roll down from Soju in the next round.
Of course, augments are going to be waiting there as well. We'll have to wait and see what that is going to be for our players. But I do agree. I think Soju slowly but surely needs to think about finding those upgrades as well before most of them out of the pool. I will say both Riven and Corki, Riven a little bit more than Corki, aren't the premier forecasts for most of these players. So he should have a little bit of an easier time to find them, as we do see those silver augments rounding out our trifecta.
Wanmie should be rolling pretty soon as well, 33 HP. Of course, he has tons of gold still in his pocket. And there goes the level 8 roll down. Soju also decides to go level 8 here as well. There's a chance for him to have done it on 4-5, but he decides to match lobby tempo. We'll see what Wanmie's gold actually buys him this round.
Jedusor finds the Ascension. Great for Lulu if he managed to get the front line on place, still fighting the Jax 1, the Jax 2-star,
Wow.
but really looking for that 3-star to pop off.
3 shops. First he hits Orin 2, then he hits Samira 2, then he hits Nami 2. Wanmie looking for that direction and basically gets it served on a silver platter here. Not sure Space Proof was necessarily what he wanted, but if you get those upgrades and you are already on an AP line, double Shojin Void Staff in the back there,
Yep.
I don't think you're mad about this one.
Pretty decent spot for him to continue his journeys. He's hold on to 30 gold. This is the biggest test to our AP Flex players. You don't want to roll too deep because you only pop off on level 9. If he can manage to sneak past this stage 4 with 4 wins from here on out, he will have successfully completed his job here. In the meantime, for Soju, he actually rolled really deep, but unfortunately no Corki still on that Gnar.
That will be the one to hold. It's a good unit, but yeah, you really needed the Corki. Not only the Corki 2-star, maybe being close to that Corki 2-star, maybe finding one, finding two, not finding any, and being in true zero means that it's very, very difficult for Soju to stabilize during any stage of this fourth round.
Speaking of not finding anything, Jedu now hits the pair, but still not seeing the Zaya 2 come online for him either. He's also just sitting on a Nunu 1, a TK 1, a Morgana 1, so all of these forecasts escaping our players. I'm trying to glance across the lobby to see if any of our players actually hit besides the ones we saw from Hwanmye and Tianlong, but for most of them, the boards look pretty barren.
Yeah, Along was the one going for the Lulu Mountain here, trying to maintain possibilities. Very far away from hitting. We see only the Lulu 2 and nothing else here to help Clement. So if he doesn't win this round, he's very, very far from popping off. A player that went amazing throughout these 2 days with high points, being on the leadership throughout most of the tournament, and now in a bad spot to stabilize with the Lulu.
And I just want to point out how little econ he's actually managed to get. None of the Varuses were actually that impactful for him. He did not actually find the duplicators, and he also doesn't have gold. He has pure combat power. So this is the problem with the, a 3-cost reroll line here going for Lulu. He really needs some juice from this boon.
Extra
not
copy.
Really what you wanted. Once again, the gods are not very benevolent in this round here. Game 3 of the Crown. They're just saying, figure it out by yourself, guys. We're not going to be helping, as the lobby does choose the rest of their components. I do want to come back to the Lulu conversation. We are now in the middle of stage 4. That is usually where we need that Lulu to come online if we wanted to really be able to clear some boards out before you bleed out. And that is not necessarily something that looks close for Along at all. So I'm a little bit worried about that one, as we do see a big upgrade come in for Lisao.
Yeah, LeBlanc 2-star there for him. Still, Bora still hasn't found the Lissandra, so the Cho'Gath should be capping off, but no additional damage will be difficult for him. Lisao in a stable place here, lacking a little frontline. Only everyone is 1-star there, except for the additional summoner. So the LeBlanc will have to do the pop-off work here, and it shouldn't be enough, not enough time.
I feel like this is the worst position to be when you're playing into a contested
look at the face
board. Yeah, he knows he's not going to make it out. Morgana is contested across all of the Stargazers. He doesn't really have the damage necessary on this LeBlanc 2. So I would actually say his spot is, considerably worse than someone like Hwanmye, and a lot of it has to come down to luck for him to survive.
Well, at least he's going to be able to take down Jeda's board for now. But I agree with you guys, no resources to work with here is a little bit of a dire situation. But the shop giveth, as the Morgana 2 that we were just talking about does come online here, and suddenly it looks a lot better for him here. Do keep in mind, he does need a high finish. He does need a second or a first place. So for him, it's really important to find a board that caps as high as it can. And I do think the LeBlanc board is a good spot for that.
Yeah, if he can get the units in. However, Hwanmye is already holding his Sona. He found that Sona too. I was just wowing because he found it in 2 shops. So I was like, oh, okay. That's going to be an interesting development for the board. I would say Bensak is probably a player I look towards to having the best chance going into Czech. He does need a 1 or a 2, but, Groove Line very strong. Whenever you see a Groove Ribbon on board, it's always quite powerful.
Also adapting to the items, right? He got the boy staff, so he could make the Riven AP that we normally don't see it, but having the Shred already means he can fully influx on the AP damage, and now she's receiving so much health here. Nami access to the backline, even though he has a Sona 2, is not enough for Hwanmye, and this could be a rerun of Game 1. He was so strong, just missing a little power, especially on the front line, and missing out because of positioning or placements.
Well, boons do come in here. Something that would be really big is, of course, to help out that front line a little bit. We have 1.5 tank items plus the Thieves' Gloves on the Blitzcrank. And if you're at the fate of Thieves' Gloves, you're usually not too happy about that. I do agree with you, Clement. I think Bensak is in a really good spot to maybe go for that first place that he needs. But with those first places, you know how it is. For a second, it will feel really bad if at the end he's going to be sitting on the 19 points. But checking back in with Soju, we saw it there, 1 Riven, 1 Corki on the board. We knew that that was going to be his plan coming into this. how are you feeling about the state of his board? Because normally a big factor of playing around this Corki Riven is that you can hit them easily. He has not done so. We're on 5 gold, 6 losses. I'm feeling a little bit doomed.
I actually felt like he could have held his roll down to 4-5 a little bit more. His units are not the ones that are typically contested. There's only one Riven player in Bensack on the rest of the lobby. So, you know, I felt like with a 9-win streak coming into stage 4, maybe a greedier play would have been better.
So tough for him. Jedusor, on the other hand, finds the Tamken's 2-star, so now the front line, together with Morgana, will give more time for the Saya to pop off. Sniper is the name of the game for him, so he really needs to pop off. Has the good side, has a good positioning, very far away from the main carry, and that will be so huge for the later stage of the round, because now the damage can be a lot more.
We could theoretically see a double elimination here if Hwanye is not going to be able to take down Jedu's board. We do, however, have seen Jedu's board before, and it didn't look too strong. Does it happen here? Sona, can she clutch up? The answer is no. And Hwanye is going to be eliminated here in, I believe, it's an 8th place. Tianlong able to hang in there by a threat, just 1 HP. And our Paris Open winner does take the 8th place here. He wasn't near the check, but still, now he's even further.
Yeah, that was unfortunate positioning from Hwanye. I think Jedusor completely broke his ankles right there. He was furthest away from the Sona and also had, as Hubei-san was mentioning, the sniper advantage against the carry fight. So that was definitely a winnable fight where Hwanye could have gotten even more placements. Not going to happen here. Along going to sacrifice some of his smaller units to get the Maokai 3 on the line.
Goes to true zero, and Laxa Lulu here finds the secondary tank, if you will, here on the Maokai. He really needed the Jax that is being contested. We see he only has a Jax 1, so he's just trying to be flexible here, create, if you will, mates, just trying to have any chance of preserving HP and maybe trying to find a pop-off or just get a few more points.
Yeah, Along and Tianlong both fighting side by side for survival in this matchup. Right-hand side is not looking too good. Jedu turning into a boogeyman as this is the second player he eliminates. And once more, the Lulu reroll has shown up too little, too late as Along takes a 7th place.
This feels like deja vu. I feel like I've seen this in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Hwanye going 8th, Along scraping by into the 7th position. Now can Soju make the top 4 and do the rerun?
You have a love-hate opinion on that, Lulu. I've heard you many times, mates, on the Lulu Mountain especially.
Well,
we can see it pop up, but it's difficult.
The Lulu medallion
it's the medallion
I hate.
one. Yeah, okay.
Lulu Mountain, I think, is the more respectable choice. But the problem with Lulu is just if you don't have any other player in this lobby that's playing something like 2 tanky, any of the 3-cost rerolls, then you're having a really, really hard time getting it together. And by the time you do spike and you do hit that Lulu 3, Maokai 3, the rest of the lobby is already on their 2-star 4-cost. There's just too much pressure with legendaries into the pool. They just can't contend, but we have to keep watching here. Soju is 1 life, Tianlong is 1 life as well. We can see how much that Cho'Gath has grown since we last saw him. He's been fed, all right. 11,000 HP.
For Tianlong, he knows when the fight started, he made some expression knowing that it was so difficult. Soju trying to survive on the other hand, and he does. So this is 1 more point for Soju, already ensuring a 5th place, and his tempo style with the Corki. Not hitting Clement, you said he was in a bad spot. I thought the same, but faith. The possibilities here for Soju, and once again, not popping off, but in a good placement to scavenger a little points.
If I'm taking a 4th place here, I'm happy. I was stuck on 8. I have no chances of going to level 9. Meanwhile, for Stilo with Bora, this game has been... I think he could have high-rolled a lot more, but the Lissandra just never came. And, of course, he's still missing out on the 6 Dark Star. However, that Cho'Gath is terrifying. I really want to check how much HP it has.
I could tell you.
Okay.
So we're currently at 5,170 bonus health.
Bonus. Ooh.
And in total, Cho'Gath is sitting at 11,000 HP. That is about as much as 6 other units would have if they were tanks.
Yeah, he's eaten the entire roster of Stargazer multiple times over at this point, and I think he probably has the highest cap out of all the boards here. Of course, the other player that really wants to take this game down would be Bensack. He needs exactly a 1st place to go into check.
And Jedu taking out Lisa here. Once again, great front line. He's popping off with the With the Saya, take a good possibility, and Soju's out in 5th place. I think he's happy, but he could have gotten more.
More importantly, Lee Sao is now unable to reach check, and we do have a guaranteed player on check as Jedusor has broken into the top 4. That's all he needed. He's sitting into the top 3. He will be on check after this game, and that means if he is able to win game number 4, the game right after that, he will be taking the crown. But of course, Bensek could be joining him up there, and right now it's Stilo of Bora trying to prohibit that with the Chunkath, the Cho'Gath, the Giant as he walks across the boards, and everybody else is just thinking, how do we turn this thing down? How do we beat him?
It's so tough because you would think, okay, let's focus damage on him, but if you do that, you will not kill anything else. So actually, you just have to spread and pray that it's good enough. Bensak here, popping off with the Nami, trying to do additional damage here, but the Cho'Gath is already challenging the backline and trying to eat everyone, being stronger and stronger, bigger and bigger every time.
Oh, Lissandra directly onto the Nami. One more cast is going to take the main damage dealer down, and this is really critical. I feel like both Jedusor and Stilo of Bora want to prevent a second player reaching check. They don't want the double EMEA so soon.
Double healing for the Cho'Gath. He just doesn't die. Whenever we see him a little on the lower side and the burn from the other player disappears, he just keeps getting stronger and stronger. It's like he gets more health throughout time and not less.
Absolutely phenomenal round here as we do get more pictures of that Cho'Gath, but we do need to check in with Bensak and Jedu. So over we go. Take a look at this board. We are going to be going to level 9. Talk to me, what is Jedu missing here? What can he add to maybe have a chance against the Cho'Gath?
Well, he ideally wants something like the Rost to go onto his board. He has a lot of active traits. I think Rost or Blitzcrank are the two obvious answers, and of course he wants to swap out the Samira for the Jhin.
Yeah, normally also if he finds the Mordekaiser, he can get free Darkstar also
Jhin
to
too.
company.
Big hit.
Yeah, also has the Rust and roll down. I wonder if he swaps out here. Some players actually prefer the additional damage.
And for Bensak, once again, the Blitzcrank is great news here, trying to disposition something and get the Nami out. We see Blitzcrank always on the same side for the Nami to try to make the pop-off that we saw on the last game. Goes for the Morgana. This is perfect for Blitzcrank.
Yeah, very nice knockback there. Does stun quite a lot. Doesn't reach the Zaya and the Jhin, so Jhin will be able to get a lot of that damage dispersed over the team from Jedu's side. But I think the Nami should be able to reach first as that Zaya and that Jhin do get tied up. It's not going to be the case. Jedu will win this matchup between him and Bensak. And Stilo, you know, his rounds, they always take a little bit longer, but he gets there in the end, is going to be winning against the Ghost copy.
He definitely prefers the Long Kong, more time for his Cho'Gath to chomp up. And I was waiting to see if he could finally get the 6 Darkstar in. It's still a lot of damage for his backline. I think the current problem for him is that he just doesn't have the damage amp necessarily. There are situations where I think Jedusor's 3 snipers could potentially take this Cho'Gath out. It's also a big positioning game. He wants the Cho directly above the snipers, I would say, to prevent most of their damage increased by range.
He could beat in one-shot people here. Very
How
close
much
to an Uno.
bigger can it get is the question. It's already bigger than our screen as this Cho'Gath chomps through Jedu's board one more time. A little bit of healing does come in there together with the Ascension on both sides, but can he go 1 versus 8 is the question.
Has a new name now from the chat, Chunkath. So chunking everyone off and just trying to maintain good possibilities here. He's just too strong. We see the life. Oh, being burst now. So, the chunk has been taken out. Great. This for Bensak because he was in a win streak and now Bensak is the other player that you mentioned needs a top 1 and he could also be in check. The Cho'Gath will only be stronger and stronger, so this is not the end of the road for any of the players.
Ooh, huge find for Stilo of Bora here. After Jedusor snuck away the Jhin 2, he finally gets his 6 Darkstar online right here. That will give him the damage that he needed in the backline to kind of punch through. He can definitely stall in the front, but the back has been the issue in these 2 fights.
Okay, didn't move. And it's on the exact same side here as the Nami, so Nami will go fully indexing on the Cho'Gath with full damage and burst. So it will be very important for Cho'Gath to access the backline if he wants to win and not maintain himself in the front. If not, the Nami will have a clear way for chunking it out in the later stage of the game. There's the Ascension, but is it enough to give enough damage here?
I mean, that Cho'Gath is just tanking everything, right? The fact that the Nami got stuck onto it is probably the best thing that could happen to Steel of Bora here, which is also why I don't think we moved. He is able to just tie up the entire damage from Bensak as his board finishes out the rest of his board, right? So really heads up positioning, making sure that nothing else happens there. But Bensak, you know, he's working on his own win conditions here. Everybody is their own Smith when it comes to Fortune. And I can hear a yell on the side of her casters, show me a Riven 3! As Bensak does have it in his shop. We are not going to be ratting this one out. We will buy it as we make sure no one knows. Now the bad thing about this is, that's a Riven with one item, one emblem. We also get the Nami back in there. I think he had to sell to actually get the items off, but now she is itemized, and it will be Bensak slicing through this board by the power of a 3-star 4-cost.
Jedusor cannot believe what he's seeing right here. He thought he was going to be the only player in check, but there's another contestant from France hitting the Riven on exactly last HP necessary. It's very difficult to beat this. We have seen accidents happen before, however. If you don't have, let's say, something like the Titans, it might be possible, but I almost feel like Bensak's 100% getting through.
It's so tough, yeah. You have to miss position for that to happen. There's already tanks in the front. You have a good time to protect her. And for sure, he knows how to handle this spot. Bensak in a great place right now. Both EMEA players in check. At least, okay, let's not jinx. He needs to fight the first one.
I was going to say, please.
And the Cho'Gath is getting bigger and bigger. I have to say, he's already almost full screen.
We'll have to see how this matchup goes. I believe it is Stilo against Jedusor, so Bensak is just getting the ghost copy here, but Stilo has the chance to take down Jedu. Last time these two met, though, Jedu did win that fight.
Yeah, the position this time is not good for Jedusor. He really wanted to be on the opposite side of the Cho'Gath to get more value out of the sniper. So let's see if this is just good enough for him. Cho'Gath still maintaining good health. Low right now, Clement. There's the shield, so just popping off the Protector's Bow now.
Ooh, and the Jhin is doing so much damage. There's a chance that the next cast will take down this Lissandra.
It's on the back.
No, doesn't happen just yet. Doesn't mean that we will still have a Steel of Bora in the fight here. He's going up against Bensak. What can he actually find to get rid of that Riven? I feel like he needs better crowd control to kind of deal with it. Maybe take some time off of him if he can find something like a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, problem is 3 Blitzcranks are sitting on the board of Bensak already, as he is, of course, playing around that space groove. So he is trying to deny that, of course. And if he's smart enough to know that Riven is his out in a lobby that looks otherwise doomed, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on top of that. But let's see if Stilo of Bora has a chance to maybe find something here. Well, we do get an upgrade onto the HP of Cho'Gath. He's right now on 14,000 HP with 7,643 bonus health. That is such a giant HP bar. Problem is, our Riven 3 on the other side, she has a Giant Slayer.
The most important thing is to protect the Lissandra. A lot of times what Riven can do is she can just kill you with her AoE. Her third cast does travel 2 extra hexes into the backline. So I like what he's doing right here. He's trying to center the Cho'Gath, making sure that there are no wraps possibly happening. But Riven is still on the right side. There's a very good chance that she drops aggro and just flies directly towards the back.
Look at this Cho'Gath already down to just a sliver of health. Absolutely decimated. Stilo of Bora still has enough HP, but I'm not sure there will be an answer to this.
I mean, he was so healthy right now in 13, so it should be the final fight. He needs to find something, not much gold to navigate, trying to find the Zona 2-star. The modifiers from the Zona should not be enough, but of course he needs to try. Maybe some positioning shift, maybe pray for some Hail Mary. I don't see it happen, but of course, we have to try something different. Changing side here with the Lissandra at least.
So Steelo of Boro is thinking, well, that Riven really didn't have to travel that much to get to my Lissandra last time. Let's see what happens if I swap to the other side. 9 out of 10 situations, I still feel like that Riven just comes charging through. She didn't really take any damage that last time as well. Of course, the Groove Envelope healing her up repeatedly after each and every cast right here. I feel like we might be heading into a situation, EMEA never being so close to a championship before, yet in a finals.
That Riven is under attack, but nothing else remains on the board besides this Cho'Gath, and he will surely fall. Bensek guaranteeing his checkpoint here as he does reach the 20 points as well on the back of this first spot. In case you're wondering what he's doing, he does rap on his stream quite a lot, and he speaks incredibly fast. It's very, very impressive to watch. It's also very impressive to hear, and I believe he was just rapping along to something probably there as he does take his final fight as a bonus bow. Just Riven 3 taking it all.
A beautiful game overall. Maintaining flexibility. In the start, he got the emblem, so we knew he was going for the space group, using the meeple just to get additional value, and then finding the out, knowing that the other Riven player was already out and having that possibility to hit up. Perfect gameplay, masterful, and it's very difficult because he was pinned, so he really needed to spend, but when everyone was just popping off and dying, he managed to find the spot and the angle to make it happen.
Everyone thought he was going to go level 10. He actually held on to all of his cash, did it in one single roll down, didn't have to sell any of his board for it, and I want to commend him for saving some bars for that situation, just dropping it into chat like that. It has to feel incredible for EMEA to finally be this close. It's been set 3 since we've had that championship.
It has been, and specifically this Tactician's crown, there has been so much doubting on our players, saying we are sending the weakest squad ever to the global stage. And I feel like with 2 of our players making it here and making it to Czech, I think we're sending a message. But EMEA is not done. 21 points for Jedu, 20 points for Bensek, both of our players now on Czech. Let's remind everybody on what that actually means.
Yeah, on the moment a player gets to 20 points and we have these 2 players, Bensek and Jedusor, they need a first place. If they manage to get a first place because they have everyone else in check, that means they win the tournament, Clement. So it's very important for both of them to play for something flashy, for something very, very strong. A second place doesn't give you anything, only additional points. And for the rest, it means that you have to think about griefing these players or trying to avoid the first place from them.
The point differential is absolutely massive coming into this lobby. I think a lot of our players are going to be going onto the summer timer plot, where you have to deny first place as much as possible. We saw Wajan Iverson 8 copies away, almost clinching the championship. Summer timer's like, no, I'm denying you, I'm denying you. He went 8th for 2 games and then had 2 firsts to then come back and win it. It's definitely possible. We have seen it done before.
That's right. It will stay extremely exciting here as 6 players are vying to get that first spot away from our 2 EMEA contestants. And they're, of course, looking for their own win conditions. Now, let's theorize a little bit. What kind of boards would be able to maybe find a route that is not as contested, right? Because we talk a lot about those reroll compositions and how with reroll you can be an easy target. It's almost like putting a little bit of a goal on your back when you know you're rerolling something like too tanky. If every player just holds 1 Ore and 1 Samira, suddenly you don't have any shot of hitting that. So what can our players maybe go for that will be a good out?
I think the main out that you cannot grief easily is the emblems. I mean, you go emblems, you know you're in a good spot, and if someone plays a line with you, for example, Groove, they will be behind. So they are sacrificing so much. It's not like you sacrifice only one stage and grief anima. You have to sacrifice the rest of your gameplay to actually pop off against that player. So I'm really looking for them to go for sparing routes or anything that gives them emblem possibilities.
I totally agree with that. That's probably the best solution to this question here. The second one I would say would be go for something like Nova Fast 9, where you are on big econ early and you can't be griefed because nobody's at level 9 to get your copies just yet. That could be another win-out possibility.
All right, so summarizing, we're looking for Aurelion Soul, We're looking for niche conditions, maybe something like a hero augment as well, a Jax, Jax reroll for Jedusor would be quite on brand, saying he's addicted to that augment. He just can't help himself. He loves clicking it. I feel like that would be very nice. So we'll have to see if that is going to be in the cards as we do get a glimpse as our gods for maybe the last time in this set, as there is a chance that it could all end after a once more historic 4-game run. Not many of our champions have been able to get through it in the least games possible. But there's always a chance.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the players are ready. They are here for a reason. They have been the best throughout the competition. And now they have to pray to one of these 9 gods for their offerings to give you a chance to go into a first place. So literally and metaphorically, you have to go for the space god to try to find a possibility and the angle to get the first place.
You have to think ahead so hard, just as Bensak is doing in our backgrounds right here. I want to go over the compositions that these two players have actually won in day 1 and day 2.
Yes,
and
please.
For Bensak, it's actually that Lulu variation that you do not like. He actually won 2 games.
He has permission.
Okay, yes, permission.
Bensak has permission.
Come on.
I apologize to him yesterday. I apologize to him. He has permission.
Okay. He did win 2 games with the Medallion Lulu, so we have to give him credit for that. That is one of those off-ramps if you are in an AP kind of congested situation where if there's a Varus, very likely he could go for that line. I think the other options that we have seen from Jedusor recently has been that Kindred Nova line, where you get a Nova emblem like Hubei-san was talking about, and you play around the Fiora in the late game. Very cheap on level 8, very good on level 9.
Also, the Jax you mentioned makes the first game of this Tactician crown was Jedusor with a Jax hero augment reaching for the stars and got a first place. And we see many of the players looking for second, third place, so it's also a possibility. You need to cap out, you need to have good tempo, and everything has to go into your favor, but it's possible.
One more look across our final lobby. All of these players having their own game plans in front of them. For Soju, for Lisao, for Stilo of Bora, it's about extending this tournament while getting on check themselves. They need, of course, differing results. Soju needing a top 2, and our other players are also needing their results to get to 20. But we do see our heroes come on in, and it is going to be Thresh and Varus. No Aurelion Soul, but with Thresh, there's always the possibility of.
Thresh is one of those champion boons that if you have enough tempo, you can continuously power up throughout the game. The Thresh boon is incredibly powerful. If you get past 6 rounds, then it's typically stronger than some of the other potential options right here. So I think there is also a, outside of the emblem or the, Fast 9 econ game, there might be a tempo game plan that could lead to it as well.
Yeah, recombobulators can be possible. We've seen it throughout regionals. People, players trying to tempo it out, as you mentioned, Clement. And of course, the additional resources. You get a lot of things. It could be random. It could be not helpful. But EV, the value of the things that you're getting is strong enough.
We're seeing those component envelopes you mentioned there. I know Clement wants to talk about Tempo Timmy. Before we get there, we do want to quickly mention the Stargazer. It's going to be the fountain here. So not Medallion, not necessarily a game where you would click on Lulu. But let's see what maybe our players are going to be able to find, as augments are wide open with this portal. It could be anything.
A very strong start for potentially the segment that we were just talking about earlier into the Aatrox. This is a composition that really originated in CN, started to get some more traction. If you have these 3 copies here, Bensak is thinking about it, and I feel like this is the toughest for Bensak. He's not typically a first place player. He's much more about re-rollings and top 4s. So does he have that extra switch? Does he know which comps to actually target for?
He just did it. In that previous game, he needed a first, and what did he get? A first. Now, you could make an argument saying he's not going to have an easy time getting to that 3-star 4 cost. I don't think he is, but he has proven that he can do it, and we are going to be getting Prismatics to start out. Build-A-Butt could be an option here. Flexible is certainly something you have to think about with the emblems we were mentioning.
Has already a Ginso Slam here, the Red Blade, so it's a little more difficult to navigate throughout the emblems here, but it's a great chance here. Trade 3 immediately from Lisao, going for those emblems, and along thinking about the later stages of the game, taking economy.
And he does get the Aatrox! Wow, this is one of the best finds that you could potentially ask for right here. Does have the potential Titans as his early item. Things lining up quite well for him. Gets an extra boat for his Kindred items. Meanwhile, Huanmie also with a great find.
Veigar great for the early start, especially having frontline. Finds the Rek'Sai 2-star, so he should be able to maintain tempo, and this will be important. Which of the two maintain the win streak? Is it Huanmie? Is it Bensak? These are the strongest one, at least in the early game.
Keep in mind, we do have Thresh in this lobby. There is a chance that you recombobulate your board. We have seen it before. It can happen. Let's see if our players are thinking about that. I think with those constructed champion build-a-bots is certainly something that they have in mind as we do hop across our lobby and see what everybody else is up to. Lee Sao here with that trait tree. We can see that there is an Anima emblem as well as Bastion and Meeple. A little bit of an awkward combination.
Most importantly, I would say Jedusor did get what we just saw from him is a very, very strong option as well. Forged in Strength is one of the highest value prismatic augments you could get. Typically, a prismatic augment only gives you 2 completed items with upside. You are getting 3 artifacts just off of that. But it is a low health option here. I think we have seen, so many tack rounds being won by very similar augments, both Tidal and Milala going for the full artifact possible route. He needs to be lucky with those though.
And he did it. I mean, he opens almost fully, knowing that it's a delayed tempo augment, if you will, Clement, as you mentioned. And now he knows there's people with 3 stars, there's people going for full tempo, like I saw you also with the 5th gauntlet. So, okay, I'll play slow. I'll try to ramp out later into the stages again when I get my second artifact.
You mentioned it. I'm also thinking of Tidal. Tidal was also one of the players in set 9 to get it in 4 games, and he played a similar game. He was waiting for everybody else to pick their lines to then decide what he wants to do and just play something completely different. We are getting info on that Exalted Adventure, though, and that's a very interesting one. Pantheon, Milio, and Gnar.
That's the easiest adventure of my life. This is a very straightforward Milo reroll game.
It's so good, right? Having already 2 units that go directly onto your board, knowing you have the additional resources to then cap out, it will be difficult to navigate for the rest.
Very important fight right here. Steel of Bora picked at what cost? He has 6 units on his board. Can he break the streak from Bensak? And it looks like he can. Bensak knows that he has been dealt a bad hand in this fight RNG. He probably has a couple more bars for complaining about that.
I'm sure he does. Let's see what our gods give us. Is Recombob going to be in the pool for our players? Of course, you can see them rush to Thresh to see what they can get here. It is random. We'll keep you updated on what exactly happens.
I feel like there's a lot of companions here just because they've seen the dish soap clips and they're like, oh, free game, insta win. Okay, I want to try that myself, but unfortunately for either Huanmie or Bensak, neither of them are going to get it here.
Yeah, they will get a random boom and, of course, a goal. That is so important here. You can get any value, you can get rerolls, you can get items, you can get stats. And, of course, what's most important is the goal right now to get to your threshold, to get economy, and try to then ramp it out in the later stages of the game.
I want to see if someone will snap Jedusor's loss streak. That is one of the most important things that can happen in this lobby. He currently only has 3 units on his board, but it doesn't look like our loss streakers are actually trying to slow him down. They're all going for their own game plan. So Jedusor is going to have a lot of gold. He's going to have 4 artifacts when it comes down to 30 HP. It's going to put him in a very strong position. I wonder what comp he goes for, though. He has to pre-dedicate his composition towards certain units, right? Typically, artifacts, we have seen the things, more of a melee game composition, I think, does pretty well. So you can deal with stuff like the Death's Dance. And, okay, I thought this was Alom being the hero. Never mind, it's Jedusor just making sure everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, doing exactly what you mentioned, trying to not let the other players pop off and have this possibility. So Jedusor decides to fully open and just making sure that if someone else wants to grief, they will be in a very difficult position also.
Both Huanmie and Stilo on 100 HP. They want to guarantee that win streak, of course. where Along and Jedu are looking for the losses. Is Along going to be selling? We know that our win streakers are going to be going up against each other, so one of them will have their streak snapped, unfortunately, here. And just looking at the sheer board strength, I feel like you have to give it to the Veigar, but maybe that front line is not good enough.
Really key thing for playing at what cost is just getting those lucky 4 costs to maintain your streak, and Cielo of Bora did find an early Morgana, but it doesn't look like it's enough. The next 2 casts coming down here should be just the deal breaker for Cielo of Bora, and he knows it. He can't even pick his future augments, doesn't get the econ to keep the streak.
Yeah, and for Juanmi it's huge. Maintaining the win streak together with the Veigar is exactly the moment you want to win streak. In stage 3, during round 3, it's very, very difficult to do it. So he really needed this goal right now.
Okay, guys, I have a question for you. What do you think is the weakest god offering in the game?
Something from Soraka. There's a lot of them I don't really take. The extra shields.
You know what Bensek got?
Extra shields?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Ay, ay, ay. A little bit of a low roll there,
I'm just going to say, throughout the days, the casters have said that the shields of Soraka are very bad. I agree, but they were buffed, so they're not terrible. It can be useful, and there's some value that we can get out of them.
For Bensek, I feel like he just is a little bit deflated that his win streak was snapped. I feel like his game plan, when you get a free Aatrox like this, is to head straight for Fast 9. You want to play around the Vex combo that you were talking about earlier in the day, where Aatrox gets the Nova Selector, slashes everyone, and then you have a super powered Vex stealing all of that AD and AP. So it should be a straight tempo game from Bensek here, and indeed you see 2 of Vex's best items already being built.
Yeah, great transition, as you say. You go for Kindred first, then the Vex. It's very difficult to get there because normally you have to roll, you have to do something for the Ectros. Having him already, maintaining tempo, pressuring now the lobby, perfect spot here for Bensek.
Interesting Thresh boon for Along, who's currently not in the best spot in terms of overall standing, as we do watch Juanmi go up against Bensek. I'm not sure Veigar can. Okay, he can. That was close. As we go into augments, he did get Wealth Quest from Thresh, so he needs to reach 50 gold, and then he will gain a component anvil and 4 gold, so just a little bit of extra items there could be helping out Along in assembling a board here, as we do get silver for our augments next.
If I'm looking across the board at potentially the highest cap, I would have to give it to both Tianlong and Along. Both of our players with dragons in their name might be the one to save the lobby. Tianlong, of course, has that very easy path into the Lulu reroll, while Along does have the Anima in. He's hoping that he doesn't run into Jedusor in this spot, doesn't get his streak broken, but he does have a ton of gold to work with, extra cash outs to go, so we'll see if they can save the lobby.
Lisao with an additional emblem, and Jedusor telling us a little about what would be his plan. He finds your center, so he will have a big buffy front line already with good tank items. So now starting to build what will be the final composition from him of build, and committing to AP in terms of items.
That's right. It is telling us already what direction he is going to go into. Feels confident enough to make that call. And is also starting to field some units, right? He's been very much open fording up until this point. Says, okay, maybe I should start at least taking down 1 or 2 units here. Some of these losses are getting too brutal. And of course, Tianlong is in that loss streak situation as well. But he has won his previous game, so it is only Jedu who's now on a full 7 streak as we reach into the later stages of stage 3. A little bit of reforging there on the side of Juanmi as he decides to move over that Void Staff to Lysandra.
Yeah, and I do want to look at Jedu's board a little bit more, because we had a pivotal round to see if he was going to go for potentially the Groove outs or more for the Shepherd out. You know, on the Shepherd out, you have a lot of great artifacts that you could find for the LeBlanc. He's not picking up the meeples just here, so I have to read that as leaning a little bit more towards Groove, where, you know, you have the fighters like Blitzcrank, you have the tanks, you have the ADs, units that you can throw in the Riven as well. You know, it's a bit more flexible in taking what the Forge, not what the Forge, sorry, Forged and Strength.
Yes.
Makes sense. For now, yeah, as you mentioned, makes maintaining as good as possible, trying to kill something, but it's just so strong on the other side. 2 big tanks here for Bensek.
Come on, Ornn!
Ornn at
no!
Close.
That feels really bad. Two of those units so close, but we're back at it. Thresh, Varus, what are you going to be choosing? Varus offers a copy of the 3-cost champion, very low variance here. I think all of our players are going to be going for Thresh for the most part, and that seems to be the case there as well.
Also, Varus, the 50-50 once again is missing, so no duplicators if anyone wanted to go for that line. And once again, work here for our observers telling us all the information regarding the booms from Thresh.
Yeah, it's really hard, and my hands are sweating right now. Jedusor is just one single loss from cashing out. What can he find to keep himself alive right here? It does look like he's potentially angling for the Mecha Aesol as well, kind of a pseudo-anima cash out for him. He does have the Hex right in the center. It's a cryogenic Hex, so decent for Mecha the Galio as well.
Yeah, that will be important to watch. And yeah, I love it. That's the line that makes the most sense. If you cannot reroll to get a good find your center, the mech is the next one. And already with the Aesol, transforming it into the carrier one, and just needs to find the rest of the board. 8 lose streak, low right now with 35. He can manage to do 2 more, but he will have to do a big roll down on stage 4.
That's right. He cannot afford to lose much more. He's cutting it very close. And you mentioned it at the start, Clement, going into this game. The Forged in Strength sounds really good on paper, and we've seen it excel really nicely in the later stages, but only if you can actually get there. And that is starting to be very scary.
This is the cash out.
As we all get together, what can we get for Jedusor?
You need some AP. Oh, Ari's very good.
One of the best ones, yeah. A lot of damage coming through and helping so much here, the Aesol.
But he doesn't actually have enough econ to roll for any of his units right here. He's very, very broke. He honestly would prefer to roll on 4-2, or if he wants to tempt it, he might have to roll early and just hope that he hits on 20. I don't think that's feasible, though.
So the good news is he's on check. If he goes out in 8th here, then it's equal to if he had gone out in 2nd here. He wants that first place, so playing it as risky as he can is probably the only way to do it right now, and he has to hope that it is good enough against Lee Sao's board, and I feel like it is. The board from Lee Sao is not upgraded at all. Oh, no. He's going to be able to win this one here, and that will stabilize and help Jedu to actually reach Wolves, a really important win.
Whoa, that was absolutely massive, and Lee Sao knows about it. He might have just given EMEA a championship right there. His board was not upgraded. He didn't roll for that Gnar pair that he was holding on to. Now Jedusor does have the chance to have an extra life here, and if he gets Econ on 4-2, he can rejuice and make a real board out of this.
Components are also pretty good. Also having the Shred, having a crit item here on the Aurelion Soul. Very good setup here. He just needs not to miss. That will be the important. When to roll. Roll on 4-1 and be sure you're not committed, or try to space out and roll on 4-2 with more chances, but you know someone else can get the units out of you.
Do you guys want to know a fun fact about Jedusor?
Yeah.
In his bio, it says next world champion.
He saw it.
I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there.
That could mean that Hwanmie wins this one and he would be the next world champion, right?
Right.
That also fits.
You tell yourself that. Hwanmie is sitting on 9 points. He needs a couple more games for this to actually work in his favor.
Take the Aesol. You're straight trolling if you do not take the Aesol, please.
Players need to start holding here.
Also, an important fact for Jedusor is that the Thresh God is giving him gold every turn. So that could help him with hitting the rest of the units. He decides to wait a little, and the final roll down will be 4-2.
Oh, Alo, another very weak board for Jedusor to just walk into. He's going to get hit 4-2 augment with 2 lives here at the minimum.
There you see it, that gold coming in from the Blessing of Wealth, as he's just straight up printing money.
Can he find the Gallios? That's a big question here. He needs to move fast. He cannot think too long about his augments. Everyone will be grabbing the heroes that he needs. Is going to go for straight combat, and here might be the roll down to define the championship of Space God. Set 17, who will dominate? That's the Aesol pair going in, but still no Gallios. No Gallios have been found.
The mech is missing. Sells the Leona and finds one mighty mech. So important because he left without a carry here and a tank. Everything is only 1-star here makes. The Nunu can help a lot, but he really needs the mech units to perform.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty rough roll down, to be very honest with y'all. Is not necessarily what he wanted here, as he has not hit the upgrades he needed. And I believe there's another... Oh! Aurelion sold to last second. But there is another scary player in this lobby that has just sneakily, stealthily finding a way to maybe find an aim at that first place. We'll need to take a look very soon at Lee Sao's board, because I believe he is assembling what could be 10 meeple.
Yeah, double emblem for Lee Sao, and that could be a chance. It's so difficult. You need to perform. You need to get to the level 10. It's not like before that you had the dummy with the additional one and it was possible on level 9. So that could be the angle to outcap him.
Can I tell you a funny story about 10 meeple that happened specifically with Lee Sao in this set?
Please.
He was playing in one of the last events, part of the, I think, regionals. He found 10 meeple, and then he lost every single round.
That was not a very fun story, Clement.
I'm telling you, 10 meeple sometimes isn't enough to do it. But,
well,
you know, I think if it has the angle for it, definitely go for it.
We'll have to see. We're also getting word, as we did watch Jedu's roll down be a very sad one. 4 Mighty Mechs are sitting on player's bench.
Oh.
So they were smart enough to hold, and they were smart enough to slow down Jedu here, but we might see our first player eliminated in Along. Has won the previous game. Can he do it again? Carrying a Vex 1 in the backline here as he does go up against Lee Sao's board. And this is looking pretty good here. We'll be able to do just that. No econ. Maybe the gods can come up.
Yeah, I mean, great for Alon, because this is a good fight against someone who is very decent in strength, and he can only get stronger. He still has the Vex 1. The Graves is popping off, so Alon starts to be one of the players that can also pop off in first place. Yep. If he stays alive.
I do want to check on Bensak's board as well. This is sort of the Nova Kindred board that has been happening. We just saw Jedusor actually. Just he's jumping up and down. All right, he's still there. He's still there.
Maybe just getting comfortable. Does have the Braves and a Mighty Mech delivered by Pengu personally. No holding can stop this one from appearing for him as the upgrade in the front line that was so important gets found by Jedusor.
A huge find from Varus, and we can see that he's smiling right now. He knows that he's so close. He was the runner-up and into the Arcane, you know, just the second place behind someone like Dissoap. He's felt it slip past his fingertips before. Now can he grab onto it? This is his fellow Frenchman that also has a chance to clinch this championship. We're going to be taking a look at Bensak's board. Strong Artifacts already does get into the Kindred 2. But not the best items, actually, for this Aatrox.
It's too much damage. I mean, he's in a great spot right now. No one is even close to contest him. Alon, the only one that could be close, but he really needs to get everything on place from now on. And Jedusor has the additional win more. He has the Graves, that normally is not a unit that goes into the comp, but because of the Rapid Fire Cannon, because he got them early, he can stack up and get an additional carry for an already capped comp.
Juanmie at the very top there has been streaking for quite some time, is sitting on 91 HP. Let's check in with him as he has been just playing tempo around this Veigar 3 that was picked up by Build-A-Butt so early. Has a decent front line. Can he actually maybe stop the truck that Jedusor has built as he's running through this lobby? Is not going to be fighting him on the other side, and instead will find Along. Might be eliminating him, although I feel like Vex 2 should be able to clinch this one.
Yeah, I would have to say Juanmie's board is slightly running out of steam at this point. We just saw the punch in onto the Rammus, forcing his board backwards. This is what we've seen from Veigar, you know. It takes a lot of luck to get Veigar early, and it's still not really a top 1, top 2 board. On the other hand, Lee Sao might be the savior we need. We know he's had some very bad experiences with Meeple 10 this set, but it might, looking across the board, I feel like he is the only one that can actually stop it.
Well, you know, actually, listen, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
Okay.
Jedu gets stopped. but
Okay.
it's Bensack that stops him. I would be fine with that. Deal or no deal?
I think it's a little hard for Bensack, if I'm being completely honest
Listen,
here.
all he needs is a Riven 3.
That is true. We have seen that before. He's so far, he doesn't have the right items for Aatrox, and that's really what makes the composition work. So that's why I have to say that it's a little bit hard for him. Look at Lee Sao here. Everyone, make your board a little bit weaker. Move aside for Lee Sao. He is going to save our lobby, take us to the promised land of game number 5.
Saving. It doesn't need saving. EMEA can win a crown. It's been so long. We didn't even know we could do that.
There's 3 other regions that want to see another game, okay? We'll see if he can do it. He's definitely angling for that position. We have to do a quick check on if he's missing any of the Meeple units right here. 7 Meeples on his board. He still doesn't have a Bard. That is going to be pretty huge. And there's no Vigars. Oh, there is one Vigar.
He doesn't have a Rammus, and he doesn't have a Bard.
Those are the easy ones, especially in the later stages of the game. So the plant is set up. Gold is only 70 golds away, so 2 rounds for getting into that level 10 and finding the Bard and the Rammus to make a possibility, but he's very low in HP right now.
There's a lot of Ramesses out of the pool, though. Hwanye has 3 of them. Tianlong has at least 1, might be having another one on his board. Might not be too easy.
Jedu on a 7-win streak. Okay, come on. Some of these players gotta chill right now, right? If you're not beating Jedu, move out the way. Let Lee Sao take a shot at it.
He's going level 10. Lee Sao is level 10. That means he has the chance to assemble it. Does he find the Bard?
He gets it, Bard Rammus.
Does he find
Instantly.
the Bard?
It's happening.
And it is there. The Meeples have arrived at the Tactician's crown. Are they any good, though?
They're beautiful and cute for sure.
That's not what I asked.
A little bit better than that already. I want to see game 5. Don't leave it at that.
Get a little bit of a power check here against Hwanye, and you can see what our beautiful green friends are able to do as they just cause a lot of chaos and commotion all around the board. And it will be good enough to deal with Hwanye, but we did mention his board is probably one of the weaker ones in this lobby right now.
Where are you lacking with the Meeple? You saw the games. Do you have enough damage, enough tankiness, or is just a mix of everything?
So the Meeples themselves are not actually that tanky, and what we have seen is if an enemy has a great tank and a backline that you can't hit, sometimes the Meeple can actually lose to those fights. We've actually seen 10 Meeple lose to Space Groove a lot of times throughout this set. The Meeples themselves, you really want combat augments. And looking across the board here, I don't think that's the case for Lee Sao, so this is definitely a losable board, but it's about fight rotation, right? If Lee Sao can roll into Jedu Sword before he hits level 9.
Well, we have to lock in right now because Soju is on the brink of death. 13 points. He wants that top 2 finish to bring himself into check as well, and he's fighting for his survival on 5 HP, 3 losses down. Just rolled to try and fight those upgrades, and he's contesting Bensack just a little bit as we do have 2 eliminations come in. Stilo of Bora will not be reaching check this game. Tianlong is out here as well, and Along has been eliminated 1 round prior to this, so our top 5 are locked in.
Yeah, and with Alon deck, the Vex possibilities open up here for Bensack. Having a lot of Riven, has done it already once, trying to do it again. Just holding them there in the bench, but no gold right now. So no additional chance here to do something different just to pop off. Decides to sell.
Got pinged, got scared, knew he didn't have much to do here. And of course, was a valiant effort. You could have been lucky here. Let's see, as Soju does fight, I believe that is Bensack on the other side. I'm not sure if it's a ghost copy or the real thing, as we did see Bensack just peek up there. I think it was a ghost copy based on the spawn and animation, but he should be able to take this one down.
Yeah, just very unfortunate for Bensack because he didn't find his items until stage 5. That Aatrox board not working for him. And Jedusor is taken down. Lee Sao gets a big win against Jedu.
Bensak is down.
Bensak has been eliminated. 5th place here will not be in a position to maybe end it all here. All eyes on Jedusor, on what is the best EMEA player in this entire crown. We saw Juanmi holding 2 of those graves, but Jedusor does get it regardless. The question is that good enough to get content with those 10 meeples that we are seeing from Lisao?
Not enough sample, Clement. We don't know what's going to happen. The meeple have a chance here to turn down the full cap board from Jedusor on the right, and Lisao so strong with the 10 meeple there. They are not facing now. This should be the end for Soyuz.
When Lisao failed to win with 10 meeple, it was because of a triple prismatic lobby. This time around, it's only single prismatic. These 4 Guardians of the Galaxy might be able to extend this series right here. Soju goes down. In the meantime, Jedusor looking very worried. Does he have a plan B to counter this? This is a huge round, okay? Lisao could even get stronger here if the Bard gets something like the Drake, if he can upgrade the Bard more. There's a lot more power for him to still achieve.
Meeple galore on your board. What a way to throw just a wrench into the path of someone who is on his path to victory. Lisao with that trade tree. And I mean, we were talking about it. We were saying this is such a good way to approach a game where somebody needs to get checked, because you can find those niche routes that are just uncontested. Nobody can hold 10 meeple. If you get it, you get it. And that's exactly where Lisao is standing. But take a look at Juanmi. He is looking for his own win condition here, trying to assemble a Morgana 3. None in shop, but 2 copies are missing. He's going for it.
7
Are we going to sell? Are we going to sell the entire board? He is doing it, but it's too little too late. No chance to find it, as he does take a rather big loss, I assume, coming up next.
A valiant try here. 49 still HP for him.
Jedusor now going up against the 10 meeple board. The upgrades have been found on the other side. Bard 2 is in. A great knock right into the Galio. Sends him into the back line.
That any front line!
That Aurelian Soul very exposed here. But maybe the damage isn't enough. I think Jedusor might be able to take this one.
A massive win. That was a massive win against Lisao, but it was only the Ghost, as we did Lisao fight against Juanmi on the left-hand side. Juanmi is still chasing that Morgana 3. He's still 2 copies off. Both of these players doing everything they can to stop Jedu.
Lisao find everything else he needed. He has the Jin 2, the Bard 2-star, everything fully upgraded. Same for Jedusor. It's just a matter of positioning here and actually get the good carries on place and finishing the threat of the enemy as soon as possible. This is the board from Juanmi, selling everything, trying to find the Morgana.
That's a nice and easy win for Jedu. He says, thank you very much. I appreciate you trying your best to stop me, but I will yoink this win out of your hand. That doesn't mean that Juanmi is out just yet. He still has a shot to maybe find those 2 copies in any of these next slots. But on the other side, Lisao wins against the ghost copy of Jedu. It does come down to everything here. Our players on their last live, can they hang in there? Is there a world where Jedusor takes this?
Juanmi doesn't have any gold. He has to chuckle for himself. His journey is over. I really want to check Jedusor's graves right here. That's going to be the important thing. He does have the sympathetic explosions here, so can do a lot of AoE damage. That front line is very packed together. So there is a world where Jedusor could wipe off the entire right side of the map. But here we go. This is the fight everyone has been waiting for. What are the TGs on that Blitzcrank? It looks like tank TGs, so might not be enough damage. Damage is what he needs to get through those massive meeple space gods right there, and a very quick takedown. This is finally what we've been waiting for. Lisao, the actual board. Aurelian Soul is down, and the Graves falls as well. Lisao saves the lobby. We are going to another game.
Lisao with that win there, stopping EMEA in their tracks. Jedusor only a 2nd place, but a valiant effort nonetheless. If Lisao hadn't had access to 10 meeple in this game, it would have been a very different story. But that is just the beauty of TFT. And now more of our players are going to be getting into check.
The final meeple board was the one to stand alone. We have another game and more players now with possibilities to get to a checkmate. Clement, are you feeling good?
I am just shaking. How many things had to go right for Lisa to stop him? He had to get a reforger for this branching out. He didn't start with the 2 meeples. He reforged 3 of his emblems to do that. And when he was level 9, he was still missing on Rammus and Bard. Gets to hit them instantly on level 10. And when we saw the fight RNG, that Graves was powering up over and over again. He couldn't reach Jedusaur soon enough. Still, finally manages to take it into the end. I think this game shows us the best of what Checkmate has to offer.
It was absolutely a treat. There's no other way to say this. And I will make a promise. We're going to continue just like that. We have more games to come as our tournament is going forward. We will be going into a teeny tiny break, but don't go anywhere as the action is just going closer. You're watching the Teamfight Tactics Tactician's Crown. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Tacticians Crown for Space Gods. I am back on the desk alongside my friends to bring you the action in this next game. But what a barn burner for that fourth one, on the edge of my seat until we saw that Meeple 10 get hit by Lee Sao.
Oh yeah, I feel like those Meeples just owed Lee Sao an apology, right? They actually let him down in the regionals over and over again. Usually if you don't have combat augments, it's not that surprising to see it lose before. And that Graves we saw in the mirror matchup did take him down.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I feel like if there's a world where if Jedusor could get a little bit more gold and get another frontliner, I could actually have seen him winning that. But you're right, the 10 Meeple was enough to pull it through. And now we're in a position where we have 3 players in check. Last game, we saw Jedusor angling towards the Acel. You scout around, everyone's got a Mighty Mech, Mighty Mech, Mighty Mech. He gets 2 airdrop from him, from the God and from Pengu there anyway. But this time around, it is way harder to grief 3 players in the lobby.
It's going to continue to get that way because as we continue to see our players approach that 20-point check mark, it's just going to make the lobby that much harder. But as we take a look at the standings, you can see very clearly here, Bensak, Lee Sao, Jedusor, all of our players at that 20-point check or higher. Steela of Bora and Soju, they should be able to hit check in this game unless they go 8th, and everybody else is really playing catch up.
And for a lot of our attack rounds, the point leader has not actually won the championship in the very end. We think about set 16 and set 14, it was those latecomers into the series that held their composure, that picked their moments to strike, that did walk away. So nothing is settled just yet.
Or even at the regional finals, you really could be behind in points, but it only takes that one game.
What scares me is Lee Sao currently in second place. We said it before. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. He has been second at so many events, TOC finals, JOC finals, multiple TPC events, has yet to find that single solo's crowning moment for him. And I'm so afraid for him that in second place, what if he doesn't get there again?
But there is a reason for that. And that's because for most TOC players, they want to play for the 1 million TOC, 1 million RMB, 1 million RMB championship gold right in front of them. So they try to play very risky. Lee Sao purposely always had his eyes on TAC Crown. He was actually playing steady top 4s instead of winning the TOC Crown Championship because he wanted to come here. He wanted to restart the dynasty that CN has almost forgot, has almost faded into mystery ever since set 7.
There really has been a dark shadow over CN. Heading into the Tacticians Crowns, it felt like there was that one fleeting moment where CN was at the top of the world. But as we continued to see regions sharing tech, sharing more data, sharing the statistics, we saw CN really take that step backwards. But now it really is their time. After Hwanmie ended up winning the Paris Open, I felt like that was really the moment where people said, oh, wait a minute. That's right. And CN is a dominant region.
We almost saw it last set, right? We've talked about that across the weekend. Saya looking so good across the entire weekend and barely coming up short. Lee Sao has been a player that most of us have had our eyes on. People have said he might be actually the favorite from CN, even over Hwanmie, which sounds crazy to say when you're thinking about someone with a resume list that Hwanmie may have. But Lee Sao not only has multiple Tacticians Crown appearances, he's the only person left in the field that made it to the last finals and is here once again. He's in a very strong position to get that top 1. But we would be remiss to not talk about the elephant in the room, which is 2 checks coming from Amiya after a 6-year drought of not winning the Tactician's Crown.
So close now, because it's already been within arm's reach. When you think about Jedusor getting that second place at TAC Crown the last time that he was here, you have to think about that and go, what if? And it must weigh on his shoulders heavily to know that he was 1 game away and it felt like it slipped out of his fingers because of the prismatic meeple trait. But he's got to brush that off, get his head back into the game, and approach this game 5 like it's the last one he'll play.
EMEA has been a lot stronger than they appear. If you think about the runner-ups, they actually have 3 of them. Zyko, double in set 11, nearly getting there in second place. And then, of course, Jedusor himself into the Arcane, second after Jisop again. This is a region with pride. It's a region with strength, but it has not always been the luckiest region when it came to checkmate.
The problem for Amiya has not been performing at Tactician's Crown, and it hasn't even been performing on day 3. I think back to Cyber City, where they were the first to make it into check with Klikornin. The problem Amiya has always had is getting across the finish line. The prayer for Jedusor is that he has what it takes to break that curse.
He's played some very interesting compositions to first places. Maybe it's going to take something special like that again as we head into this game. Number 5, 3 players could win it all here if they are able to get a first place, and it's going to be Tom Kench as our encounter.
I believe that one is...
Loot subscription.
Yep, a lot of randomness coming in, even more shots for the meeples going to appear. And I think this is one of those encounters that Hupe-Song talked about. If you want to win out condition, emblems is the most undeniable strategy.
Because you can't grief it. You are looking at somebody else also having a Space Groove emblem, and okay, maybe there are 2 players that are going to be in Space Groove, but if you're hitting something like Meeple 10, you really only need one of each of those champions in order to actually unlock the Prismatic trait. It's hard to hold all of those copies of those units from people.
And taking a look at our gods here, they are going to be very tempo-focused. Yasuo bring immediate combat power, and then you have something like the Evelyn that can give Steamroll onto the lobby.
Yep. We've seen Steamroll in particular be a very, very strong boon the entirety of this tournament, where for some players it actually does lose them the game almost on the spot if they can't get any value. But on the other hand, we've seen players get 7, 8, 9, 10 win streaks off of the back of Steamroll, and suddenly you're up 30 gold on the lobby.
Well, here's one way that you could make use of that. Bensack has an option here to upgrade the Talon. Kind of one of those sneaky win streak champions in the early game that we've seen a lot of competitors using. Bensack's been very good with the Stargazer trait.
Yeah, especially with the Lulus that we have seen in this tournament over and over again. Now, this is a really fun part about loot subscription. Everyone wants to pick their augments last and scout to see what the actual cash out is. You want to wait until someone shows their hand.
Get someone else to scout it out for you, and then you can pick your augment accordingly. But we'll see who's first to pull the trigger. Hwamye just snap picks Spreading Roots.
That's a good one to pick. Aura farming, we're already seeing the shape of what to expect in this game. With loot subscription coming through, there will be tons of resources added to the game.
Along picked no scout, no pivot.
Wow, I hope he has the Belveth for it. We have seen, I think, Bra go into this line and kind of be denied. He could be going into some other lines as well, but we have 3 of our Czech players still holding on. They're still waiting until everyone else.
Bodyguard training picked up for Bensack. Anima Commander is found for Lee Sao. Whoa, this is a little bit of a scary decision, mainly because what Anima Commander does is while it gives you access to the early Anima, it forecasts your game plan. And you can see everyone now jumped onto the board. And all it takes is one person to open fort. 3 people is a lot of people in Czech. I said it's very hard to grief when there are 3. It's very easy to grief one person when they're playing a very clear Anima line from 2-1.
Well, it won't be Along because you're locked into the champions that are on your board. But it would be very easy for somebody that might be trying to lost streak here to go ahead and sell everything. Like, Hwamye only needs a top 4. Maybe it's going to be him that sells.
I think there's a chance that he's taking this specifically because of how tempo-oriented our space gods are. A lot of them are going to be playing for combat augments, for the potential of that steamroll here. So there needs to be some coordination between these players. Everyone's going to be visiting each other's boards, as we're seeing right here, and going like, hey, buddy, your board, can you be the one to,
Hey, well, you want to do the lobby work for us?
This is amazing if you're one of the other 2 players in Czech, right? Because now we have one player who has made a villain of themselves for the rest of the lobby and has diverted the gaze of the lobby from those 2 other players, Bensack and Jetasaur, and now everyone is looking instead to Lee Sao to figure out how or who is going to grief him.
You could grief in a different way. If you know that maybe the expected cash out is going to be for Anima or for Mech, I mean, just hold the units.
If there was someone at 19 points instead of 18, I think that's a super valid way to approach it. My concern is who in this lobby is giving up their own game at the TAC Crown just to make sure one person doesn't win.
But to your point, Bensack actually got a 3rd place playing just Mecha A-Soul earlier on today, and that was enough for just points.
That's true. It depends, I guess, on lobby complexion. In that spot, it was a super low cap lobby, and so playing the Mecha A-Soul did work. I wouldn't expect that to be normal, though. I think in most lobbies, playing a line like that without Anima to support it will give you a bot 4.
You do have to worry when it comes to the tempo that there is a birthday reunion player, Soju. So he's definitely going to be looking at trying to go fast 9, get that 2-star legendary in. And there is going to be a 2-star Bard that hits the field at some point because that was the champion from Aura Farming.
I love the flavor. Birthday reunion coming in for Soju. Dish Soap, of course, being his study partner, and Birthday reunion being the Dish Soap augment that was given to him after his Inkborn Fables win. There's actually a handful of our Tactician's Crown winner augments coming through. I believe it's Bensack that might be playing the bodyguard training, hailing all the way back to set 6.
I love that's the snapshot of our TFT history.
We are getting word that we might have a griefer here. We're not sure if Lisao ran into him, but Jedusor has just sold his board. A very interesting strategy where we see actually one of the players in Czech trying to grief Lisao. And it is a steamroll. Wow.
So that's kind of awkward, right? Because if Jedusor is going to give this up, then it almost feels like you have to take a Yasuo Hex if you're on a last streak.
Yep, I think that's certainly the better option here because you don't have anything on your board, you're going to lose. And I feel like for Jedusor, it's a little bit unfortunate. His spot is not very strong. He looked at his augments. None of the augments were a clear win out for him. But he still needs to get lucky, right? If he sold his board and he doesn't run into Lisao, Lisao kind of walks away with it.
Looks like there are 2 players in the lobby that did take steamroll. I believe it's Hwanmie and K3 Soju. On the other side, though, the question is there anyone else that could be joining Jedusor to grief Lisao, or are they going to let him do it all on his own?
Might take a couple of friends holding hands in order to make it possible,
Whoa,
but it's going to be Chanlong versus Hwanmie, and he has gone 6, and that's just to keep the steamroll active.
Oh, and Jedusor does find Lisao. This was the action that we were waiting for right here.
Look at that smirk. That little dastardly smirk. He knows exactly what he's done there.
The hero that this lobby wanted.
And now he's saying, Bensack, you got me, right? I did this, don't win this one. We got to go to the next game.
Handshake.
That's right.
Gentleman's agreement.
It's going to be funny if all of the players in Czech cancel each other out, and then we have the K3 Soju to game 8.
That was my prediction. I predicted it. Soju and 8, baby.
So Along will win this one, and then we will keep extending the game.
That's right. Steel Bora picks up a win in the last round, playing around the MF and Urgot. You know why this surprises me is I feel like most of the time you're not actually even holding these units. I guess it is because of the augment coming through, getting the Challenger emblem up front does make the MF a little bit easier to hold, but generally speaking, those are 2 very expensive units that don't do all that much until you have support for them.
Yeah, I also think it's because of his position. He only needs 2 points, so he's just angling for something that has a steady top 4. You know, we have talked about Challenger MF averaging like a 5.5.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
I would take it.
You know, that's 3 points. You know,
Yep.
more than 2 that he needed.
Hwanmie up against Bensack, and it's actually pretty close, but it looks like Bensack's Gwen is barely not able to get over the hump, and Hwanmie's steamroll will continue.
Steel of Bora will as well, but Soju lost it in the last round.
That is terrible. So Soju got no value out of his steamroll.
Well, at least you get some gold.
You get 3 gold. So if you think about it like that, it's worth between half to a third or worse compared to other God offerings. So it's definitely not good value, but it's not nothing. I don't think any player in this position, though, wants to be playing stage 2 from 3 to 6 gold down.
Yeah, it could be a really rough situation for some of these streaks that were broken, especially a Hwanmie that leveled aggressively to 6. I expect him to go aggressively to 7 afterwards just to keep that steamroll alive for the rest of the time. This is incredibly important. Does Lisao find an out potentially with this next loot subscription? It's just going to be a full item. So unfortunately for him, he's going to be taking even more damage, but not really having a clear direction just yet.
You could take some of these items apart, though.
That's true. Salvager gives Hwanmie the freedom to just slam anything that you want. If he just wants to play for tempo, he could actually play for Sunfire plus Morello if he really wants to just make sure he's streaking. It would give him 2 frontline items. He's thinking about it.
That's
No,
something.
okay, no, he's not going to do it. Let's not get crazy. Because I don't need it to win this fight.
Don't give my boy bad ideas, please, Gangly. Whenever Gangly's casting along with the CN or APAC players, he starts to give them the
feed them my
Gangly
tech.
tech.
That's right.
All right, Jinx reroll locked in for Ah Long with the no scout, no pivot. Hwanmye continues this win streak, and let's see what this second augment is going to provide.
Huge for Jedusor and Lee Sao that need an out to look for.
Earth, okay.
Well, what? Yeah, definitely not epic roll down.
No, this is our no scout, no pivot player.
A lot of pretty weak options.
I wonder if it's Feed the Flames, because you get at least a little bit more Omnivamp. Is that too much on top of what you might be getting from
I don't even know how
Briar?
much the Omnivamp is really doing for like a lot of the board. You know, it's good on the Belveth and the Briar, but in the end, ends up taking just the Spirit Visage augment instead. Gives you a little bit of front line. It's not the worst, but I certainly wouldn't consider it a premier augment for the Jinx reroll.
Wow. All right, so full pivot to Lulu reroll here from Jedusor after open selling his board to stop that Anima cash out.
And we are getting a Serpent here, and it's going to be 4 copies of the Lulu already. I would consider him
5, actually.
Schedule. Yep.
5 with 2 tiny duplicators from the team builder that he just took.
He will have a lot of items to tank as well, but with the Serpent that strips MR resistance from the enemies, you really want a great front line. It's a huge stalling version of the Lulu reroll.
Lee Sao took forward thinking. You can see that sitting there right now with just 6 gold there.
That seems so risky to combo both of those together, but since you did lose your lost streak with the Anima cash out, I wonder if you kind of have to take something that's going to give you a little bit more econ.
I agree with that assessment. He needs another high cap augment, and forward thinking is one of them. The problem is that it just forces him into a very low cash out. I thought he might be still angling for, you know, one of the better ones with the additional HP, but since he's been broken by Jedusor, and now he only catches out on 4-2, most likely the cash out is going to be insignificant.
Let's see, I mean, getting up to 186, we are still expecting 400 then, no, right? I think you still can get to 400 here. We go to 226 here, you have 2 losses. If you lose on 4-1 as well,
yeah,
I think it's possible. And 400 with forward thinking, I mean, does sound pretty strong.
Benzak took forward thinking as well with the bodyguard training and is angling towards something like the Nami. As we take a look at our next God offering, you can either take some gold, which is instantly picked by some of our competitors as a trade to their HP.
Yeah, I mean, also just think about it in conjunction with forward thinking. You take forward thinking, you lose all your gold, which means you're losing interest every round. And the trade-off is that you get such a large lump sum that it's worth it in the end. But what happens if now we can actually kickstart our interest for a handful more turns? You're getting the 12, which is already a huge number of gold. But in addition to that, you're getting an extra 1, 2, 3 gold of interest for the next 3 turns.
Also, it's just a small update there onto the steamrolls that were picked up in the last stage. Stilo of Bora is going to be the only player left that picked that's still on the steamroll.
Good job for him. Actually breaks Hwanmye's streak here to take the lead. And as we were talking about, he's not looking at a first place, but if he can tempo and put enough pressure on the lobby, someone else can help him finish the job and extend.
If you just think about that in terms of raw value, that's 15 gold. A 2 cost plus 1 gold coming through every round for Stilo of Bora. That is more than the Evelyn gold that players just traded their HP for. So
I think that's silver augment.
yeah, basically.
Lee cash out is going to be massive right here. Can he actually make it to 400? That's a big question. Because he was broken before, he's only getting 50 per round. So it looks a little bit difficult, actually.
Yeah,
He has enough HP. I think he can take 3. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. I don't think...
37's not very much.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact numbers of what his next 2 losses will be, but to get to 130 does sound pretty hard with just 2 losses. I think he actually might just be a little bit too short.
Oh, it's going to be so close. I wonder if he tries to trade some units off the board here. He should have a lot of items to do so.
Wow. This is a nasty board from Steel Labora.
It's looking good.
He also took the Evelyn boon, right? So he can't buy champions, and he's still streaking despite not having to look at anything in his shop. He is rich.
So swimming in riches so much that he's holding copies of Lulu so that Jedusaur actually can't get that as easily.
I have a tear of appreciation rolling down my cheek right now. Steel Labora, he's a real one, you know? Getting everyone low HP, holding out on the players in check. That's how you play checkmate. And I'm really surprised that he's been able to do this since, you know, he only played 6 competitive games before this set. One of our youngest finalists.
Wait, say that again?
He played 6 competitive games before this set.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
At the regional level, or
He's
the
like a prodigy
competitive
then.
level.
What the heck?
Yeah, he's had a very, very impressive short period of time. Oh, we are just going to take the 300, or we're being offered the 300. Okay, so hear me out. I have the plan. We're losing on 4-1.
Yep.
And we are winning 4-2.
Yep.
If we got 50, it looks like we got 50 from our last loss. Means we get a little bit more than that. Is it 60 maybe for the next loss? Should wherever it does give us put us.
It is.
It should put us within 16 of the 400 threshold. If we can get within 16, all we need to do is beat a level 8 board on 4-2. And we'll have the forward thinking. We'll have more gold than anyone else. I see a world where Lisao gets this 400 cash out.
I think you're absolutely right here, actually. You lose 4-1, and once you get the 4-2, you have to keep your Anima in, but there's a very high chance that they can sneak off a couple kills. As we were talking about, he's on a 6-loss streak, so 60 in. He's only about 14 off. He should be able to do it. It's just about how much HP he has left standing.
Whoa, huge roll down from Steel Labora, who wants to continue the steamroll. He still has not lost since first picking that up. Finds the Master Yi, has no item slam. Oh wait, he can actually grief Lisao right now, right? No, I don't think his board's still a little too strong.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, by not slamming, is he going to give away any free kills?
I don't know if
this board's not killing anything.
True.
Have no fear.
Ooh, Lisao knows this is a tough one. It's Steel Labora doing everything right.
That's 18. He's 18 short. That means he needs to either lose the next round or win 2. Because you get 2 Anima stacks per kill.
But they're getting their forward thinking gold now, so I think you do actually have to like level and roll just a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean I think you need to win. I don't know if you can afford to lose when you're on 11 HP unless it's the most perfect loss of all time. That's a 3-unit loss eliminates you. I think it needs to be 2 or better.
Yep, the base damage you take is 7, and every extra unit is 1.
Okay, so 3 units or less, and he'll live.
That's asking for a lot for perfection. I think he has to
early
roll
Fiora.
to be strong enough.
This is huge because he can actually heal back.
You're right.
And it's an Anima as well, so one of the best units to hit in this roll down, but the Aurelian Souls are still missing. He doesn't have anyone for the AP items just yet. The Karma's there. Karma 2's there. A-Soul, can he get it?
Is he putting it in? Oh, he's just going to mech his front line instead. Oh,
did he remove? Did he remove?
He couldn't remove. And this is not the board you want to fight. Along's board is gold, and we have a 3-star Jinx and a 3-star Akali. They're going to be ripping through that front line. Oh, he did get the remover off in time. Question is, does it buy enough time? This 3-item Akali should be able to just break through.
Hold on.
There's 4 units. Gotta kill one more. If he kills one more,
kills the
he's going to lose. Oh my goodness, only 1 HP. Oh my goodness, Lisao still has an opportunity, still has life left in this game. Let's see the cash out.
That's good. That's good for
Searing
Aurelian Soul.
Searing Shortbow, one of the items that can be used on Aurelian Soul.
He just needs the A-Soul right now. Once the
upgrade
A-Soul gets in, it's good.
Still has a lot of gold to
Oh,
work with.
wow, finds it. The 3 lesser duplicators is something we saw that Juan Mie had in the first game of the day.
Oh, he's gonna... No, don't
No! He risked it all, reforging it, trying to get a frontline item, and look at him. Oh,
he knows. He wanted a tank item for the Galio, but no, settle for it, please.
Wow.
Oh, if he loses this fight, that's going to feel horrible. And Hwamie ended up hitting the Nami too.
Oh my
that flash
goodness.
damage is hitting the Mighty Mech, and it's about to start to target the back line. Even though the Aurelia Soul has the Gunblade,
One more
I
cast?
feel like the Nami's gonna catch him and knock them out, but it doesn't. What a razor's edge here for Lee Sao.
Soul Awakening helping out here, but he looks so deflated. Why did he go for that Reforge?
Oh my goodness.
That was a good enough item. It gives you mana regen. It gives you lots of damage. You don't want to...
Oh my goodness.
I think he already had red buff slammed, I believe, on the Karma, so Solar Hex not going to be necessary. Or actually, maybe he didn't. No, it looks like he did take the Yasuo. If he didn't, that's a great pickup then.
Oh, I think he was asking for a little bit too much. He does want to win the championship. I think that is the sort of whispers that you start to get in your ear.
You're completely right. It's all the second places that you can just feel haunting you. What if I didn't go for it and I came up short? And unfortunately, this does feel like a moment that you didn't need to. At the very least, you didn't need to now. It gave you an item to put at least on your Karma too, if you didn't want to move anything off your Aurelion Soul.
Wow, in the meantime, we do have a very strong board coming out from Jedusor on 30 HP. Soju already with the Graves too.
Wow, great transition from Soju. Super impressive, high APM. Up against Hwamie, so definitely needed to be fast on that turn. Problem is, he does not have a lot of front line. Does have the Shen 2 on the left-hand side, but just a little bit short on the pieces there. The Graves 2 will be nice, but I don't think you're ever beating the stabilized Space Groove board.
Not when the Riven goes after you like that. I think is not a good sign here for this fight, but I feel like there's still time for Soju to turn it around. HP totals are pretty close together. Soju, Jedusor, Bensak, kind of all within each other's reach, but Hwamie is still kind of leading the lobby.
And I do want to check on Bensak. It's been a while since we've seen his board. We knew he was going into an AP position right here. Oh, just Combat Augment running directly into Hwamie. This board stuck on 8. Doesn't look like it's going to make it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like a weak board. I mean, he has itemization for the Nami. He has 3 items on that Blitzcrank as well. If he can get to 9, the Bodyguard training will spike him quite hard, especially in addition to the Baron's Lair. We're hopping back on with Lee Sao still. He is healing up slowly but surely. Now has a second item on that Fiora as well, so trying to get a little bit more value out of that Battle Buddy crossbow.
That Bard 2 might just end this game for him. He's kind of frowning to himself. The Bard cast goes through again, but no, not enough damage actually coming in.
Oh, the Vex is actually going to be able to take the 1v1 as well versus that Akali.
HP is pretty close outside of our top 2. 31 between Tianlong, and only that's 27 total between 3rd place and 8th place. Just a couple of fights could swing these standings entirely, but we should note our 3 players in check are all sitting in the bot 4 right now.
And I do want to check on how many rolls that Hwamie has banked off. I am a Hwamie fan, and I have seen this game plan for many times.
Jeez.
This is how he likes to play. He's always the person that's thinking of the highest cap possible. I think he plays a standard game and only rolls until he realizes that, oh no, maybe Lee Sao has stabilized or something. But he has that in his back pocket ready to go, following the Bensak script.
I mean, if 1PA gets a top 4 here, he will also be in check, and then that's where this game gets so exciting. Because you will have so many players in check, you can't all end up trying to play defense against each other.
Did he reforge? The loot subscription was a reforger. We're seeing it again! Oh!
No. Poor guy.
Does end up putting this item on the Mighty Mech. So actually believes it is stronger than the Asterix. I'm not sure exactly on the stats on this one of how it compares to Asterix, but with this being like a melee bruiser item, it's probably comparable to what Asterix would be providing. I'm not sure exactly what the effect is compared to like the shield.
It does actually give you 40 armor and 40 resistance, so it's quite nice, but you are over-indexing into things like the shred, and it's not a terrible item. It's a usable bruiser item, but there's definitely better tank options out there. So not a complete miss, definitely better than Battle Bunny. Let's put it that way.
Soju on one final life. If he goes out in 8th place, it means that he will miss on check going into the next game. He needs a 7th place or better. And so Soju right now hoping he can win his next fight and maybe somebody can actually knock out Li Cao before him.
Yeah, I'm looking across the boards right here. I feel like maybe Hwanmie has the best chance to do it. We are getting a sneaky Bensak Blitzcrank positioning. Let's see if he gets any of the backlines right here. He's purposely delaying the time it gets there. But no, he's just going to run into Jedusaur.
Li Cao on the other side is going to be facing off against Soju. Soju finally upgrading the Vex to a Vex 2, so there's a lot more focus fire here onto the tanks. But this Mighty Mech is holding on and holding strong. The front line is sticking together, and the Aurelian Soul is able to finish off the Vex and finish off Soju in this game. On the left-hand side, Jedusaur takes a big hit, even though he's had that Lulu together.
The Morgana, too, is doing so much for Li Cao. Even when the Mighty Mech gets displaced, you have that secondary tank right there behind it, supplementing so much of the tankiness that you need, because that's really all it comes down to. Can you buy enough time for the A-Soul to whittle down the rest of the board? And who do we think are the actual contenders right now to take out Li Cao? I think Hwanmie feels like the hero of the lobby at the moment with how many rerolls he's been holding on to.
Yeah, I would also say Tianlong has a very strong board, just your traditional AP flex with both the Bard and Shepherd online. So that's a lot of single target damage, and he's also relatively healthy. So I feel like it will be the other two CN players that might be holding Li Cao down in the end. Oh, this is the Brawler board that we're seeing from Stila Avora right here. There is a chance that Mastery gets a lucky find into the backline, but not going to happen in this fight. Li Cao is going to scale comfortably into his level 9 board and have more time to find upgrades.
That Nunu ult just took out the entirety. Just bowling ball and a bowling pin.
An avalanche.
And you also have the potential now to get your third item on the Karma. Not exactly sure what Li Cao did decide to do, but it's worth noting that Li Cao did pivot out of that Fiora package and lean more into the Voyager. Try and get, I believe they were actually running the Aurora there too. But we're seeing the big roll down here for Hwanmie.
He's 2 off of the Nami 3. This could be a huge win condition for him to actually
Ben's
get
not just
in.
died. Oh, he's one off. He's one off.
Oh my gosh. There's also a possible Riven 3 that he could be going for.
And he still has a lot of HP to roll with here. He's taking all the 4 costs.
You hear the pings.
We're checking across the benches right here. Nothing being held by Along.
I don't know if anyone else should, right? I think if people recognize that Li Cao is going to win this lobby, they should keep their hands off the Nami, let Hwanmie get it.
You're so right with that one. And look at Li Cao. He's locked down the Riven. He's not doing the Binta mistake where he actually shows it. He's making sure that no one can find out about it.
Stila Avora, despite that incredible start and the
he found it!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Hwanmie with the 3-star Nami. Every game we've had somebody playing spoiler. First it was a 10 meeple, now the 3-star Nami. This feels like Hwanmie is kind of sitting back, cracking his knuckles. He's like, let me show you youngsters how it's done.
Right? All the veterancy. So now it looks like this is the big winner in the lobby. Hwanmie might extend this series into 6 games. Jedusaur and Li Cao are the last 2 players alive that could finish off this game and this championship right here, right now. But Tianlong on the other side of Hwanmie. Let's just see how much this Nami is capable of.
Just the damage from the Nami, 1-shots across the board, and I think at this point, Li Cao needs to do something incredibly drastic to come back into and finish this championship. Realistically, we will be going to a Game 6 right here, and there's not even that many players in Czech going to a Game 6. Only 4 contestants actually reaching it.
Yeah, Stila, the only person that was added to the roster, as Soju went 8th at 18 points, going to just 19. Means he's going to have 1 extra game where he effectively has nothing to do but make sure the tournament doesn't end.
Yep, just the gatekeeper of the lobby, as we like to say. I feel like Li Cao's board is going to be the most important if we get any drops coming from the Aurelian Soul. He's on 4 copies right now. If you can make a mad dash for it, that's the only way that this championship actually goes back to him. We are going to get an item chest here, not exactly what the mecha board needed to overcome Hwanmye.
Sitting on... Oh, okay, that's Hwanmye. Okay. I was like, oh man, he's got 6 Mighty Mechs. He's also almost there. And then I realized this is Hwanmye griefing to make sure that Lee Sao does not get it.
Oh, he's going for it. He's fighting Hwanmye right now, so... Hwanmye only has 1 copy. Nah, he doesn't have the gold.
There's not enough time. But Lee Sao, it's a great effort because he knows that otherwise he cannot win this game. And that really is his only objective, is to get that first place. It's going to be a very quick fight win here for Hwanmye as Lee Sao gets knocked out, and then Along taking some very necessary points to keep himself in contention if the series extends.
That's true. I mean, Along going to 14 points after this game, I think, spoiler, he's going to lose. Hwanmye will win.
Yeah.
Going to 14
Oh my
points.
god, a ribbon!
Wait a second.
For fun.
Oh, okay.
2 3-star 4 costs in this game.
Along going to 14 points does mean that only a third will allow him to get into check for the next game. And so if someone like Tianlong wins the next lobby, Along goes third, we now could be in a position where we have everybody in check going into that next game.
Yeah.
Who's going to do more damage on this board, though? Is it the Riven or is it the Nami?
I have no idea.
It's probably the Nami, my guess. Faster?
Oh.
Whoa.
I think this is the fastest fight I have seen in Teamfight Tactics. Win going over to Hwanmye to solidify a check position going into game number 6.
And I do want to, correct ourselves that it will be 5 different players going into the next game onto Checkmate. Of course, Hwanmye and Steelo of Bora will be joining.
Hwanmye.
Yeah,
we kind of ignored him.
Yeah, we ignored the savior for some reason.
That's right. But, I mean, it does go to show some old dogs can still learn some new tricks. I'm very interested to see if Hwanmye is able to close this out. When you look at what has happened for the entirety of his history, he kind of came out of the gate swinging in the early days of TFT, tapered off a little bit. And I know, Clement, you and I have talked a lot about this period of time where where Hwanmye was almost anti-stats and felt like he was falling behind the trends. Feels to me like we're almost seeing a new Hwanmye. Do you think it's actually the power of intuition overtaking the robots, or has he acclimated to the new era?
I think this is actually a great set for Hwanmye. It's a lot less about the details within each of your compositions and much more about creative thinking with high caps on your augments. In the CN scene, they say if you want to win, you have to have a specialty on your board, either a correct artifact, a correct emblem, and whenever you think about a high cap player, your mind immediately jumps to Hwanmye. 33% first place rate over this set. Getting high caps has always been his specialty. He has very creative ways of getting there. We're thinking about the Paris Open, where he had that Radiant item and the Meld too to kind of clinch the championship. This is his type of environment, his type of set, and after getting the Grand Slam last set, we might be seeing the full renaissance.
I mean, in this game, it really was having the right economy. Waiting till Bensak was eliminated, and banking all of those rolls so that we had an avenue to actually hit that Nami 3.
Commerce Core is his friend. He's already taken it twice during this finals, and once I saw him have that, I knew he was banking rerolls. I just knew he was just waiting there, because that's one of the pieces of information that the other players do not have access towards.
On our standings, the competitors that have that little Tactician's crown symbol next to their player name are the players that are in check. A win in this next game, a first place, means that they will win the Tactician's crown. But that doesn't mean that the journey is over for the rest of our players. They still need to consider the points that they're going to get for the massive prize pool that's on the line there, $50,000 for second place.
And keep in mind, if the next game we have Tianlong first, Along second, Soju third, all bets are off, and it's a free-for-all for whoever can get the next win in the game after.
The person leading the points charge right now is Jerusor, the boy wonder from France, and we've got our analyst on standby to bring us a quick little package about him.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, we have been, of course, very excited about Jedu's success thus far. And I don't know if you guys could hear it, but we were sitting over there telling players to sell the board, saying, you have to stop Lee Sao. We were looking at Steelo of Bora saying, you're the chosen one. And he doesn't do it. Who else steps up to the plate? It's Jedu.
Yeah, did it twice. In the early game, we saw Lisao going for the anima and that possibility of going very early anima. And we know 400 is the cash out, but when you start so early, you can even go 500 and ensure something even better. What does? He tries to play anima, but only with 2 units. He totally griefs the rest of the lobby here for Lisao and puts him in a very difficult spot to actually get something that really makes a difference.
And it's a very brazen thing to do if you're a player that is on check to say, actually, let me ruin my own game plan and just full sell board to stop this guy from winning, but it is the correct call for him there. And then we saw something else that was really cool. Juanmi, of course, waiting to roll, waiting for Bensak to get eliminated, had all these rolls stocked up, had all that gold stocked up. And Jedu realizes Juanmi is going and he has a Nami in his shop. So what does he do? He rolls the shop to allow Juanmi to actually get it. So just really heads up play there from our EMEA favorite. And we wanted to tell you guys how to play spoiler, how to play defense, and how to be a little bit of a bully.
That is a great example for sure, and thanks for sharing that extra detail that he rolled past the Nami in his shop just to put that back out into the pool.
CN EMEA teamwork.
Yes, that is a handshake agreement if I have ever seen one. Well, thank you so much, Upesona Makes. Jerusor, no question now why he is the points leader on today.
Yeah, just great stuff coming in from him. You have that 1-2 punch coming in. Jerusor in the early game and then Juanmi in the late game, giving a little bit more assist. Real really recognizes real here.
There's so many players that are in this check right now that I feel the impact their win would have on the macro scene at large would be so huge. Most of all, to be honest, has to be Jerusor. A 6-year drought for EMEA since they won the last championship. It was the first one ever. It was double 61 way back in set 3, and they have come so close so many times. You can feel it. I actually feel like that heads-up play to me doesn't feel like a desperate person just doing anything they can to win. It actually feels like a measured elite player recognizing there's no way I can play this game well enough to go first, and I want that crown more than anything. He's not playing for second. He's playing to bring the crown home to EMEA.
It was highly calculated. There are not a lot of players, I feel like, that in like ranked games, for example, they might be thinking about that. In checkmate format, it does have to kind of open your mind to other ways that you might be able to win the game later. Because it isn't just about this current game, it's about the long game. Can I get to a point where I have the right conditions to get the first place myself and win the event?
I feel like for EMEA, and especially for the French scene, this is kind of the middle child starting to come into the spotlight, right? You have your 3 ancients in double, in Volta, coming in very strong in Lococo. And then you have your newer generation that has been to the TAC run so many times. Aaliyah, Dasik, Raiko, Goboster. Those are all really, really strong names. And this set, none of them actually made it. We were feeling very down on the EMEA roster as a whole, but Jerusor could be stepping up, filling that gap, and turning a new page for the region.
What I want to see in this next game is those 3 players who are sitting at the bottom. It's their turn to flip. We saw this even as early as game 2 when Juanmi had taken that first 8th and he said, you know what? Calculated loss, baby. You want to contest me? You can try. I've got nothing on my board. But with so many players in check, it's no longer about griefing the competition. It's about ensuring that you can go first. These 3 players now need to play as selfishly as possible. That's what I want to see. It's up to those 3 to save the lobby.
And I really wonder what a selfish Soju is going to look like, because, you know, he's known...
Please not Corky Riven. Please not Corky Riven.
I totally agree with you. You know, you two have seen Soju play the most, and I know you're a huge Soju fan. What do you think his best high cap board is?
I feel like he tried really hard in that last game to be able to get that Vex fast 9, had great artifacts put together, but I felt like just the shape of the game, it really didn't allow for that particular type of comp to flourish. But Soju is best when he takes what the game gives him and he runs with it, and so hopefully he'll be able to do that here. Soju, though, will be in check at the end of this game. It's really on Along and Tianlong. If they want to make it into that check position, they're going to have to come up with something big to also stop the rest of the lobby that wants to win it all here.
I feel like most of the games that we've seen won have largely come off of AP boards. And I would not be surprised if we end up in one of those very weird dynamics where we have a 5 or 6-way macro AP contest, and then the game's actually won by some random composition that we wouldn't expect to see otherwise.
Totally possible happening into this game right here. And we are going to get the 2-cost champion start. Bel'Veth is definitely one of the best ones. You can start econ generation early.
Jax is also a premier one. Being able to get the front line to that Stargazer package is very powerful. Also allows you to have out for things like the Jax reroll. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hwan Mie hold on to his 2-cost, for Tian Long to hold on to his. Whereas some of the other ones, you might maybe check your Arbiter. If you're K3 Soju, we can see it right now on the right-hand side. He puts in the Leona. Maybe you check for a Printer, or you check for gold. But in general, I feel like there aren't that many premier 2-costs that we're keeping.
I think it's still fine. Like, what if you high roll? Like, I would hold on to it just to see if you can high roll a 2-star.
Yeah,
because that
true.
might give you something really big heading into the rest of the game.
Gwen 2 is a great example of that. We've seen so many players be able to find the early Gwen 2, and it allows them to not only streak through stage 2, but it stabilizes their mid game. For players like Soju who want to play from ahead, it's the perfect way to bridge your game into the Space Groove board.
And Soju's game plan, I think, will be quite clear for this game. He is the defender. He is the hero of the lobby. He's on 19 points.
He's got nothing better to do.
He's got nothing better to do. No need to scavenge, no need to fight for placements. Just stop anyone in check from going first.
All going to start here with their augment selection. There's going to be Leona Printer as an option there. Silver augments. Expedition could be a very important augment to keep our eyes on. Caretakers as well. Surely we're rolling past Stellar Combo here, right? Why is this not done already? Does someone know something I don't?
Maybe just trying to toy with us a little bit there.
Carve a Path picked up for Soju, which normally I see that taken and I'm thinking, is he just going to play Corki? There is no way he's playing Carve a Path into Corki this game, though, right?
Well.
And Steel of Board does get a Zoe upgrade here, so pretty impactful for the early game.
We see an augmented power from Along, so we should expect to see a silver or a gold augment for our round 2.
On the side of Benzak, Caretaker's Gragas. Yep, which is not on the board. So, right? It
Yes.
looks like, was it on the board?
Yeah, it's there next to the Rek'Sai. He's got a pipe
No,
as
that's
well.
Steel of Bora.
This is Steel of Bora.
That's the other. That's yeah. Benzak's was the other side.
Oh,
So
you're right.
I think he just stole it for Econ.
Never mind.
Not going to be something he's looking to play around. Jetasaur does take the tiniest Titans. Curious to see if he was able to get... Okay, he's got some parts of the Anima online. Do you roll on 2-5 to find the Alawi or the Aurora? I think it would be a pretty standard thing, or necessary is maybe the better word, necessary thing for Jetasaur to do in this position.
That's right. This entire game plan revolves on rolling on 2-5, trying to find 3 Anima, playing from there, forcing us to the lobby to adapt and have someone, become the Jetasaur from last game, trying to break that streak and ruin their own game plan for a tiny bit.
Okay, it's actually Caretaker's Pantheon.
Okay.
Which is on the board.
Caretaker's Pantheon. And
I got bad info, sorry.
normally, when I see this, I'm thinking things like Lulu or Emilio, or I guess technically you could just play it as a strong front line going into Space Groove, but I'm trying to think if there's any super high cap lines that are enabled by this. Nothing's coming to mind immediately.
I mean, talking about the Pantheon, there are a couple of boards like the Nova board that would end up using the Pantheon, or you could use Pantheon as a part of the Lulu reroll. You saw Benzak actually holding on to quite a couple of those units, but Hwamie has put together a very strong board here, even though he's not actually using the Gragas that came out of his Caretakers. He has the full Primordium package upgraded.
It is extra econ at the very least every level. There's kind of like that min-max effect, but we are seeing a full cell from Along on the power-up. This potentially means that someone might have Anima. Jedisaur still, I think, is just on the 2 units.
Maybe just trying to grief the lost streak
regardless, yeah.
Yep, because Anima does scale with the lost streak, not lost streak with Anima in. So all along saying, hey, I learned this trick from you last game, buddy. Time for your own medicine.
Back.
Our players contesting win streak does seem like it's Tianlong and Stila Abora are the 2 players on 3 win. Tiny Duplicators is interesting. Are there any players that had the opportunity to play around 1 cost? Not that I saw.
You could use it for tempo. I think in this scenario, game 6 of attack round with a few players in check, any kind of reroll, or especially 1 cost reroll, is not going to really cap high enough. So I don't think anyone will be too tempted by Varus throughout this game, especially if they're duplicators.
It's going to be important to see if Jedisaur does hit the Alawi, or if he even chooses to roll. So we'll have to keep in mind that if he cannot find the Anima right now, it's going to set him back quite a bit. Every turn that is delayed is going to be reduced from your overall cash out. We are seeing Tianlong, though, one of our 3 win streakers. Still level 4, actually opting not to even level to 5, maybe believing he's not stronger than Stila Abora anyway.
Jedu seems to be staying on 41 gold. I don't believe he's actually rolling for Anima this turn.
Okay, so maybe just going to dig on 3-1.
Or he has it in his shop, and he doesn't have to roll, and he is.
Oh,
yep, he does.
Yeah, he did. Nice.
The 3 gold goes down, so Jedu was waiting to fool us, but I think more importantly, to fool the players in this lobby.
That's right.
The pings immediately have come out, so information is there. Every player is now watching. And Jedu tried to be sneaky, but didn't quite work out. The police is out here.
Instant flood of players over to the board.
He's always smirking, too. I love, like, we fly onto Jedisaur's board, and he's just got, look at him.
He's like, yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
you guys got me. Yeah, I tried.
Too bad.
I think with the 10 people, he wasn't smirking as much in the final 1v1.
That's fair. Tianlong does lose the win streak, so it will be Stila Abora, the only player contesting a 5-win through Stage 2. Unfamiliar territory for K3 Soju, sitting at the bottom 2 of Stage 2. We know he's generally trying to play around tempo. This time around, though, doesn't seem to find any upgrades to really get him there.
Yeah, I mean, just that's tough, but sometimes it's just what the game gives you. And when you've pigeonholed yourself into having to play AD, you don't really want to have to roll early in order to get your things upgraded.
And like Soju said, he is on 19, just needs 1 more point to be in check, but if you don't win the tournament, placements do matter. They're prize pool, so he is incentivized to play still a strong game of TFT while looking for any opportunity to deny check players from developing their own game plans.
All right, 5 streak for Stilo of Bora as we end out stage number 2, and a 5 loss here for Along.
Wow, and if you're Along, you're like, come on, man. I've had nothing on my board for 5 rounds. You can't give me Jedisaur 1 time?
At least you get the economy from full selling your board and also the fact that you're going to be putting those lost streaks together. But Jedisaur is very healthy and also already accumulating stacks on the Anima cash out.
And Jedu will potentially have a chance to play for a 500 cash out as well with the extra HP, depending if no one breaks his streak in stage 3 in particular.
Who else can afford to? Because Along is at a position where he doesn't have this augment to give him extra HP, so he took this loss in all of these hits out of just whatever he started with at the beginning of the game. And can anybody else actually take a look at Jedisaur's board and play keep away from the Anima cash out?
The longer this loss streak continues, and the longer Soju does not fight him, I think Soju will have more and more pressure to think about just open forwarding and selling his board if he feels he will be facing Jedisaur soon. Simply because, like we said, Soju's on 19. He can take an 8th place and still make it to check.
Oh, he's doing it.
And Along is back to his game plan. Open forwarding hits Tianlong instead. Jedu has
I'm trying, guys. At some point in time, Along's going to run into a spot where you have to just put something on your board. And I think we've all been there before. You're trying to save the lobby. You want to be the defender. But eventually, you have to worry about your own game. I would say, generally, if you're playing this open fort style, you have until, 3-5 to stabilize or come up with a good game plan, but there are many times where even on 3-2, you might decide this is where I need to build a real board.
Wow, Along's going to get a prismatic augment.
Cosmic Restart is an interesting option here because he can sell his entire board and hedge in if he has Jedu in his matchmaking pool to face him on this round without buying anything, just playing around the emblems. But Steel of Bora decides, I don't want to be the hero. I'm also on check. I have a Zoe 2. I'd rather play around my own game plan and hope for the best and hope Jedu faces Along now.
And with the Prismatic Augment, he does pick up Sweet Treats, which will offer him an artifact. And that's going to be a lot of value coming in for his board. Oh, Jedusor picking up Forward Thinking is so big.
That's crazy.
We're already seeing Jedusor once again in familiar territory. Just a few games ago, we saw him look to be in a prime position where it felt like he was guaranteed to win the lobby, and someone was able to deny him then. Along is doing his best this game, but he keeps dodging Jedusor.
And you usually cannot pick up Forward Thinking with Anima because you don't have time. You can't reach 4-2. If you do reach 4-2, it's on literally 1 HP. You have to do everything on one turn. But with the Tiny Titans, you have this window where maybe you can cash out and stabilize on 4-3 on 1 life, but with infinite gold, potentially a 500 cash out, and it's almost unstoppable if you're able to hit your 2 stars. I imagine Mech Acel is the game plan for Jedu. 3 more rounds in Stage 4. These are the pivotal ones. Is anyone going to stop Jedu from trying to emulate Lee Sao's game plan from Game 5?
Along, I just don't know if Along can do it anymore.
I think at this point, you might as well.
You're committed. You have so few points, and you're already at a point where you are past the point of no return. I think I'm with you, but Jedusor is actually going to wait to buy the Aurora again.
Oh!
And it is Along on the other side, so Jedusor is going to get griefed here.
The full open fort.
Look at him. We got all of the neighbors coming over the fence to say, good job, buddy. Way to go. Keeping us alive.
And this is one of the worst times for this to happen. If it's early in Stage 2, maybe you're fine with a Tiny Titan HP to still make it to 400. But at this point, it's a full reset when you're at the peak of the powers, basically, in terms of the stack accumulation. A tragedy for Jedu. Lee Sao's quite happy.
There's a handful of players who are feeling quite good. We all are seeing now. We can kind of divert our attention once again to some of the other players who are in check. Steel of Bora is one of those players who we saw be in a very similar situation last game, streaking all the way through the back half of Stage 2, all of Stage 3, ended up with a bot 4 finish. This time around, looking very similar, and I do wonder if maybe the key is just to find a line that is a little bit less contested. Kind of found himself in the mix-up of the 4-cost battle where he wasn't able to get everything online quite fast enough.
Just a Zoe 2 from Steel of Bora is an incredibly strong carry for the early game. Has the early Karma as well to pair for the Voyager, with the Mordecai as well for the Dark Star. This is looking like an attempt at probably a similar game plan we saw from both Steel of Bora and Hwanmi. I think it was in Game 3 or Game 4. Playing for a slight roll on 8, a stable enough AP flex board, and then push straight to 9 to try and cap out as high as possible.
Along is taking mech units out of the pool. Mighty Mech and Aurelian Soul already found.
He stole the Lost Streak, he stole the game plan, he just didn't steal the Anima stacks, but he is really trying to copy-paste Jedusor's game plan now.
And I would argue he did kind of steal the Anima stacks with as strong as Jedusor's catch out's going to end up being by the time he gets there.
He just has to, he traded HP. Like, it's going to take him longer to get there, but he could still get there. And you have to remember that there's forward thinking. That gold is going to come back through for Jedusor and Hwamie. So those rolldowns are going to be huge.
And Soju looks to me like he says, you know what? I have one more chance to play Corki this set. I'm gonna use it wisely before I go into 1st or 8th mode.
He did win a game on Corki yesterday, and we were all completely shocked by it. But it is possible.
I still need to go back and watch that replay. I was still shocked, but
oh, never mind. He sold Aramis. It is not going to be Corki.
If he is just a Kindred game, he's going to have to get comfortable with that type of game plan at some point. So maybe he is going to try to go for something like Nova Fast 9. As Jedusor actually cashed out.
Okay. Trying to cut his losses and say, let me just instead try and play around a... Wait, actually, did he... Oh, he's forward thinking. I'm like, he's 25 gold. He spent all his gold.
No.
I got baited for a second. but going to have to play a much more standard game, and probably can't even play into the next Acel line because Along will be able to roll ahead of him. You don't want to be the second person who rolls when you're contested. You want to be the second person to roll when you're uncontested.
Could still play into something like a Nami, the Space Groove line in general. I think overall we'll see a really big spike from a ton of players on 4-2. We'll see what lines they end up going into. Steel Bora is not coming into LeBlanc at all. Doesn't have the Rage Blade Slam, so he's also still quite open to all different variants of AP Flex coming out of the Zoe.
It will affect the roll speed on level 8, and all along you can see some frustration there. Once you got his win on 3-5, really wanted to follow it up with another win. Leaning back in his chair, though, you can just feel the disappointment out of that loss.
So 3 players to watch now coming into stage 4. Both Jedu and Hwamie are on forward thinking, so 4-2 will be that big spike round for both of them. For Bensak, he's on Epic Roll Down. We could potentially see that come out on 4-1. Maybe Bensak just holds a little bit until 4-2 for just that little bit of extra gold to try and hit his entire board. There are quite a few AD players, weirdly enough, in this lobby. Soju, Bensak, and Hwamie all building towards AD lines.
Wonder if you're just thinking about going level 9 then and being able to play around melee carries like Fiora, Graves, Shen. Would be nice to be able to see some of those units, but I can't wait to see these roll downs on 4-2.
I mean, the fact that Hwamie has been able to save so much HP while playing on forward thinking means that he earned a lot of gold back just off of the wins and his streak.
And that came off of a Riven pickup early on, playing 3 Primordian, 3 Timebreaker while winning fights, while generating econ. So Hwamie in a very good position, I would say, from a big picture standpoint to take over this game. Bensak as well, his go-to comp across the entirety of the later stages of this set has been some form of Kindred Flex into a fast line board with Graves as a dual carry, with Vex coming in online as well. So Bensak must be pretty happy to be in line to play that exact game plan.
He looks very strong considering he's playing against an Acel 2 on the other side. And Lee Sao with this very early Acel 2 will be taking that away from players like Along and Jetasaur if Jetasaur did end up deciding to still play into that. Though I imagine it's almost certain that Jetasaur will pivot into something like the Space Groove or the more normal AP Flex lines. Duo Q picked up for Hwamie. You can see, let's see, he's going to level up.
Hwamie can consider holding here, playing for 3 Timebreaker, continuing to play for Lost Streak now in stage 4, sacrificing his HP, adding Anima for some extra resources, then going all in on 9 for the win out board. I think he'll do exactly that. He can pre-level here. I think he would want to greed as much gold as possible, but he can go 9 right now above 50. He's not really punished for it.
Going to slight roll, it seems.
A Riven 2 would be really big. Maybe Shen 2 as well. He's on Vex pair, Shen pair, Fiora pair as well.
Interesting.
Do you ever hold a Jhin here when you're holding 80 items?
That's a good question, actually. I think it probably feels better to just use these items on the Graves instead, or the Fiora.
If you have pairs, I figure you just have a higher likelihood of starring those up.
Graves a little harder to fit on the board and get full value out of it, so I think you're going to keep it simple, stick to the more normal game plan, and just get your Graves, get your Fiora, and get out. But Jetasaur,
he's on Blitz 2.
He is on Blitz 2.
20 gold left over. No Anima, no problem when you have enough gold to hit and you high roll a tiny bit as well.
Tiny bit.
He's on his way to 9. He doesn't have a Nami too, so yes, tiny bit.
Okay.
Didn't hit everything.
Sure. I would love to high roll a little bit every now and then.
Oh, you would need more than that, actually.
Bensak did roll down. Found one Yi pair of Kindreds. Gonna have to roll quite a bit more. There we go. Kindred 2. Get him to a reasonable spot. It's on a 2 loss, 50 HP. This is a very tricky spot.
Pandora's 4-2 is just not ideal, I would say.
You just don't have enough gold to feel like if you roll, you're going to hit, but you also don't necessarily feel like you're expected to streak through the rest of the stage, which means you're going to be in a spot where you're just losing while not having an easy way to get any stronger. To me, it looks, I wouldn't say it like a doomed position, but certainly not a favorable one.
It's Hwamie's exact spot, just way lower cap and having to actually earn your way to fast 9 or to level 9 in general off of the Yi and the Kindred pair, not being able to skip level 8 altogether, as we saw from Hwamie there because of all his extra HP and the econ. The Blitz here doing so much work for Jedu. Despite the low HP, he should be stable. I think he'll keep this 30 HP throughout all of Stage 4 until the rest of the players hit their kind of late game spike on Stage 5.
Steel of Bora did take his first loss, it seems. But at this point, 50 gold, I think Steel of Bora is not trying to play too much on Stage 4 and is instead just going to be skipping level 8, go straight to 9, and play for the high cap. Keep in mind, 21 points. It might be one of the lower point totals in the field, but it is high enough for check.
We've been talking about that and setting the stage for it all day. It doesn't matter if you're behind in the points. You just need the first place when it counts. If you're at the lower end of the HP in this lobby, you are going to be getting higher cost champions. And so Jedusaur actually able to pick up one of the 5 costs here, a Shen, to be able to add onto the board and get that Bastion synergy online. If he wants.
Certainly you're next in on 9. I think right now his current board might be the strongest that he can find. Wanmie's board does not find the Graves 2, does find Vex 2, but these boards are oftentimes determined, or their outcome is determined by how strong your front line is. And currently sitting on TK1, Nunu 1, Morgana 1, I don't think you're buying enough time for this Vex 2 to be that effective in your board.
I do wonder if Wanmie regrets pulling the trigger on 4-2. He had a lot of HP to trade. There was not necessarily that many Nova Fast 9 players. Bensak was rolling more for the Yi Kindred variation on 8, a more humble variation. The rest of the players are not necessarily buying Fioras and Vexes. They're buying all of the AP variations instead. I think Wanmie could have, at the very least, waited till 4-5 and then pulled the trigger. Now he's kind of stuck in between 2 game plans where he hasn't hit anything to start and he's losing fights anyway. What's the point of rolling to 0 if you're going to lose 3 fights after that?
I guess now the goal is going to have to be trying to go level 10 and see what you can get. You also have a PvE round where you're going to be getting a little bit more gold to consider whether or not you actually want to roll with. But Jedusaur, Bensak, 20 HP. It's going to be a tough couple of fights. Bensak did actually get the Master Yi upgraded alongside the Kindred. But for Jedusaur, it's going to be this Blitzcrank 2 and Nami where he has to put his hopes if he wants to win this game and win the crown.
And Soju is on Xayah too, but the usual suspect, no Nunu on the Stargazer board. That is a big problem with stability. You do have a pretty strong Xayah build with the red buff online and the double Death Blade. We'll see if there's enough frontline here. The Blitz already getting targeted early. But Nami is 2-star now, but only 2 items. I wonder, I think you have to put 3 items on Blitz at this point in time when he's 2-stars so early. It will be a fight win for Jedu.
It's a loss for Bensak as he faced Wanmie. That board is really starting to come online with all of those legendary units.
Yeah, the big thing for Wanmie was that he found the Morgana 2. That's what we had said before. It's all about getting the front line, right? He can never consider leveling up until he gets that front line taken care of. So Wanmie will unfortunately just be kind of stuck and at the mercy of whenever he loses, he rolls a bit, try to find the Nunu 2, try to find the TK2. Or what I think is actually maybe more likely is you wait for Bensak to die. And when Bensak does die, you now have 3 TKs added into the pool. You have another shot at getting that front line.
Bensak believes he might have to play for a 3-star 4 cost. Has 5 Kindreds, 4 Master Yis. That's not going to be quite enough, it looks like. I think his board is just too low cap, a little bit too humble here. I don't think he'll be the player to end the tournament on 6.
He's trying to find any permutation of this board that's going to give him a chance to actually get a 3-star 4 cost. Maybe if it's this Master Yi, you are going to be able to slice through enough units, but you're losing so much of your board. I think this is where Bensak is going to give up hope. There's nothing else that he can do here to avoid going 8th.
See Soju sitting at 24 HP. He's going to be up against Lee Sao, who's sitting on this AP flex board, has a lot of strong pieces, but doesn't necessarily feel as much of a boogeyman as some of the other players in the lobby. The Leona 3 will be a pretty reasonable tank for now. The Nunu 1 is actually a good upgrade. It does a lot. Even just casting 1 time can be a big difference on the Xayah board. But until we have that upgraded to a Nunu 2, we get items back onto it, I think Soju's days are numbered.
He is a fight win here, and he is 9. He at least is not stuck donkey rolling on 8.
That's true.
At the very least, he is kind of a level above where we saw Bensak. And Bensak has gone down as you predicted, Necra. It looked well, quite doomed. It was an easy fight to read. He realized, I think, from his roll down and throughout the rest of Stage 4 that he was not going to be the player to win.
Another 3-star forecast alert. It's going to be Along trying to get this mighty mech upgraded. But there are pings all around the Rift right now, just making sure that people know, hey, this is a win condition for Along. Do you care, though, if it's Along that gets the 3-star forecast? You kind of want to extend this series.
Soju doesn't. For the first time ever, Soju's not the one pinging someone trying to go for a 3-star forecast. He's saying, you go, man. You go for it.
Yep. Steelo is still on the Victor 2 as his secondary carry. He isn't able to get the Sona online, but still is a pretty reasonable board. Not quite enough to get over Along, who will stay alive for now. But Steelo has the privilege of being able to play very slow, and we're seeing that with the gold. Steelo still sitting at 40 gold right now.
And holding. Do you see that mighty
Oh,
mech
that's right.
on the
You're
other
right.
side?
Soju found another win, and it's Tianlong who's been on the losing streak right now. 2 losses put him down to just 3. Ooh, find the Sona pair. Sona 2 could be a difference maker.
On his last life, though, doesn't really have the time to try and find the Sona upgrade. He needs to start winning now. His matchmaking pool is just Soju and Along, 2 players who are not necessarily the highest cap in the lobby. And Soju has hit 1 Nunu at the very least, so he'll have that little bit of CC to buy some more time for the Xayah to scale into the fight.
As we approach the end of Stage 5, we really are looking at our players that are in check. Li Zhao, Jedusor, Hanmye, and Steelo of Bora. Their objective now is to go 10 and see if they can cap out their board with enough legendary units that they can win the game. But what about Tianlong and Li Zhao right now? Tianlong able to go toe-to-toe with this Aurelian Soul as the front lines need to hold strong enough for these Aurelian Souls to continue to cap.
Whoa.
And across the corner, Tianlong is going to extend his life in this game.
Perfect chain of abilities and a pivotal mirror match win for Tianlong. There's only 3 defenders. They're all left alive on this game, but if Along go down, he's on 1 life. If Tianlong goes down, he's on 1 life. It's just up to Soju to stop this tournament from ending in Game 6.
Big roll down coming in for Steelo of Bora. Has a lot of room to improve. Still has items on a Zoe 2. Really looking for that Sona 2. Maybe needed to wait until Tianlong died before doing that roll down, but after taking 2 losses, doesn't feel he has the time to wait. No Bard 2, no Sona 2. Tianlong finds the Sona 2 on his side. He's going to be up against Along. 2 of the defenders of the lobby who are trying to keep the tournament alive are fighting right now, both at death's door. 13 HP for Along means that he could die with a loss here. Tianlong will certainly fall if he loses. Mighty Mech has fallen. The front line's crumbling for Along here. There's still the Morgana 2, but another cast from this Acel might be able to burn through it. It's going to be very close. Along takes a 3-unit loss, and now it is only up to Tianlong and K3 Soju to keep the tournament alive.
We have talked about the Xayah board being a potential win board if you're able to reach the high cap variation. And there is a Jin 2 now for Soju. There is still a Nunu 1, but as these players start going down, especially the AP flex players like we're seeing from Li Xiao, potentially Soju can win this game, I think. It's not completely crazy on the Xayah board, especially with the right itemization.
I think you're right about the Nunu being the big part of that, though. If Li Xiao does fall here and 3 more Nunus are added to the field, I think it's going to be a huge swing in K3 Soju's win share of the game.
We're looking at 2 players in check trying to stay alive. Jedu on his last life, Li Xiao also on his last life. Soju on one side defending, Huanmie trying to defend on Jedu's side. Riven, or Fiora rather, is onto the Nami. The Nami's been taken down. Blitz versus Fiora. Fiora 1v1. She always wins those, and that's going to be it for Jedu's chances, as well as Li Xiao. Soju takes down one of the big Czech players from CN. 3 players left alive, 2 in check. Soju has to be the hero to force a Game 7.
And look at the 2 players that we have in check now. They could not have different stories. Huanmie, one of the most storied and accoladed player in the entirety of TFT history, alongside Steelo of Bora, one of the anomalies, the newcomers on the block. 6 months ago, Steelo of Bora was not even a top 16 player in Korea. And now they're standing here representing APAC on the big stage.
We've seen Elder Dragon. Nope, does not hit it, unfortunately.
Well, I'll take a Sona 2, though, I think. That's going to be a great upgrade for the board. A Blitzcrank pair, if you wanted to add that in. But it's going to come down to the wire. Steelo of Bora, Hwamye, they want to win this game so they can win the Tactician's crown. And Soju is hoping to keep the dream alive of winning it himself.
He's not
Who
rolling.
has the better board?
He's not rolling. Soju is greeting. Every instinct in his body that says play for the top 4, he's throwing it out the window because he knows if he can make it to the next game, it only takes 1 first place.
But this is the big test of strength. Soju up against Hwamye. Both of them have their legendary units upgraded. That Vex is going to hope to ramp up in this fight and try to break down the weak side of the board. But as the Jin fires off his finger guns, we're spreading damage across the field.
Huge Nunu
But
ult.
there is a giant Nunu ult that gets the stun into the backline. There's too many units alive here from Hwamye. So Soju loses this fight. Steelo of Bora might be going down on the other side, but
Wins
no,
the ghost fight.
does win that ghost fight.
And Steelo going down. He did not buy the Blitz. He does get it now. And this is the Blitz that Soju would love to have on his board. It's why I think he was waiting to see if Steelo would die and he could roll down for a Blitz too to add as a third duo carry.
Soju went level 10, decided to not roll for the Nunu 2, and instead is going to have to beat Steelo of Bora, I believe, in order to knock him out, get those Nunus added back to the pool.
Soju and Steelo both under the last life. This could be the last fight of the tournament if Hwamye gets a double takedown.
If this is a double KO, Hwamye will do something unprecedented in TFT history, winning 3 international titles as Hwamye goes up against Steelo of Bora. This will at least be a knockout for one of them. We will end up seeing the Vex start to take out these dummies that they has crash landed through the front line, but the rest of the tanks are starting to fall. Vex is casting, going crazy. The backline is taken out, and Steelo of Bora is down. K3 Soju on the other side ended up fighting a ghost, but is still in this.
It's all in the hands of the biggest streamer in TFT, K3 Soju, the influencer, no, the competitor. Do you have it in you to keep the tournament alive? We're still on the Nunu 1.
Has the Blitz pair, but doesn't have the Blitz 2. Soju potentially trying to stop Hwamye from maybe becoming the greatest player of all time with a second TAC round win after his Paris win last set. Can Soju do it? A pivotal final fight.
Watch the Blitzcrank positioning. That's going to be a really big part of this fight. First on Hwamye's side, you can see it's going to target either this Rost or the Nunu. The Rost walks up to block that. So maybe they'll buy a little bit of time. Depends on how fast the Fiora on the left-hand side breaks through this weak side of the board.
Watch the Fiora on the Xayah as well if she potentially catches the Xayah.
She wrapped.
She does. This is terrible news for Soju.
Oh, the Fiora has cut down the back line.
Oh.
The access is there. Soju is down, and Hwamye wins the Tactician's crown for Space Gods.
What can you say? Not only is Hwamye one of the greatest players of all time, he is the only player to have 3 international titles in his trophy case. For so long, it felt like he had taken a dip, had taken a lull, but the king is back, baby!
Triple crown secured. The Tactician's crown looks great on Hwamye's head once again. This has been an incredible tournament run, incredible story for Hwamye as he tries to come back into this excellence. The CN dynasty that he started, he is continuing to reign.
It's been 1,700 days since Hwamye has actually won his first TAC round champion, but now he does it again. So many sets, 12 sets in the waiting. Hwamye now shows up as your undisputed GOAT of TFT.
Opened up the conversation with his Paris Open win. Now potentially cements the status, as you mentioned, Clement, the greatest player of all time in TFT history. 3 major titles.
Unbelievable stuff coming out from this player. We are going to get an interview with him, and we are going to hear a translation from Clement so that we can get to hear his answers.
沉甸甸的冠军奖杯，我相信在你心里对这件事也期待了很久很久。你觉得这个奖杯对你的意义是什么？
What does this
因为这
championship
赛季
mean
我
to
感觉
you?
我吃打得特别好嘛，就是
I feel like I played
可能决赛
especially
第
well
100
this
发挥
set.
不是很好，但最后也是顶住压力了嘛，感觉
Even though
对得
at the
起
start I
就
didn't
是
do well, I made it
自
through
己
the
来的努
pressure.
力吧。
And I think it's because of how hard I've worked.
曲线也很像幻灭这几年他的故事的一个缩影。
This finals felt
在
like
前面即使遇到挫折，你依然保持冷静。
a
在最后
symbol
最
of
关键
how
的时
your
候，
sets have
你也
been
展
going.
现出你强大
You've
的
had
实力。
your troughs, but you've been
一
able
路
to
走
keep
来
calm,
回顾
and
经
finally
历
you
过的
remain
所有的这
victorious.
些，你觉得支撑着你
Can
能
you
够走到
look
现
back
在
at your
从
past
未放弃的
and
动
tell
力
us
它是
why you've never gave up, why you've been
因
able to
为
hold on?
云顶之夜给我带来了生活上带来了很多那个有趣的事情，然
It's
后
because
我
TFT
也
has given me much
确实感觉自
enjoyment
己有天赋
in my life.
已经慢慢在云顶之夜这个比赛上书写了我一个比较浓厚的故事了。
And I felt like I have already written a great story with this game.
幻灭对于你来说，有没有心里最想感谢的人？
Huanmie, who do you want to thank the most in your heart?
感谢就是我相信我的家人应该也在看这场比赛。
Thank you to my family. I know you're watching out there.
现场的家长，不是另一个家长。
Thank you
然后以及屏幕前
to
支持我的
all the
粉
fans
丝们
here,
以及我们以及发掘我
everyone
的
who supported
老板
me
我们 AG 俱乐部的杰哥。
and especially Alpha Gaming, who
我
discovered
相
me.
信幻灭能够在自己追逐热爱和梦想的这条路上走得如此的笃定和
I
坚强
know，
一定离不开背后
you've
刚刚提到所有人的支持和
had so
帮
much
助。
conviction
那此时此刻，我相信
in
直播
going
间
on
虽
to
然
your
已经
path
很
of
晚
your passion
一
and
定
your dreams.
有
It
非常
must have
多
been
这么
all
多
these
年一
people
直喜欢
that
幻
helped
灭
you and
包括
supported
支持
you.
CN 赛区、支持云顶
There's been so many
喜欢
people
云
that
顶
have
之夜的
supported
所有的
TFT,
观众和
supported
粉
the
丝
CN
们，你有什
region.
么话想对他
Do
们
you have anything to say to them?
感觉希望你们看观赛的线上的兄弟们，以及从
I
事
hope
云
all
顶的
the
相关工作人员
brothers out there
希望
that are
今
working
天
in
这场决
TFT,
赛
that are
让
viewing
你们看得
this
过瘾。
game,
当然
I
我
hope
相信大家一定
that
看得很过
you
瘾。
were
其实我
satisfied
今天也特别的
with
感慨，
this
因为从
finals.
24年主持全球总决赛到
I
现
have
在
been，
这是我第一
hosting
次
since
站在夺冠采访这个舞台。这场比赛
2014.
无论是
This is the
所有
first
云
time
顶
I
之
get
间赛区的
to
玩家和观众，
interview
还有
a
所有的选
champion.
手、所有的工作人员，我们都满
No
怀期
matter
待。
for all the
最终
staff, for all the
幻灭
players,
让我们看到了坚持的意义。
finally,
我们再次
Huanmie
感谢幻灭
has shown
恭喜
us the value of
幻灭
perseverance. Congratulations to Huanmie once more.
那么接下来
Give him your
我们要有
applause.
请今天全球总决赛的季军李少登上我们的舞台，来，掌声有请。
Giving our applause and hoping that Huanmie can take a bow. What an incredible legacy that Huanmie has grown for the competitive TFT scene. You can now see how he places amongst this hall of champions and giants. There are only 3 competitors in the entire world that can say that they have won a Tactician's crown twice, and Huanmie now stands as the most recent one to join them.
And how poetic is it? The man who got it started for CN to begin with was the man who ended the drought. It's been so long since we saw CN on top, and man, I could not handpick a better champion for CN than Huanmie.
What a tournament as well, with Dish Open title just barely falling short yesterday in the top 16 as well. Huanmie, the only one to move on to the final lobby. The consistent ways that players were defending each other, trying to extend the tournament again and again. Huanmie himself, that last game, he was a defender to push it to a game 6, and now to just take over, to roll early on 4-2, to find the scaling graves, to find all of his 5-cost upgrades as well, as early as stage 4, and to build, I think, one of the most dominant boards we've seen all tournament long.
I want to take a moment, though, to also congratulate our competitors that just made it here to the final lobby. This was a stacked grand finals, as stacked as they come. And even though it's Huanmie that ends up on top today, getting that $150,000 grand prize, everybody here is earning a pretty good sum of cash, and making it to a final lobby in general is just such an accomplishment to be proud of.
Shout out especially to Jedusor, back-to-back, or second runner-up now in his career. We saw it when he fell to Dish Soap in set 13 into the Arcane now. Yet again, he was stopped on game 4. He was so close, 1 fight away, but another runner-up for him.
And it's always a special moment coming into TAC round. Over 65% of our players, they go to one TAC round, they're never seen again. It's even true for our TAC round champions. We have 5 TAC round champions that came in, won it all, but then were never seen. So for someone like Hwan Mie to have that special moment after 12 sets, to then make it back, to show that perseverance can pay off. You know, there was a long period of time where I felt like Tactics Tools was probably going to end the scene in CN because everyone was digging up on the stats. For Hwan Mie, you know, a lot of people doubted his style. He had this muse that was talking to him, but the muse also pushed him to do some really crazy stuff that didn't actually work out most of the time. He stuck to it. He was still the most viewed player out of East Asia. A lot of different regions watched him for his ingenuity, and he stayed strong at the start of sets. But he never really ever came that close at the end of the sets, actually. Paris was a glimpse. It was still the start of the set where everyone was still figuring things out. Now to close it at the TAC round really shows an entirely different level. That trophy case is full. I feel like CN is going to be reinvigorated after this one. It's looking bright for TFT.
And as much happiness there goes to CN, I have to imagine how invigorating this is going to be for those other regions who just fell short. My heart breaks, to be honest. My heart breaks for Jedusor, and it breaks for Li Xiao. Of course, Li Xiao being from CN, where they did pick up the win. These are 2 players that have come so close, and now they've come so close multiple times, just barely up short. And the upside to that, though, is just imagine how sweet that moment will be when you finally get to crown someone like Jedu, someone like Li Xiao, who have been fighting so hard and at such an elite level to take home that crown themselves.
Someone like Soju. I think that's another competitor we just have to give props to. Making it to the final lobby after not being at a Tactician's crown since Dragonlands, but proving in this set 2 TFT Pro Circuit Cup wins that he is a competitor to be reckoned with. I think that this is a performance on this final day that all of our competitors can be very proud of, and it's a matter of time before any of them end up with a Tactician's crown of their own.
He's been scaling. The TPC wins. Some viewers might think, you know, it's just TPC, that's not that serious, it doesn't matter as much. Now, you cannot deny Soju's ability to perform when it matters most, when he's most motivated in a 4v4 set in particular. And we're seeing maybe the final form. It's taken a while, I think, for him to really reach that level of I'm focused, I'm locked in, I'm hungry for one specific goal. Now that he's come so close, he's made it to a final lobby, I think this might unlock that next level in Soju of consistency, of hunger. I think Americas as a region will be very fun to watch next set.
4 years ago, he went on the record to say, when I retire, I don't want to be remembered as just some streamer. I want to be remembered as one of the best that the Americas ever had to offer. And you have to imagine a top 8 returning to form, the incredible set that he had. We are getting closer and closer to that reality every single day.
Well, what a day to close out our Tactician's crown for Space Gods, and what an excellent way to be able to send off this set in style. We hope you all enjoyed watching the Tactician's crown. We thank you all so much for cheering on and supporting our players, and special thank you to all of the people that make this production possible. So excited to be able to check out Enchanted Wilds with you all as set 18 for Teamfight Tactics. Stay tuned on socials to make sure that you stay up to date with the most up-to-date information about when Enchanted Wilds will launch. Thanks again for watching. Congratulations to Hwan Mie, and we will see you all next time in Enchanted Wilds.